Good afternoon. Welcome. Thank you. Welcome to the Senate Finance Committee. Today is February 14th. Happy Valentine's Day to all the Valentines in the room. We are going to hear 9 bills today, 127 witnesses. So I'm really going to ask you to stick to your time, please. Please be respectful so that everyone behind you has time to testify. Here is the bill list. First is Senate Bill 614. Then Senate Bill 541, then 526, 535, 520, 534, 539, 509, and 571. I'm going to begin with the first bill, and my Vice Chair, Senator Klaasmeyer, is going to take over the meeting. So thank you. And for Senate Bill 614, my panel can come to the table. Oh, would you look at nothing? No, I'm good. Just.
So the panel is Scott Brown, Stephen McDonald, Thomas Peter, John Edward Heath, and Nathan Sim.
Have everybody?
Can they all fit up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So we have everyone there?
Yes, we do.
Okay, Madam Chair, would you like to start off, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and members of the.
Let me just say, you can take as long as you want. But everybody else gets 2 minutes.
2 minutes. They're prepared for 2
Okay.
minutes. Thank you.
I just
Thank you,
want to
Madam
know
Vice
the
Chair
rules.
and members of the Finance Committee. Thank you for hearing Senate Bill 614. This bill is a part of a national movement, often referred to as So Everybody Can Move. It is supported by the American Orthotic and Prosthetic Association, the Amputee Coalition, the National Association for the Advancement of Orthotics and Prosthetics, and the American Academy of Orthotists and Prosthesis. The similar bill is passed in 5 states and is currently being considered in 9 additional states. So we're one of the 9. The bill will change orthotic and prosthetic care, and this bill addresses an equity issue that will change lives. With the help of our manager here, Tammy's going to do a real short little video that'll give you some idea of why this is so important. So if we can just wait, Tammy's going to tee it up.
Physically active shouldn't have to break the bank. And we're not talking about overpriced gym memberships or expensive health food.
The disabled community, it's just about access to the right equipment. WMAR2 News' Elizabeth Worthington shows us how an Annapolis Marine vet is fighting to make it less expensive.
John Edward Heath may have lost a leg, but now he has 6, each specialized for a different sport.
Okay, so this one is specifically for distance running. So I use this for Olympic weightlifting, snowboarding, and surfing. This is a very stiff one. You cannot run long distance with this.
This technology has allowed Heath to become a professional adaptive athlete, and quickly. In 2016, he was hit by a drunk driver. After 5 years of doctors trying to reconstruct his leg, he finally opted to amputate in 2021. He's now a top qualifier for the 2024 Paralympics. He has exceptional athletic prowess, no doubt about that. But even someone with the same disability who matches him in strength might not match him in means. After serving in the Marines for 10 years, his prosthetics are covered by the VA.
To realize that the average person I was competing with, especially at the international level, they only had one leg. Here I am coming in with a suitcase full of prosthetics. I started to realize that it's not as common.
But he believes it should be. He's fighting for legislative change at the state level alongside a clinician at Linthicum-based prosthetic company Dankmeyer Inc.
So in Maryland, insurance companies are required to pay for kind of baseline prosthetic and orthotic devices for patients.
But after that, you're on your own. Want a backup in case you rip the sleeve of your prosthetic on the playground? Want one made that will allow you to ride a bike, do yoga, swim? Well, it's not medically necessary, so insurance most likely won't cover it. And we're talking about costs that will make your head spin.
So I just got back from Florida. They gave me all brand new sockets. I got a brand new foot, for my walking foot. I got a brand new blade because I broke it. In the 5 days that I was there, $35,000. And that's just sockets and sleeves. So if you're talking these numbers, Why would you want to be actively fit if you don't have the coverage?
A change to state law would require insurance companies to cover things like an additional prosthetic device for physical activity. Heath and Sachs got the support of 2 senators and a House delegate. The bill was introduced in the Senate today.
We're very optimistic that this will move forward because not only is it the right thing, but we've also found through research that the fiscal impact on the state and on the insurance companies is so minimal.
For the disabled community, the technology is out there.
They'll be able to go longer. They won't fatigue as quick.
The inspiration is out there.
I think it's important for me to fight for this.
Now they just need the law to catch up. In Baltimore, Elizabeth Worthington, WMAR 2 News.
Amazing.
So thank you all for watching. The company that you saw there is Dankmeyer, who does these custom prosthetics, and they happen to be in my district, and I'm really proud to represent them. So prostheses are needed when someone loses a limb or is missing a limb. Currently, Medicare and commercial health insurance providers will allow for one prosthetic limb per missing body segment. Prosthetic limbs are fabricated to allow for patients to participate in and complete their activities of daily living, but technology exists for these devices to be activity specific. If a person would like to engage in other sports, for example, running, skiing, weightlifting, snowboarding, dancing, bicycling, other prosthetics are needed to maximize their safety and function. Ortheses are defined as rigid or semi-rigid devices that support or correct the spine or limbs due to injury or an underlying medical condition. These devices can allow a child or adult to engage in exercise or recreation beyond what is considered simple ambulation. Now, so the bill is both prosthesis and orthesis. So it's to cover both. We know exercise can improve our overall health and prevent obesity, diabetes, heart disease, and cancer. Overall, helping people move will improve health and save costs for Medicaid and commercial insurance. So I have a panel here that will express the need for additional customer prostheses from a child born without a limb to a decorated Marine veteran that is training for the 2024 Paralympics in track and field. You've seen John Edward on the video, and he's training for the 2026 Paralympics in snowboarding and adaptive CrossFit. I also have the chair of the Rehabilitation Department of Sinai Hospital, who has served as the department chair for over 20 years. He also runs the prosthetic clinic and works with a team of medical professionals that help children and adults receive the prosthesis and orthosis they need to live their daily lives. You will hear about a few suggested amendments, and we will certainly consider the amendments. Typically, there is a PM report. Do you all know about those? PM report per member per month. I learned something new. And it should be completed by the Healthcare Commission. However, they didn't have time to complete the PM report this fall. We have a completed report by a consultant that analyzed the 9 states that are considering this legislation, and it's in your packet. It's the second report this consultant has completed, and other states have passed their legislation based on her research. First, Tammy, can we do the PowerPoint real quick? Can you do that, or can I do that from here? Do you have the PowerPoint? You don't have the PowerPoint. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought Nancy sent it to you. So I don't have a PowerPoint, but I will turn this over to my panel and I'll stay for questions. Thank you. Who wants to go first?
The next speaker will be Scott Brown. This is Dr. Scott Brown.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chairperson and Vice Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. As was mentioned, I am here in support of Senate Bill 614. I have submitted written testimony that outlines the medical necessity case for provision of orthotics and prosthetics for more than basic activities of daily living and ambulation. I want to emphasize that expanding coverage for these devices for higher level activities, including work and sports, should not be considered a discretionary indication. As was mentioned, I'm the medical director of the Sinai Rehabilitation Center, but I began my medical career over 35 years ago as a surgical resident and performed many amputations. So I've seen both sides from the very beginning to long-term rehabilitation for folks who've sustained limb loss. And I've worked with people who've sustained limb loss for my entire career in my medical specialty of physical medicine and rehabilitation. Limb loss is a catastrophic medical event, but it does not need to be devastating. It does cause substantial physical, physiological, and psychological impairments, But fortunately, there are numerous interventions available to help remediate these residuals and allow patients to achieve their maximum potential in these three areas, which is the definition of the medical process that we call rehabilitation. As outlined in my written testimony, our goal is to prevent additional impairments and provision of these devices that allow properly selected patients to engage in critical health restoring activities, including safe return to work and participation in therapeutic exercise that is part of that medical process. Accommodating for limb loss to allow only basic activities is not sufficient care for those who can benefit from activity-specific devices. For all these reasons and those outlined in my written testimony, and on behalf of my patients, I hope for a favorable report for Senate Bill 614. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right on time there. Good. Stephen McDonald.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. My name is Stephen McDonald, and I'm here in support of Senate Bill 614. It's my pleasure to address you today, sharing my perspective as an amputee navigating the insurance industry. My background is in the military. I served as an enlisted soldier in the Army during the first Gulf War. After separating, I continued to work for the Department of Defense, traveling across Africa, the Balkans, most of the Middle East, and most recently, Afghanistan. Despite a profound car accident in May of 2020 that led to a below-the-knee amputation in May of 2021, I have tenaciously maintained an active and dynamic lifestyle. From engaging in powerlifting to skydiving and working within the challenging environment such as Afghanistan, I refuse to let my injury impede my ambitions. Unfortunately, many amputees find themselves constrained and forced into a sedentary existence. Despite remarkable advancements in prosthetic design, insurance regulations, and guidelines for prosthetics keep many amputees in a sedentary lifestyle. I'm quite privileged in the aspect I have a full-time job and maintain health insurance through my employer. Even within this scenario, I find myself having to call and argue for coverage, which should rightfully be mine. As an example, I needed a foot, which attaches to the bottom of my prosthetic, which allowed for dorsiflexion to correctly compete in squat and deadlift exercises for powerlifting. I attempted to work with my prosthetist to construct a suitable foot. We worked with extra parts and discarded pieces to build one. This was as close as I could get at that time. I found a company which produced a foot for exactly my needs. The issue with this foot was it's not covered by any insurance at all. It is classified as an extreme foot and according to insurance is not necessary to walk. I purchased the foot out of pocket and have enjoyed the benefit of properly training within my sport, free of worries from injury caused by improper prosthetics. I know a great many amputees, some are active. We will cut to the end. I will continue to advocate for the amputee community. I will stress activity and I will come before this body as often as allowed to state my position upon this matter. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And next we have Thomas Peter.
Thank you very much. Name is actually Peter Thomas, but with three first names, that actually happens quite a bit. I'm a bilateral amputee since the age of 10. I was in a car accident when I was a child. That's 50 years, 14 sets of artificial limbs. I live in Chevy Chase and I've lived there since 1997. Strongly support this legislation. At the base core of this bill, what this really is clarifying medical necessity for people who require prosthetic limbs and orthotic braces. That's really all it is. The benefit is already enshrined in the Affordable Care Act as part of the essential health benefits package. So what we're really talking about is just clarifying that the types of activity-specific prostheses and custom orthoses that are necessary for individuals to live their lives, not just walk from point A to point B, not just move an object with an artificial arm, but to work, to participate in activities in the community, to remain healthy and functional, and to not sit around the house watching television, collecting dust and gathering what is typical of this population, chronic conditions that the healthcare system pays for if you don't cover the kinds of prostheses and orthoses that can allow someone to live a functional and active and healthy lifestyle. 2 points on the fiscal note. Number one, it's wildly overstated. Let me just, I'm sure they did this in good faith, but let me just say, I'm not getting an activity-specific prosthesis if this bill passes and is enacted. I've got a prosthetic limbs that work perfectly well for what I do. I work out at the gym, but I'm not a power lifter. I play golf, but I don't run. There's plenty of folks that will not be getting activity-specific prostheses and orthoses in this state, even though it would be available to them. So I think it's really overstated. That's number one. Number two, they would not need a new prosthesis or orthoses to perform activity-specific activities every year. And then finally, let me just say, I greatly appreciate, Madam Chairwoman, your leadership in leading this bill, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, got that right. Okay, John Edward Heath.
Good afternoon. As you guys saw in the news report, my name is John Edward Heath. I'm a retired Marine Corps Staff Sergeant. I'm also a T64 sprinter for Team USA, 100 and 200 meter. I'm third in the world for adaptive CrossFit lower extremity division. And I'm also training for snowboarding come 2026 Paralympics. Aside from that, I am an Annapolitan. For those that don't know, I'm from Annapolis. A delegate asked me what that meant. Was shocked because we're in Annapolis. So I am an Annapolitan by trade. I am from Maryland. I grew up in Maryland. I grew up in the foster care system in DC and Rockville. Okay. So I enlisted at 17. If you would have asked me when I enlisted in the Marine Corps if I was going to become an amputee, I would have laughed because that's not the future that we think about when I signed the dotted lines at 17. I underwent 13 lower extremity salvation surgeries and finally opted to my amputation in 2021. I had to make the decision of going to Tokyo trials as an Olympic weightlifter versus having having an amputation. That was one of the hardest decisions I've had to make, but fortunately I made the best decision for my future. What I've come to realize is that one of the few things we've gotten right in the VA is that the VA does cover for us that served prosthetics. I thought it was common for all of us to have 6-7 prosthetics to function. Unfortunately, that is not common for the average person, civilian or citizen of our state, let alone our country. As a face of adaptive sports, as a coach, as a leader, I have interacted with a lot of children and a lot of new amputees that do not have these opportunities to regain their life. 3 things happened to me when I got amputated. I walked away from the Olympics, my partner committed suicide, and I was in a hospital by myself during an amputation. If it was not for my prosthetics in sports, I would not have purpose in life. So the thing that I leave everybody in here with, understand that disability does not choose you. God forbid you get in a vehicle crash and you become an amputee and we don't have these resources in the state of Maryland. So for that, I'm in favor and I will continue to fight for the disabled community. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And Nathan Sim.
I am an amputee. I was born with fibular hemimelia, and I play travel ball baseball in Ocean City, Maryland. And I have an everyday leg that I use, but it's not that good for running, which slows me down. And yesterday I had a running test at school, and I doubled my score that I got with a running leg, like a cheetah leg that I got with a basic leg, which and like I wasn't that like non-energetic, and it like helped me like run and spring off, and it made me faster and more like athletic. So using the non like athletic legs, they're not that like, I don't know, they don't have the benefits that athletic legs do, and they make you like be able to do more stuff that you want to do, like play baseball or soccer or football or any other sport.
Are you finished?
Yeah.
You did great. I want to know. I want to know, how did did you race someone yesterday when you were running?
It was just running back and forth. I think it was 20 meters back and forth. You started with like 10 seconds, and then every five, like, I don't know, like every time you run 5 times, it goes down by a couple seconds. And I got like something bad, like 10, like something, like, for example, like I got 10, if I would have gotten 10 on the first one, then yesterday I got 20.
Okay, it's great. So that's great. But you did a wonderful job, and I think everyone did a wonderful job. So thank you very much. And no questions, Madam Chair? Do we have any questions? Okay, Senator Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And this question, I guess, could probably go to Dr. Brown. As some of you on the panel have alluded to, there is a significant fiscal note that we're seeing here. But I think, you know, particularly as a physician, as a preventive medicine physician, we recognize that there's a lot that you can do to prevent people through secondary and tertiary prevention from getting exacerbations and other conditions that might result from the conditions they have with their orthosis. And so I think what's oftentimes missing in a fiscal note like this is the ability to make sure that patients can have and live as normal of a life as possible. And that means being able to exercise, being able to engage in their normal daily activities, being able to, you know, participate in other activities outdoors that otherwise they wouldn't be able to if they didn't have that. And so, you know, from your perspective, from a medical perspective, is there value that's probably oftentimes unaccounted for in these fiscal notes that will generate cost savings later on, particularly when it comes to our state's Medicaid program and others?
Yes, thank you for that question. Probably the hardest point to make about that, and the one that is really quite alarming, are the statistics about having a second amputation after a first amputation. Within 3 years, 50% of amputees will go on to have a second amputation, either of what we call their sound limb, which was their not originally amputated limb, or a revision of their initial amputated limb. And one of the most important components of trying to prevent that is maintaining optimal health. And so the ability to enable folks with limb loss to be able to exercise and be functional to their maximum potential has both not just physical benefits towards preventing that, but psychological benefits as well. We cannot discount that. I think everyone is probably aware of the importance of mind-body relationship. It's particularly important in this case. And I have to say, in my experience, having treated a number of different patient populations over the years, I have found the population of people with limb loss to be one of the most resilient overall as a group. And so I think they deserve to be able to take best advantage of what can make them most functional and have the healthiest possible lifestyle and prevent these types of complications. So from a fiscal standpoint, that's probably one of the biggest short and perhaps intermediate term complications that are probably difficult to account for from a specific financial standpoint. Over the longer term, of course, it's prevention of other chronic diseases, diabetes, high blood pressure, obesity, et cetera.
Right. So I guess in summary, it means that you would prevent them from getting worse conditions later on, potentially other amputations, additional care that they may need when it comes to mental and behavioral health, a lot of additional value added from them being able to get their prosthesis now that's probably not accounted for in this type of fiscal note as well. So while there's an upfront cost, it probably pays dividends later on. Absolutely.
And I want to echo a comment that was made by one of the other folks on the panel, is that not everyone is going to be appropriate to get a particular type of advanced prosthesis. So really for properly selected patients who could benefit from the capability that the prosthesis can afford.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, my chair.
Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you all very, very much, and we'll go to the next panel. Okay, so we have Patrick Enright, Kyle Stepp, Shannon Sim, Marlis Gonzalez Fernandez, Cheryl Sachs. We have 7 of them. And Nina Bondier. And we'll start with Patrick.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Patrick Enright from Gambrills. Happy Valentine's Day, which reminds me that today is the first day that the Major League Baseball players, pitchers and catchers report for spring training. So I'm going to share a short story with you about baseball, a boy, and prosthetic. And it's a story about my grandson, Nathan, who you just heard from. He was just here at the panel. Last summer, I watched him play in a Little League game up in Linthicum, a playoff game. He got the first base. Next hitter hit the ball far out. He's heading for home. He gets to third base. He sees the coach going like this for a slide. He runs up, executes a perfect textbook smooth slide right across home plate, under the throw, beats the tag, and scores the run with his prosthetic. Senators, Bill 614 is going to, I believe, permit parents of young children, adolescents, and young adults to relieve themselves from the uncertainty of, will my child, son or daughter, get a artificial leg, get a replacement, to be able to acquire, maintain, repair, and replace their artificial legs. I think that the uncertainty of out-of-pocket expenses, the uncertainty of not getting a replacement leg needs this bill to pass so that they can become productive Marylanders. They can play their life's games. They can cross their personal home plates. They can score their personal runs on their own 2 feet. Please pass this out favorably to the floor and send it to the governor. Thank you very much.
All right, Kyle Stepp.
Thank you.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Kyle Stepp, and I have the honor and privilege of standing here as a survivor of osteosarcoma and as well as an above knee amputee. No one ever expects to become a member of the limb loss community. No one ever expects to become disabled. And when you do end up having that unfortunate circumstance, all you hope for is a return back to your daily activities and life that you had before your disability. When I was diagnosed with osteosarcoma, they placed metal rods in my left leg to preserve my limb. And for years, I lived with chronic pain and fears and doubts of one day that I would eventually become an amputee. I feared becoming an amputee because all I saw were individuals living with limb loss, not living active lifestyles, and not being able to do all the things that I love to do. I didn't realize that's not because there's less of us or there's a lack of interest to be physically active. It's because there's a lack of access to the human right of physical activity. When I became an amputee 3 years ago, I was thrown into the world of how hard it was to fight to get access to the basic human right of physical activity. I had the honor and privilege of leading the coalition in New Mexico to pass the law. We passed it unanimously bipartisan. We've passed this in 4 other states, Colorado, Illinois, Arkansas, and Maine, because we know that physical activity is a right, and we're expanding coverage that should already be approved. Example is you have 2 kids that are high school track stars. One has osteosarcoma, has to have an amputation. They can't return back to track because they need a secondary device for physical activity that's not covered by insurance. That same teammate has a friend of theirs that has an ACL tear. That ACL tear, the surgery, the medical recovery is fully covered by their insurance to return back to sport. This is equity. And together here in Maryland, that we can ensure that every single person has access to the human right of physical activity. Thank you.
Very much. Shannon Sim.
Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Sim, and I am the proud mother of the young man that you just heard on the other panel. Nathan, again, was born with fibular hemimelia, completely missing his fibular bone, and he only had a short and bowed tibia with 2 toes, which were amputated 2 days after he turned 1. When Nathan was born, I promised him, I said, you will do anything you want, anything you put your mind to. I'm never going to tell you no. You want to run, you're going to run. You want to play baseball, you can play baseball. You want to play football, you can play football, except mommy might have a heart attack with that one. But I vowed to him, I will never tell you no. Nathan is now 11 years old. He's had prosthetic legs for 10 years. He's rough, he's tumble. His everyday legs, they break. We fight insurance just to even get those repairs on his everyday leg. A year and a half ago, we were blessed that Nathan was granted his blade leg from the Challenged Athletes Foundation, something that we could never do because insurance wouldn't cover it. Since receiving that leg, Nathan not only plays Little League Baseball, but he is on a travel baseball team where he is a pitcher, he is a first baseman, he scores runs, and he keeps up with the other kids to where he is in the right leg for these activities. But once he outgrows this leg that he has now, I'm not sure what we're going to do because our insurance won't cover the proper active leg that my child needs to continue to be like all of his friends and do everything that he wants to do. I will not tell him no. I will not tell him you can't play baseball because you're in the wrong leg. That is why I believe this bill needs to be passed. So amputees like my son can do whatever they want to do properly and safely. Thank you.
Marlis Gonzalez Fernandez.
It's me. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and Madam Chair. I'm Dr. Marlis Gonzalez Fernandez. I'm a physiatrist, like you heard from Dr. Scott Brown, a physical medicine and rehab physician. I've dedicated the majority of my 20+ year career to treat patients who need prostheses and orthoses to perform activities that they love and enjoy. Maryland has been my home since the year 2000. Again, as a physician deeply involved in the care of individuals with these needs, I have witnessed firsthand the profound impact that access to these essential devices can have in their quality of life. Patients like Larry, who fought a non-healing wound in his foot for 10 years and had to make the tough choice to proceed with an amputation, who a year after amputation was running and back to the activities he loved, back to work and back to being a productive member of society, when before he was limited to be in his home, plagued with pain. Fortunately, Larry had access to this device through other means, but insurance otherwise doesn't cover. And these stories in my line of work are far and few because patients lack access to those devices that would allow them to return to those activities. I would argue that the prosthetic coverage is not just a matter of improving individual health outcomes. It is also a sound financial investment. By enabling individuals to maintain or regain their independence and productivity, the access to these devices reduces long-term care health costs, the cost that is associated with complications, hospitalizations, and disability-related services. Many people in need of these devices would be able to return to work or develop new occupational interests that are not possible in the absence of such devices. Thus, I urge you to support this bill and help make orthotic and prosthetic care more accessible to those who need it most. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Sachs.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Cheryl Sachs, and I am here to testify in support of Bill 614. My day job is I'm a certified prosthetics and orthotics practitioner with Dankmeyer in Linthicum. And I thank you again for the opportunity to be here today. But as I'm speaking to you, I'm speaking not only for myself, but also on behalf of my patients. So Philip Craven, the former president of the International Paralympic Committee, said that we want to change the way that people see other individuals with disabilities. And today you have the ability to do that too. I want you to think about everything that these individuals have had to overcome. You've heard it from their mouths themselves. And when I'm testifying right now, I see not only the faces of my patients as they walk for the first time, but also those who jog down the path outside their office, or as they hold a downward dog yoga pose for the first time in years. And it isn't because the prosthesis or orthosis that I provided them was fancier or more expensive than their everyday device. In fact, most of these devices are actually less expensive than what their everyday prostheses or orthoses will cost them. But it's because they're able to do these activities because it was what was most clinically appropriate for them. In cases, I actually mentioned that already. So for example, as you heard through Peter Thomas, one patient that stands out to me, she was 97 years old when I met her, and she needed 2 prosthetic legs. Being able to walk for her was all she needed to do. She ended up living to 103 years old because she was able to be physically active with her everyday prostheses and didn't have to spend every day in a wheelchair. Those legs gave her life back. But that's not going to be enough for a lot of my patients. When you think about the whole body health, I want you to remember that this bill is about more than just the device. It is about what the device has the power to do to give someone the ability to live their life like their able-bodied peers. And we're not talking about 6 or 7 prostheses or orthoses. We're talking about a single device per limb. If, for example, let's say you were tasked with painting a wall in your house, would it make more sense to paint with a roller or with a child's paintbrush? I would argue that one is significantly a more appropriate tool. So when you consider your stance on this bill, please remember their faces and remember the rest of the disability community and those in Maryland to come. Thank you.
And Nina, Roe Deer.
Bondre, that's
Oh,
perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Nina Bondre, and like Cheryl, I'm also a CPO. I have the privilege of working with our patients as well. I'd like to do an exercise with you to bring this to life. It's really hard as an able-bodied person to understand what life is like with a prosthesis or an orthosis. So take a second and just look down at the shoes that you're wearing today. You've worn one pair of shoes today. Imagine that that's the only pair of shoes that you get to wear for everything that you do in your life for the next several years. You can't afford another pair of shoes. That makes that pair of shoes really, really important. What pair of shoes can I possibly use to do all the activities that I want to do every day? Or if I'm going to a professional conference, I have to go to a wedding, I'm going to my child's baseball event. What is the one pair of shoes that I could use to do all my activities? That's not possible. That is a situation that we as CPOs and other healthcare providers are put in on a daily basis. How do we use one device to do all the wonderful, amazing things that we all want to engage in? So you say, okay, Nina, I can do that. Maybe I can do most of the activities with one pair of shoes. Okay, so let's say I pick some black tennis shoes. That should work for most things. Okay. Or maybe I say I'll pick some black professional shoes that will, at least I'll look fancy in all the occasions I go to. Great. But then you actually, you can actually exercise in that. You say, I want to run, I want to weight lift. Okay, maybe I can adjust these shoes so that my skin doesn't get bothered. So if I get a wound, I can't actually do the other activities. I don't think that's going to be possible. The more you adjust that one pair of shoes, the less you can do the other activities that you want to participate in. This is what our patients have to make these tough choices about. And so you as an individual might say, I guess I'm not going to exercise anymore. These other things take priority in my life. I need to maintain my job. I need to be able to walk from point A to point B. Over time, you develop other comorbidities such as high blood pressure, you gain weight, you have a higher risk of heart disease, higher risk of other things happening to you. This is the situation our patients are put in every day. Please vote in favor of this bill so we can give our patients all the things they need to do all the things they'd like to be successful in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No question. The chair has a question.
Thank you. I want to particularly thank Cheryl Sachs for all the work that she's done with me preparing this bill, but to see her work in which she does at Dankmeyer is pretty amazing. But I do have a question. Someone asked, do we have an adequate number of technicians like you that can produce limbs if we pass this bill?
So the answer is yes. We're very fortunate that there are quite a few orthog and prosthetic companies in the state. Many of them who are represented in some of the written testimony that you all received. The field of orthotics and prosthetics is growing. We are small, but there are, I believe, 14 schools now that are pumping out lots of graduates who we're training to be able to do what Nina and myself do. And again, when we're making these devices, sometimes we're making them and we're also working with technicians, whether that's on site or central fabrication located in Maryland or elsewhere. So the answer is yes, this is something from a business and workload standpoint that we can absolutely ensure. And we know that we can do it without putting the patients at risk. What we're going to be providing them is going to be safe. So I thank you for your question.
Any other questions from the committee? It was very well done, and we have one more person to be at the table. And then we will go to the virtual. And that is Sarah Peters. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sarah Peters here on behalf of the Maryland Podiatric Medical Association, representing the interests of podiatrists and the practice of podiatry. We want to thank the sponsor for introducing this very important legislation. We also want to thank her for entertaining some, what we hope to be friendly amendments. I'm not going to go one by one. You have them in front of you in our written testimony. But I just want to emphasize among all the great panelists today that our members understand the importance of orthotics and orthoses and what it means to the overall health of an individual and what it means to their well-being. And for that, we are very supportive of this legislation. But we also know that a number of patients are denied these orthoses because it doesn't meet the definition of a medical necessity. And so for that, they could be out of pocket between $500 to $700 for something like orthotics. And so we want to stress that this bill is important and a necessity because oftentimes a lot of those folks don't opt in to spending that $500 to $700. So for these reasons, we support Senate Bill 614.
Are there any questions? Okay, thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
And we have Shanice Maloof on.
Hello.
Virtual. Okay. Take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Shanice Maloof. I've practiced as a board certified provider in the field. I've since transitioned to hold various executive positions in the state of Colorado, including a position in the state public health division outside of my work from this legislation. My role in this current legislation is as an independent contractor to research and publish peer-reviewed social and fiscal analyses, a body of work that includes Senate Bill 614's impact in Maryland if enacted. The analyses I've published previously have successfully supported relevant legislation to pass in Colorado and Illinois in 2023. Transparently, I'm not an actuarial. However, our report in 2023 was recently referenced by a corporate actuarial firm for Minnesota's purpose of analyzing their legislation to provide orthotic and prosthetic coverage. This analysis is based on targeting specific L codes. In the field, those are the codes that are paired with the devices to essentially charge insurance for reimbursement. After reading briefly through Senate Bill 614's fiscal and policy note, I have concerns all DME codes were considered as stated on page 7 in this analysis when L codes actually only make up 21% of the total codes per the 2023 DME CMS fee schedule. Meaning if that analysis did not break down on an L code specific basis, it could include an inflated cost of up to potentially 79% inaccuracy. And for that purpose, I ask for clarification on the data included in their policy review. Our current report that I recently wrote overviews the fiscal and social impact of 12 states legislation, including Maryland, and has an estimated increase of 1 cent per to up to 25 cents per month per member. Again, that's a quarter per month per member at the most potential cost. And that includes over 94,000 potential devices provided to this population needed to achieve optimal quality of life and subsequent preventative healthcare savings per year. If each patient receiving one of these devices reaps up to $115,000 on their lifetime in cost savings per recent clinical outcome study, Maryland could potentially net benefit over $140 million on an annual basis. This is an estimate done in my report that's currently selected for peer review and publication for 2 medical journals.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. And we have Richard Block.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am the Executive Director and General Counsel for the Maryland Podiatric Medical Association. You've heard from Ms. Peters. We are in support of this very important bill, and we've submitted by documentation some amendments that we think are very critical to clarify and provide more coverage as noted. I won't take the committee's time by repeating what's in our correspondence. We would ask that you look at it carefully. And if you have any questions, please let us know. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Okay, thank you very much. Oh. Okay, the next bill is Senate Bill 541, Maryland Online Data Privacy Act of 2024. And Senator Guile. Okay, and Anthony Brown, is that our, okay, Attorney General? I'm like, wait a minute. Holly Groshans, RJ Cross. No, he's virtual. Okay, the rest are virtual. Okay, and they will be part of the panel as well. So just call them. Okay, Senator, and take as much time as you would like.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Colleagues, currently Maryland lacks a comprehensive online privacy law, presenting a significant issue. Companies operate unchecked, gathering and monetizing personal and sensitive information from our lives without our awareness or consent. When we download seemingly free applications, they come at the cost of our personal data, surreptitiously collected by these apps. We unwittingly become both consumers and commodities. Shockingly, over 70% of mobile apps share user data with third parties, and research reveals that 15% of these apps are linked to 5 or more tracking mechanisms. This data encompasses a wide range of personal information, from mental health and reproductive data to location data, all gathered, aggregated, and traded without our explicit consent or knowledge. For example, imagine a scenario where someone downloads a fitness tracking app to monitor their daily exercise routine. Unbeknownst to them, the app not only records their workout sessions, but also collects data on their sleep patterns, heart rate, and even location throughout the day. This information, seemingly innocuous on its own, becomes part of a vast network of data points that are bought and sold by third-party companies. Eventually, this individual's personal habits and whereabouts are commodified without their consent, raising serious concerns about privacy infringement and potential misuse of sensitive data. Consider another recent example wherein it was revealed that Pray.com, a popular religious site, had been sharing comprehensive user data with third-party entities. Users were shocked to learn that their personal information, including intimate details such as mental health struggles, had been shared without their explicit consent. For instance, they found themselves targeted with ads on platforms like Facebook, promoting services like Better Marriage, Abundant Finance, and Releasing Anger. This breach of trust raised profound ethical concerns regarding the handling of sensitive user data by technology firms and underscored the critical need for robust privacy regulations and increased transparency from app developers concerning data collection and sharing practices. In Europe, comprehensive data privacy laws exemplified by the General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR, afford extensive safeguards for individuals' personal data, prioritizing transparency and user consent. Conversely, the United States federal government has not yet implemented legislation comparable to the GDPR. In response to this federal inaction, numerous states across the nation have taken proactive measures to protect consumer privacy. Presently, 14 states have enacted data privacy laws, while several others have similar legislation pending. These laws encompass a range of provisions, including mandatory disclosure of data breaches and granting individuals greater control over the usage of their personal data. This collective endeavor by individual states underscores a dedication to bolstering consumer privacy and fostering trust in digital interactions. SB 541 establishes a number of consumer protections, including data minimization. This means that you're just making sure that companies are only collecting and processing the data needed for the transaction at hand. Data protection, and which means ensuring companies keeping the data they do collect safe. Consumer control over personal data. This means giving consumers the right to know what is collected, who it is shared with, along with the right to correct the data, delete the data, and opt out of targeted ads, sale of data, and profiling. There are also extra layers of protection for sensitive data. Sensitive data includes biometrics, like your retinal scan, fingerprints, geolocation, reproductive, mental health, and gender-affirming care, racial or ethnic origin, religious beliefs, sexual orientation, citizenship or immigration status, and personal data that a controller knows or has reason to know is of a child. Now, the past bill that we had in this committee included the enforcement was a private right of action. For this particular bill that we have before you now, the enforcement is in the Office of the Attorney General, Consumer Protection Division. I'm very grateful to have worked with the Office of the Attorney General and appreciate Mr. Attorney General being here today, as well as his staff in the Consumer Protection Division, and grateful for their support. Because this bill is lengthy, I have submitted with my testimony an overview of the bill for the committee's convenience. I would also note that you are going to hear from a lot of different stakeholders requesting various amendments. And I want to assure this committee that during the interim and over the last several weeks, we've worked with various stakeholders. There were 97 requested amendments that we received from them, and that was just to date. We have taken a total of 32. So we have worked very hard with them. I also want to reassure this committee that we are continuing the discussion with them, and there are certain requests that they have made that I agree are reasonable, and we will continue to work with them to ensure that we have a good balance between protecting consumers, but not watering down this bill such that it doesn't do what we want it to do, and that's protecting consumers, but also giving a framework for businesses can operate. And with that, thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair, Committee, and I respectfully request a favorable report on SB 541. Thank you.
Mr. Attorney General Anthony Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. For the record, I'm Attorney General Brown, and I support Senate Bill 541, the Maryland Online Data Privacy Act of 2024, with amendments. I want to thank sponsor Senator Giles for her leadership and for allowing the Consumer Protection Division to participate in that very lengthy process of ensuring we've got the strongest bill to protect Marylanders. The amendments that I'm speaking to would replace the dormant, toothless electronic transaction education, advocacy, and mediation unit in the Office of the Attorney General with the online privacy protection unit that enforces the provisions of Senate Bill 541. Madam Chair, in 2001, as a freshman delegate, I pre-filed House Bill 14, a bill entitled Information Technology and Consumer Privacy Protection Act of 2001. Senate Bill 541, the bill that is now before the committee, is in many ways the 2024 version of that bill that I sponsored and Governor Glendening signed into law in 2001. But times have changed since 2001. The world, the internet, the online marketplace and community are vastly different than they were 23 years ago. What we tried to do in 2001 was to draft a bill that would protect the privacy of individuals' personal information and protect the public from individual conduct or practices that were unlawful. And that's what the bill before you today seeks to do. In 2001, the General Assembly created a unit within the Office of the Attorney General to enforce the provisions of my 2001 bill. The House watered down the bill from what was originally filed, and I hope you don't do that this year with this bill. And to this day, the Office of the Attorney General has never established the unit to protect Marylanders against online privacy invasions. When I took office last year, I asked a simple question. Why wasn't the unit ever established? The answer I got was we never got the resources and we never got the clear authority to enforce the consumer protections originally intended in the 2001 bill. And with your indulgence, Madam Chair, if I could complete my
Yes,
statement.
I would appreciate if you do that.
Thank you.
Great.
In this year's bill, Senate Bill 541 requires the Office of the Attorney General to enforce a statute that regulates a much more complex world in which personal information is obtained and consumer transactions occur. Senate Bill 541 requires the Office of the Attorney General to conduct investigations and evaluate data protection assessments conducted by entities that gather and process incomprehensible volumes of data at the velocity of a fire hose with a potentially overwhelming variety of data formats, and asks or requires our office to make determinations about compliance with this new law. Today, the Office of the Attorney General is unable to do that work, but we can do it with the appropriate resources and authorities. It is important to note, as the sponsor indicated, that the bill does not include a private right of action, and I do not appear before you today to urge you to create such a right of action, notwithstanding that such a right would truly ensure that we are protecting more consumers under this bill. As drafted, Senate Bill 541 only authorizes my office to protect all of Maryland. I cannot do that without the resources and without the online privacy protection unit as established in the proposed amendments, which you either have at your desk or in your office, and we sent it to you electronically as well. So I ask for a favorable report, Madam Chair, on Senate Bill 541, but only as amended and contingent upon the necessary appropriations so that Senate Bill 541 doesn't suffer the same fate as House Bill 14 did 22 years ago. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, next is Holly Grosshans.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and the committee. My name is Holly Grosshans, and I am the Senior Counsel for Tech Policy at Common Sense Media, which promotes education and tech policy for kids and families. I am also the mother of 2 kids in elementary school. As a mother, I care deeply about the privacy and well-being of my own kids and the millions of kids like them who depend on this committee and this legislature to establish desperately needed protections for their online safety, privacy, and overall well-being. Common Sense Media strongly supports the Maryland Online Data Privacy Act of 2024. And also for the record, Common Sense supports the Maryland Kids Code, SB 571, which we are also going to hear testimony about today. For far too long, online rules that purport to protect young people have not actually protected them. Teens and children are particularly vulnerable to practices used by social media companies to exploit their personal data. This privacy bill provides basic and desperately needed privacy protections that are afforded to people that live in other states, but not to Marylanders. We are especially pleased that this bill fills gaps in outdated federal law by protecting children and teens. Specifically, this bill provides strong protections against the sale of user data and targeted advertising for all Marylanders. It also includes heightened protections for young people that will prevent companies from pretending they don't know that they have kids on their sites. And finally, it includes a new protection for teenagers' privacy. This is privacy that is currently unprotected under federal law. Maryland residents deserve privacy protections as much as the residents of any other state. We unambiguously support this bill and urge the committee to move it forward to a favorable report. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and happy Valentine's Day.
Okay, we have Katrina Fitzgerald. Did I say that right?
It's Katrina with a lot of extra vowels. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 541. I'm Katrina Fitzgerald, Deputy Director at the Electronic Privacy Information Center, or EPIC. EPIC is an independent nonprofit founded 30 years ago to secure the fundamental right to privacy in the digital age. Earlier this month, EPIC and US PIRG released a report on the state of state privacy laws, and it's not good. Of the 14 states that have passed consumer privacy legislation, nearly half received failing grades and none received an A. Connecticut, the model that industry groups are pushing in Maryland and other states, received a D. Unfortunately, Connecticut's law allows businesses to continue collecting and using whatever personal data they want, as long as they bury what they're doing in a long privacy policy that no one ever reads. This is fake privacy protection, something that allows big tech to claim they support privacy laws, but in reality just greenlights business as usual. Epic commends the sponsors of Senate Bill 541 for instead setting limits on the amount of personal data companies can collect and how they can use it. As Senator Dial noted, this principle is called data minimization. And what it means is that it would generally only permit businesses to collect the personal data that's reasonably necessary to provide the service the consumer is asking for. And that standard's even higher for sensitive data. In that case, it must be strictly necessary. This better aligns data practices with what users expect. So if I give a weather app access to my location, they can use that data to give me the weather and other necessary purposes that make sense in the context, but they can't store my location data forever or go and sell it to a dozen data brokers. Importantly, this bill also extends civil rights protections to online spaces by prohibiting entities from processing data in discriminatory ways. Now, this bill is not everything privacy advocates would want to see. It scored a B- on our scorecard, but it's a huge step in the right direction. It builds off existing state laws in order to provide consistency for businesses while going a step further to meaningfully protect Marylanders' privacy. We're happy to be a resource for the committee, and we respectfully request a favorable report. Thank you.
And RJ Cross.
Hi there. Thanks, Madam Chair, and the rest of the committee here. RJ Cross, the director of the Don't Sell My Data campaign for Maryland PIRG. Maryland PIRG is a state-based, grassroots funded advocacy group that stands up for consumers, and we are favorable of this bill. I co-authored that report there with Katrina, so she covered a lot of the big highlights, but nearly half of states in our scorecard received an F for how well they actually protect consumers. And the takeaway is that many of the bills that you've seen pass are so industry friendly that they do pretty little for the people that they are designed to protect. And you'll probably hear later on, or maybe you have already heard from various trade associations representing tech companies in Maryland, that Maryland should align with these laws. And that would be a real loss for consumers if the bill that we have now was watered down enough to match those other state laws that currently exist. Senator Giles' bill has some key differences that are straightforward and really necessary to protect consumers, namely that data minimization provision that says a company should only collect the data that is needed to deliver the service that you're expecting to get, full stop. That is something that is straightforward, and it's something that makes sense to people when you talk about it. I'll give you an example that the current state laws may not necessarily stop, and that is Tim Hortons a couple years ago, the fast food restaurant, was found to be using its loyalty app and mobile ordering app to harvest the location data of people 24/7, even when the app was closed. That's something that doesn't make sense, and it can put people at risk. Companies are harvesting this data and selling it to other companies to make money. Every piece of information that is gathered about a consumer, and the more companies that hold it, the more likely it is that information is going to get exposed in a breach or hack and end up in the wrong hands, like with identity thieves or scammers or fraudsters of all kinds. Now, as Katrina mentioned, SB 541 gets a B- on our scorecard. It's not perfect, but we support where it's ended up because it gives Maryland residents real protections, and we're willing to compromise where it makes sense. As drafted, 541 is a bill that makes sense, and Maryland PIRG respectfully requests a favorable report.
Thank you. And now we have Greg Lehman, and we'll take questions at the end. So if you just stay online.
Well, thank you, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Greg Von Lehman, staff to the Maryland Cybersecurity Council, which is a statutory body that's chaired by the Attorney General. I'm here to support SB 541 as consistent with council recommendations. So I urge a favorable result for three reasons, and maybe this is a good high-level summary of other testimony that you've heard. First, the bill provides much-needed risk management tools for consumers. To stay close to home, a report published by the Maryland Attorney General's office last year indicates that in fiscal 2022 alone, there were almost 1 million separately reported Maryland residents affected by more than 1,300 data breaches. The consumer rights in this bill to data minimization, to know, to delete, to opt out of the sale of personal data are tools that can enable consumers to shrink this exposure. We're talking about the prospect of fewer incidences of ID theft, fewer financial account takeovers, reduced extortion, and on and on. Second, this bill does benefit from national experience. As noted, there are now 14 states that have consumer privacy rights legislation of one sort or another. I'll note that this is a bipartisan effort. California, of course, was the first, but in the mix is Texas, Tennessee, Virginia, Delaware, and a number of other red and blue states. There's some variation among these statutes. They don't have everything that's desirable, but there is some goodness in these bills. Senate 541 is informed by this experience, and it's a good bill for Maryland. And finally, the question is, if not now, when? For those of us who follow these issues, my count is that this is the 5th session of the General Assembly that a comprehensive consumer privacy bill has been proposed. Given the risks, Maryland residents deserve to be allowed a greater role in reducing their exposure to breaches and the consequences of breaches. Senate Bill 541 would do this. The time is now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Committee, do we have any questions for the panel or for the virtual? Senator
Yeah,
Mouse?
they're going to be on the next list. If they can just be up here for questions. That's great.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick question for the bill sponsor. You're talking about an overview, kind of explaining the bill.
Mhm.
This is a lot to digest. Sir, is that in our committee testimony?
Yes, Senator, they're included within the written testimony that I provided was a really comprehensive breakdown of everything that the bill does. But in short, it gives a certain consumer rights to Marylanders, including the right to know whether controllers, whether there's these apps, websites that are processing their data, the right to correct, meaning the right to change any inaccuracies that are contained in their data, the right to delete, meaning to delete their data, also the right to opt out of the sale of their data. So there's a lot more that's included in this bill, including the data minimization component that was spoken to from some of the panelists here today. But basically that means that they can only use that data for which they said that they're going to use it for. But there's more details in the breakdown and the summary that was provided with my written testimony.
And you mentioned that you've accepted over 30 amendments. Is that incorporated in the bill that was introduced, or are those amendments that you've discussed after introduction and intend to support them as friendly amendments?
Correct. We in the bill that was filed, that's before the committee now, those include those. I mean, I do think, I would caveat that I do think that when we were reviewing it, there were a couple ones that we wanted to take that were missed. I'm not going to blame it on DLS, but there were a couple that should have been included that weren't. But we took a lot. There was 97 amendments that were requested, and that was even before the bill was filed. And we took 32, or at least at the very least intended to take 32, but there are a lot of amendments that were taken.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Hershey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a follow-up, so I'll make
Sure.
sure I understand.
Yep.
You said 97 amendments were offered. You
Right.
took a handful of those, obviously some you didn't.
Uh-huh.
Have there been additional amendments that are being proffered and talked about by individual or groups?
So, Senator, we received a red line essentially of the bill. So if I said like certain amendments that we received, I mean, there was what we received from certain of the groups was, I don't know if I'd be able to necessarily quantify that based on what just the red lines we received. There were certain substantive type amendments, and then there were certain other things that were more, I don't know, definitional language that were requested amendments, other types of things like exemptions for certain types of data, exemptions for certain types of entities. But in short, we have been working very closely with the various stakeholders to make sure that what we have is not only consistent language with other states so that we can ensure compliance, but also to take into account some of their very reasonable requests.
Okay, I'm just trying to get an idea of how
Yeah.
much work is still before the committee.
Right,
And so obviously you've taken a good amount of those amendments, but
right.
the feeling is that we're still going to hear testimony that has
Mhm.
a number of amendments that still want to be included in the legislation that you are potentially willing to still take a look at and accept.
Right. There are a number of additional amendments that we've been speaking with them about that we'd be willing to consider. For example, there was one that was raised about the issue of the right to cure. And we've been speaking with some groups about that and about our willingness to consider that and to discuss that, assuming that there's a sunset on that. There are a lot of other things that frankly, I think that some of those in the tech industry, we're just not going to agree with. That I think that with all due respect to those in the industry, that I think that you know, I'm not going to necessarily speak for them, but I think we have concerns that it'll essentially water it down to being a completely ineffective bill. And so we're trying to balance that and recognize that balance between with their need for consistent compliance across states in the absence of a federal legislation on this bill. But at the same time, we want to make sure that this is something, a solid bill that truly protects Maryland consumers. So to answer in a roundabout your question, yes, there is a little bit of more work left to do on this, but I think that you will also hear from many folks in the industry and others that where we are is pretty darn close. And I think there's a little bit more work left to do, but I think what we have right now is pretty solid thus far, and we'll continue to have those discussions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions? Okay, thank you all. Thank you all for participating. And Steve, were there just for information?
Right. But Madam Vice Chair, he's actually on the next panel. So if you just have them wait.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Then going to let the chair take over now.
So the next panel, thank you all, is Peter Holland. And then favorable with amendments, Jamie Gregory, Robert Enton, Steve Sakamoto Wengel, Luke Pinton, and Roxy Kazi. Roxy, whatever your last name is. That's a hard one.
Did you call Hannah Abrams, Madam Chair?
Do we have room for Hannah?
I filed the testimony. I don't think Steve did.
Yeah, I'm just here for questions.
Okay, so Hannah, you're
Thank
fine. I think. Luke, I'll get you on the next panel. Thank you. Okay, who would like to start? Peter Holland?
Thank you and good afternoon, Senators. I speak to you as a practicing attorney who focuses on consumer protection issues. And I'm also the former director of the University of Maryland Consumer Protection Clinic. I want to focus specifically on the disclosure thing here, which is so important. My firm represents victims of identity theft and fraud who are being pursued to pay fraudulent debts that they don't owe because they never opened the account or because their account was taken over in a hack. We have clients, recent inventory, forgery, mortgages, fraudulent student loans, fraudulent medical debt, fraudulent apartment rental debt, and numerous fraudulent credit card accounts. Currently, the entities that are pursuing our clients don't have to turn over anything. And we kind of get clients as a last stop. They say, we've tried, we've written letters, we've called, and they just won't turn over any information that would prove my innocence. The only way we get it currently is generally through the litigation process discovery, which is expensive, lengthy, and causes delays. Under this bill, these entities would be required to disclose what they have on our client, what they have on you. Hopefully it never happens to one of you, but if it does, you would want to know, well, what address do you have? What changes of address do you have on your thing? What are the email addresses and phone numbers? Have you ever spoken to anyone about this account? And most importantly, what, if anything, have you done to investigate this account when somebody claims it's fraudulent? Currently, as we all know, you can get your credit reports for free and check them for accuracy. You can even purchase products like Fraud Shield. but you don't have the right to get that information from the brokers, the banks, or the creditors, or the collectors coming after you. Disclosure of this is crucial, and I strongly support this. Marylanders should not have to file a lawsuit to get the information to prove their innocence. Thank you.
Jamie Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Chairwoman, and the committee members. I'm here representing Airbnb, a company founded in 2008. And in 2022, there were 800,000 visitors to the state that stayed in Airbnb with Airbnb hosts. The changes that we are requesting are two, dealing with the releasing of information. Our proposed amendments would be consistent with federal guardrails around how such sensitive information can and should be disclosed. Codifying the standard will provide clear guidance to local governments and help safeguard the user information. The key being that there isn't standard, I think it was mentioned, there isn't standardization when these requests are made. So by putting this information in, it'll make it similar to the federal guidelines. And I believe I won't go through the actual amendments, they're in the written testimony.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Robert Enton. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Maryland Bankers Association and the American Property Casualty Insurers Association. They support the bill. We have a very small, simple amendment, and that is to have the exemption that's found on page 12 of the bill in lines 28 through 30, which recognizes that the financial services industry, which includes the insurance industry, is subject to regulation under the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act. That is an act of the regulations alone under Gramm-Leach-Bliley are over 50 pages long for that one bill. The bill itself is lengthy. The advice that goes out to the banks and the insurance companies is hundreds of pages long. By my research, there are 12 states that have enacted this. Maybe there are two that I didn't know about. Have enacted this type of law. And in 10 of those 12 states, they include the exemption that's in the bill, which is for the financial services industry and its affiliates that are subject to Gramm-Leach-Bliley. And they also include in that exemption the data that's subject to Gramm-Leach-Bliley. And for the industries that I represent, it's so critical and it's so important since we do business, our members do business all over the country and have to comply with this federal law for it to be consistent. By including the data that's subject to Gramm-Leach-Bliley in the act, that would put us into compliance with the vast majority of other states in their exemption, and we'd ask for that amendment. Thank you.
Steve, you're not going to speak, just Hannah? Yeah. Hannah.
Good afternoon, Chair Beidel, Madam Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Hannah Abrams, and I'm here on behalf of the Consumer Protection Division of the Office of the Attorney General. Maryland consumers need a comprehensive privacy law to address the widespread personal data collection and distribution. Increasingly, we've witnessed an ominous trend of large companies across the nation gathering and sharing and selling sensitive consumer data, often without the knowledge of the consumers themselves. At this point, 14 other states have taken action to protect consumer privacy, and it is time that Maryland do the same. Senate Bill 541 contains a number of key provisions. It requires companies to be more transparent about their data collection and use practices. It requires companies to limit the data that they collect, which limits the misuse and potential accidental release of personal data. It restricts companies' use of this sensitive data, and it provides consumers with individual rights in connection with their personal data. And despite what you may hear subsequently, unlike previous privacy bills introduced to this committee, enforcement relies solely in the Consumer Protection Division. The division supports Senate Bill 541, but has offered an amendment to the exemption
banks and insurance providers. We recommend limiting the exemption to the definition of the financial institutions and insurance providers as defined by the Maryland Code. This is an approach that has been taken by at least one other state. With the amendments identified in our written testimony, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
See.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Chair Beidle, and members of the committee. My name is Roxy Kazitsky. I'm Senior Director of State Affairs at AdvaMed, the Advanced Medical Technology Association. Today I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 541 and with two minor additional amendments that enables smoother healthcare delivery and R&D for MedTech. AdvaMed represents nearly 450 of the world's leading innovators of medical devices, diagnostics, and digital health tech. Some of the ones that are located in Maryland are Philips, Exact Sciences, Zimmer Biomet, Illumina, and Gore, and some smaller ones like Precision for Medicine and Schreiss Scaling Therapeutics. So a lot of innovation happening here in state. We appreciate the sponsors' efforts to tackle this complex issue, and we want to distinguish that med tech concerns are slightly different and importantly distinct from what other healthcare value chain industry concerns are, like from pharmaceuticals providers or payers. Though this legislation contains nearly most key provisions addressing healthcare data, AdvaMed recommends the addition of two clarifying provisions that are consistent with the consumer privacy laws adopted in other states, and those avoid negatively impacting patient care and R&D. The first addresses the conflict between information treated like PHI under HIPAA and data that is PHI under HIPAA so that they can be treated in the same way. And the second one is unifying the de-identified data definition with HIPAA. So I won't go into the details of those. We've provided specific language and justification for that in our written testimony. I'm happy to answer some questions if there are any, but we appreciate the opportunity to provide comments and hope we can work with the committee moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for this panel? I do not see any questions. Thank you very much for your testimony. Luke, you can come up. You're the last person favorable with amendment. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Luke Pinton here on behalf of the League of Life and Health Insurers of Maryland. I want to first thank Senator Guile for bringing this bill and for engaging in this important work of ensuring consumer data is kept safe and secure. The League and our members are committed to working together with all stakeholders on privacy legislation to ensure sufficient protections for Marylanders, while also enabling carriers to provide services to members in the state without unintended consequences. Insurance entities are regulated by the Maryland Insurance Administration currently and are already required to comply with the stringent requirements relating to privacy contained in HIPAA. As you heard on the previous panel from Mr. Enton, currently the bill's provisions include an exemption for entities already subject to federal privacy laws such as Title V of Gramm-Leach-Bliley. The League requests respectfully that a similar entity level exemption be included for entities already required to follow HIPAA protocols. A HIPAA entity level exemption alleviates the heavy burden and financial costs of developing nuanced processes around data mapping and publicly facing disclosures, functions that serve to shield from disclosure information already subject to HIPAA's requirements. And I, again, in summary, just like to thank Senator Guile for her willingness to consider additional requests as this committee continues to consider this very important bill.
Thank you, Luke. Any questions? Oh, Senator Reedy.
Thank you. Just a quick question. So is there any data that's outside HIPAA that you all deal with?
I'm not entirely sure of. I can follow up. I mean, I know that some of the concerns have been around with the sort of the processes required to be stood up by the League members that would in some way be a little bit duplicative with the requirements they're already required to comply with under HIPAA.
Yeah, I'm curious, and for the other folks that were up here representing the other insurance area, I'm curious if there are things that are sort of outside of those protections that that would need to be considered. Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions for Luke? Thank you for your testimony. So next I have unfavorable, Andrew Kingman, Jacob Parker, Margaret Durkin, Andrew Griffin, Carl Zabo, Hannah Gargiola. So I'm missing a couple of people. That's right. Kelly Locklear, do you want to come up? Thank you, Kelly. Okay, thank you. Who would like to start? Andrew?
I'll kick it off. Sure. Can folks hear me okay? Yeah. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Andrew Kingman. I represent the State Privacy and Security Coalition. We're a multi-sector coalition. I also have a background as a privacy compliance attorney, helping companies work through various state privacy laws. We're here today with optimism that we can all work together to get this bill across the finish line. We've provided a list of top priorities to the sponsors, to the Attorney General's office, and we're continuing to work through those issues. We appreciate Senator Giles' work on this, Delegate Love's work on this. Our priorities are really focused on two particular issues at this point. One being provisions that are in this bill that do not appear in any of the other state privacy laws, and that will create either convenience issues for consumers or compliance issues for companies, or both, as well as provisions that are in all other state privacy laws in this framework that are not yet in this bill. So again, we're working with the goal of getting this across the finish line and hopefully advancing privacy in the state of Maryland. And appreciate that it's a priority for this committee as well as in the House as well. So thank you.
Parker, is Jacob here? I think he's one that didn't come up. Margaret Durkin, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Beidel and members of the committee. My name is Margaret Durkin, and I'm the Mid-Atlantic Executive Director for TechNet. We're a technology trade association with almost 100 members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on Senate Bill 541 related to data privacy. Like Andy mentioned, TechNet comes in the spirit of collaboration, and we appreciate and thank the sponsor of the bill, as well as the House sponsor and committee chair in the House as well, and look forward to continuing the collaboration on the bill. As mentioned in my written remarks, TechNet still has a few outstanding priorities. Specifically here, I will mention the PRA aspect. So the intent of the sponsor was to illustrate that the Attorney General shall have exclusive authority. We would want to take that a step further, as noted in my written remarks, that nothing shall be construed to be a private right of action under this law, as well as under any other law. Additionally, we'd like to see some definitional alignment as outlined in my written remarks. So thank you, Chair Beidel, as well as the sponsor, for including us.
Thank you, Margaret. Andrew Griffin? Nope. Carl?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Carl Zabo. I'm Vice President and General Counsel of NetChoice. I'm also a lifetime Maryland and current Maryland resident. As was mentioned, this bill has been up several times. We'd really like to see this get across the finish line. Mr. Kingman has some really important suggested amendments. We'd like to see them adopted. Many of my neighbors live in Maryland and work in Virginia. It would be nice for them to have the same privacy expectations and protections when they go to work as they do when they are at home. I also want to make clear that this is not a data breach issue. This is a privacy issue. Maryland's had a data breach law since 2007. It's been most recently updated in 2022, as many of us have worked together on that. This is about privacy. It's a different issue. So when you hear about breach, that's already covered by existing law. I do also want to address something that the Attorney General's office raised about lack of resources. From NetChoice's perspective, we support providing the Attorney General's offices enough resources to enforce the laws as written. That will address many of the fraud concerns that you've heard been raised, as that is already against the law today. Thank you.
Anna?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Hannah Gargiola with Compass Advocacy here on behalf of CTIA. CTIA is the trade organization that represents the wireless communication industry. You have CTIA's written testimony, so I'll just be very brief. As currently drafted, CTIA does oppose Senate Bill 541, but we look forward to working with the sponsor in this committee on getting to a place where we can all be happy with the bill. CTIA members remain concerned about online privacy and support measures to empower consumers with the right to control their own data. However, CTIA believes that this issue should be addressed at the federal level. The state-by-state framework for regulation is creating burdensome patchwork of different laws across the country, and therefore CTIA is supporting a uniform national approach to consumer privacy. Deviating from clearly defined definitions, obligations, and privacy protections have serious consequences for consumers, innovation, and competition. We believe that the state-by-state approach will complicate federal actions, but in the absence of federal action, CTIA does believe that the approach taken by this bill is a good approach, but we would be seeking uniformity as some definitions are slightly different. For example, targeted advertising and consumer health data are different in other states, and some conformity would be really helpful there. One additional concern is that the bill does not include a right to cure, which is included in other states like Colorado, Utah, and Virginia, and Connecticut. And this tool just allows a state enforcement agency to seek speedy resolution to good faith compliance issues. So in conclusion, we have some concerns. We're very optimistic that we can get to a place where we're comfortable with the bill, and we do want to thank the sponsor for being really transparent with us and sharing drafts as different iterations came through. So thank you.
Finally, on this panel, Kelly.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We are unfavorable as the bill has been drafted. I did submit an immense amount of written testimony to the committee with numerous amendments. I do not have time to cover, although I'm glad to answer any questions you all have about them. Many of them are technical and or clarifying or bringing the bill in line with other states. So again, I'm happy to work with the committee on those. So I'd like to focus the rest of my testimony on clarifying that this bill does not allow private right of action. There's some language we've proposed there. And then most importantly for us, the loyalty rewards programs. And I realized over the years, I come before the committee and I haven't made clear to you, I'm not asking for an exemption on this bill in any way. And I know it's a little confusing to folks because they'll be like, well, the bill already exempts you. And so I want to walk you through our problem with the bill. So disclosure is required if a controller of data is going to sell that data to a third party. And that is found in the bill on page 22. So everybody has to do that. Then if you go on to back to page 20, the bill says that you cannot discriminate against a consumer and charge different prices. So that's where we're asking for an exemption from in the law. Page 21 creates a loyalty exemption from that price prohibition. Then page 24 goes on to discuss a conflict that would exist between an opt-out signal from a computer and then the loyalty rewards program that a consumer opted into. So to make this clear, I think we came up with a language fix. I did submit that in the written testimony, but just re-referring us back to that disclosure. Hopefully the committee will be amenable to that. I'm glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have some questions. Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was mentioned by a number of you. Hannah, you mentioned it, and Margaret, you mentioned it as well about definitions. Obviously, we're having to act because federal government has not acted. So a number of states are trying to put together this Online Privacy Act. This bill has 11 pages of definitions. So I'm hoping and agree, and thank you all for mentioning that we do need to find a way to make sure that these are as uniform as we can get with other states. Andrew, I wanted to ask you something specific. The sponsor mentioned, and then Hannah, I think you mentioned it as well too, about right to cure. And just if you could tell us maybe what other states are doing with regards to right to cure and actually how right to cure works.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So there are 14 states now, has been mentioned, that have a right, that have passed a comprehensive privacy law. All of those have included a right to cure for some time. California's has expired now. Some states have them permanently. Some states have a sunset after 18 months. The way that the right to cure is designed to work is that if a consumer has a complaint that there's a violation, the Attorney General is empowered to send just a letter instead of initiating an investigation, identifying the alleged violation, and then then the business has a defined period of time, 30 days, 60 days, depending on the state, to cure that violation, to promise in writing that no further such violations would occur. If they do that and the problem is remediated, then no enforcement action would be taken. If they ignore that, then the AG can proceed with an enforcement action. Other states have found that it's been a very effective compliance tool. California issued a report from the AG's office stating that 75% of the companies that they sent notices to came into compliance. The other 25% were either in the process of coming into compliance or ignored it and then were subject to enforcement. So, Colorado has had, I think, a broadly positive experience with the right to cure. Connecticut just issued a report from their Attorney General's office noting that they also have used the right to cure to fix violations. So, I think it's an important part of weeding out bad actors from good actors. It's obviously, as you said, with the 11 pages of definitions, very technical and complex bill. So, making sure that we're giving the Attorney General the ability to you sort of use it as a way to expand their reach, getting consumers fixes in a defined period of time, and then allowing businesses that are operating in good faith to have an opportunity to remediate any errors.
Senator Hershey, if I may too, I know you hear from an immense amount of larger businesses on this issue. Our organization is predominantly small businesses. I just want to remind you that the majority of small businesses are not multi-state operators. They have never seen legislation like this before. So that opportunity to cure your Main Street businesses are controllers of data, as an example. So they're going to need that opportunity.
I appreciate that. And thank you, Kaylee. I just wanted to add one more thing. Andrew, you mentioned that some states looked at it with a sunset provision in there.
That's correct.
So
Yes.
what was the purpose of that?
I
To see if this right to cure is actually working or not.
I think that's probably correct. Yeah.
And if they determined it wasn't working, then right to cure would come out and they would.
That's correct. So in California, that's now not in effect.
The sunsets.
The sunset's gone, and then
What did they do with right to cure? Did they pull it out or they kept?
there's no longer a right to cure in California.
Even though 75% was successful.
That's correct. It's a longer story in California, but there was a ballot initiative that significantly amended the original law. So there wasn't legislative debate on that. It was a ballot initiative that passed.
Do you know if any other states retracted after?
So Connecticut's and Colorado's, I believe, will sunset at the end of this year, I believe. Oregon's has Oregon, Delaware, Montana, I believe all have sunsets.
Are they having similar success rates as California did?
A number of those states aren't in effect yet.
Oh, okay, it's not in effect.
So there, as of right now, only Connecticut, Utah, Colorado, and Virginia are in effect.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you too. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions from the sponsor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to follow up with, I got two questions really, but first is following up on some questions that Senator Hershey was talking about with the right to cure. and I know, Andy, we've talked about this before, but is it also fair to say that the sunset on the right to care also gives some businesses, especially those smaller ones, like Kaylee was talking about, an opportunity to learn exactly how to comply with the new law and give them time to comply? And hopefully by then, by the time the sunset does expire, that there would be less need for the right to cure. Would you agree?
Yeah, I generally would agree. I think, you know, the sunset, all of these bills have been compromises between lots of stakeholders, right? They've gone through numerous stakeholder processes, various work groups, et cetera. And so, you know, I think the sunset has come around as sort of a compromise position. These are bills that have been approved by 95% of the legislators that have voted for them. It's like 1,400 yays across the 13 states and 75 nays. So this has been a, you know, overwhelmingly bipartisan and you know, successful framework, I think. So I think that's where the 18 months come from. But yes, I think the goal is particularly for businesses that may only have to comply in Maryland to allow them some time and flexibility to come into compliance.
Okay, thank you. And then I have just one question for Carl. You had testified that this is not a data breach issue, but I think that the nexus between this comprehensive data privacy law and what has been raised by others who have given testimony, including, I believe, the Attorney General's office, is the idea that if you have so many more companies, you know, third parties that have access to your data, that means that there is an even more risk for potential for a breach or for potential for others to have access for that, for identity theft, you know, for others. I was just looking at that, and according to the FTC in 2022, consumers lost nearly $2.7 billion to imposter scams. So I just wanted to ask how you could, you know, respond to that, that's where the nexus is between what we're trying to do here and with, you know, with the very real concern about data breach.
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's one that concerns me a lot. As you point out, Federal Trade Commission in their latest Consumer Sentinel reports that Americans lost about $8.8 billion last year to fraud. That's probably an underreporting. The concern there is fraud is a crime. Data breach is a crime. And this kind of gets back to something that the Attorney General was talking about. It's the lack of resources for his office in particular to be able to enforce those laws against the perpetrators. And that's kind of why I brought that up. I completely understand the nexus between the two. But oftentimes when you're looking at data breach laws, most of the businesses that are in compliance are the good actors. They're the ones who aren't going to be engaged in the type of fraudulent, deceptive data and illegal actions that we're seeing. So I think it's worthwhile to kind of bucket the two. And when we're looking at enforcement against fraudulent bad actors who are stealing data, and then especially when they go and use that for fraudulent purposes, that's where I think we should empower the state's Attorney General to be able to bring those actions. And the example of Tim Hortons is another good one of the app that was collecting data surreptitiously. That is arguably an unfair and deceptive trade practice. If they're collecting data to which you had no reasonable expectation to have, then the state's Attorney General today could bring an action against that under existing UDAP law in the state of Maryland.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. And Senator Kramer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Kingman, appreciate your comments about the response to right to cure. And I agree with the bill sponsor that I'm guessing the sunset provisions are to allow the industry within a given state the opportunity to get up to speed. And then once that happens, there is this sunset. What I didn't hear from you, sir, is if there were some form of right to cure provision, sunset or otherwise, would your industry support this bill?
If there was no right to cure?
If there were some sort of right to cure provision,
Sure.
Would your industry support the group you represent? And please share
Sure.
with the committee again, you represent.
The State Privacy and Security Coalition?
Perfect. Would the State Privacy and Security Coalition support this bill where there's some form of right?
That's not our only concern there. We've got some other concerns with the bill, and so that's not,
So the
only
answer is no.
stumbling block.
The answer is,
Probably it would be very difficult to support without.
okay, so then maybe there's no reason to have a right to cure provision if at the end of the day, you're still not going to support the bill. Would that be an accurate assessment?
No.
Okay. You indicated that there were two provisions that are in this bill that are not in other states. In 60 seconds or less, would you be good enough to share with this committee what those two provisions
Yeah,
are?
there are more than two. The two provisions that immediately jump to mind are the data minimization structure that's in here, as well as the outright prohibition on the sale of sensitive data instead of it being subject to consent. Another one is the prohibition on collecting data for content personalization.
So-
do not appear in any other state privacy law.
And if those provisions were addressed, would your organization support this bill, sir?
Would be much closer, yes.
That didn't get me to where I was hoping to find myself, and that was.
Sorry about that. but
Yes, we'd be all in, or it sounds
Yeah.
like, no, we're not.
I think we're gonna look at the bill and continue to work with the sponsors on this and all of the stakeholders and look at the next draft that comes out and see where we are.
So I suspect, and maybe I'm mistaken, that no matter how hard the sponsor might try to get there, there's always going to be one bridge too far that isn't going to get your organization on board. And I thank you for that, sir. Ms.
I think if
Durkin.
you look at our track record in other states, you'd see that that's not accurate. So I would disagree. Thank
Okay,
you.
and I appreciate that. Thank you. Ms. Durkin, you indicated that you're with TechNet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I heard a lot of discussion about how anxious TechNet is in the spirit of collaboration to try to work with the bill sponsor and get this across the finish line. And the only thing I heard you specifically reference was your concern about the definition of private right of action and whether, in fact, the bill provides for no private right of action. That was, I believe, your statement. Am I correct, ma'am?
So just to slightly change that, I was concerned about definitional alignment generally in the bill. So someone else on the committee said there were several pages of definition. So there, and then separately, wouldn't call it a definition of private right of action, but rather the provisions around it.
Okay, that was clear as mud. Let's go back to private right of action. Are you expressing concerns that it is not clearly defined within the context of the bill?
Yes, I am. And I have spoken
Okay.
with the Senate sponsor. That's it.
Thank you. No,
Okay.
that was perfect. That's all I was looking for was a yes or no. If that definition is made crystal clear as to there being no private right of action, as we heard General Brown testify in his remarks, would TechNet support this bill and get on board in the spirit of collaboration?
Solely changing the PRA language to what we would ideally prefer, I would say no. And as Andy indicated, that's because of other reasons as outlined in my written remarks.
Okay, so a little bit of bait and switch. It's, hey, here's our concern, but if we clarify it, your organization still won't support it. Let me go to Mr.
I think we've been
Zabo.
very clear about what our priorities are with the sponsors. We'd be
Okay.
happy to provide that to the committee, but I think that that's a really inaccurate characterization.
Thank you, and I appreciate your sharing that. Mr. Zabo, you are with NetChoice?
That is what I stated earlier. Yes, that's
Thank
correct.
you for that. Who are the members of Net Choice?
Well, fortunately, our members are all listed on our website. You can go look it up right now. It's at netchoice.org.
Do you not know who the
NETCH.
membership is, sir, that you can't share with this committee? We have to go look it up. You do not have the capacity to know your members?
So I was providing a complete list that is available at our website at netchoice.org. And I can name a couple of them for you if you would like, but we're going to be here a while if I start listing them all.
How about naming just a few? The biggies.
Well, see, size is a matter of debate. I believe.
Amazon?
So would you like me to list them, please?
Please.
Okay, thank you.
I asked you to.
So we include large and small companies.
And I asked
Three-
you for the large ones. When I said biggies, I meant the large ones, sir.
Well, okay, so we're going through the list. So some smaller members include Etsy, Dreamwith.
I
and
didn't ask for
Pinterest.
the smaller ones.
Some
sir.
of our
I asked
larger
for the
members-
large ones.
Some of our larger members include Amazon, Meta, and Google.
Great.
So we include large and small members, including several small sellers.
Okay.
They're all available on our website. That's one of the things about NetChoice is we are quite transparent as to who our members are.
Thank you, and I appreciate that very much. You made some reference to, you have friends who are living in Maryland and they go to Virginia to work, and you want them to have the same protections in Virginia as they have in Maryland. Does that mean you would support this bill here in Maryland and then go work to get it passed in Virginia so that they too would have the same rights as Marylanders, sir?
You know, that's a great question. Thank you for asking that. So what we've actually seen is the approach in Virginia actually has been successful. And what I would welcome is to see Maryland follow in that process. It's in fact what we've been working on for several years here in the Maryland State House.
And what I have found historically is that Virginia tends to dilute and water down, where Maryland tends to ensure protections for their residents. So you're saying you support what Virginia has done, but not Maryland. Is that correct?
Well, unfortunately, today in Maryland, we have no comprehensive data breach law. So compared to Virginia, it's they're ahead by a factor of infinity. So what we would actually like to see is to see Maryland.
Mr.
Sure,
Zabo, you're
sure.
not answering my question. Would you support what Maryland is doing and then go to Virginia because you want the Virginia residents to have the same protections they'll have under this bill here in Maryland, our residents will have?
Well, fortunately, Mr. Kingman's actually been working with the sponsor quite diligently to have an approach that would work in Maryland.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Senator Reedy?
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. Just a couple of questions. Kaylee, we've talked about loyalty. I feel like we've talked about loyalty programs in this committee before.
We sure have.
Did this bill have that last year?
So there's a bit of a tweak. So they chose to follow Delaware's loyalty rewards provisions, which are problematic. First of all, Delaware doesn't have a retail association. So I'm not really sure how comprehensively that was talked about there, but what I outlined is still problematic in it. So like I said, we want this teeny tiny little fix that refers that section back to the disclosure mandate that's in the bill. We already have to disclose as it is, but I think that might pacify some concerns around it.
Okay, so I was just curious if something similar had, so last year that there was nothing in
That
the
was
bill.
not, it was different last year.
It was different last year. Okay,
Mhm.
all right, great. And then to Andrew, talking about just I have a question, but I think I'll talk to you offline. So thank you very much.
Okay.
I'm gonna go through it now. Yeah,
Okay.
thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Mounts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question, going back to the right to cure. Have any of the states that have implemented this law, have any of them made the right to cure permanent, or have all of them been sunsetted?
No, some states do have a permanent right to cure. So Virginia is one, Utah, Iowa. I would have to check on Texas.
Okay.
So some states have, it's a matter of state preference.
There's been a lot of testimony. I think I got lulled into thinking that all right to cure should there's some justification that they should sunset. But the reality is that would it be half of them well, not all of them sunset. That's what I needed to take.
That's correct.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to quickly follow up on that, because that was part of my concern earlier. In states trying to determine whether or not to either sunset or move forward with it, did they look at evidence from their Attorney General's office or something? Again, I keep going back to, you mentioned California was 75% successful in getting this. And that's what I'd like to see as well, too. And Kaylee mentioned as well, we want to make sure that especially small businesses have an opportunity to figure this out. But I don't see the need for a mandatory sunset. And you're saying the other states don't have that. If we found out that it was not successful, if it was the opposite, only 25% were able to figure it out, then you might say, hey, we need to go back and take a look at it. But to automatically kick it out based on success doesn't seem reasonable either. So I was just saying, did the other states that, as Senator Mounts mentioned, that decided to keep it, did they do it based on evidence that they saw that this was being successful in making that decision whether or not to sunset or not?
I think, again, it was generally considered to be a compromise among stakeholders. I think, we tend to see it as a win-win-win for the Attorney General's office, for the consumer, for the business. I think I wouldn't, in other states, consumer advocates have expressed concern that they see it as a loophole for businesses. And so I think this was a compromise, and that's really what the sunset was based on.
Okay.
We wouldn't oppose a sunset, nor would we oppose it being permanent.
Just
So,
permanent. Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And seeing no further questions, this panel is dismissed.
Thank
you. I have two more people I think are here. Rebecca Snyder is an unfavorable and Camille Fesh is an information only. And then we'll have two virtuals. Can you, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
Madam Chair, I wanted to clarify that I'm signed up on the Maryland Kids Code, the final bill of the day, not this bill.
Not this bill. Okay. I'll make sure that you're on the other bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Camille. Rebecca, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Rebecca Snyder, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland Delaware DC Press Association. We, excuse me, cannot support Senate Bill 571 as written. We've worked with the House sponsor, and I intend to work with the Senate sponsor on this bill. There's just a couple areas that we have a concern about, and so that would be it would be the geofencing, which I believe is in the process of being amended. The data collection limitations go a little bit farther than the Connecticut bill, and we feel like that language just again is a little overbroad and are looking for more clarity with that. And then I think everyone's discussed whether or not there's a private right to action. That seems like that's being resolved. We did bring up that as a possible sticking point or difficulty, basically just to ensure that, to add clarifying language that the Attorney General would have exclusive right to bring suit for complaints. And honestly, I feel like this is in context, this bill is in context with 14 other states that have online privacy bills or laws in place. This does reflect sort of an amalgamation of those bills, and with just a few tiny tweaks, we would love to be able to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for this witness? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then we have two people virtually, I think Matt Schwartz. Matt, there you go. Thank you.
Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Matt Schwartz, and I'm a policy analyst with Consumer Reports. If amended in a few key ways, we support today's legislation. By far, the most important and privacy protective feature of this legislation is its data minimization provisions. This bill would go a long way towards reining in the rampant over collection of data by tech companies by limiting the collection of personal data to that which is reasonably necessary to provide the service. And for sensitive data, it would create an even stricter standard, which would essentially ban third-party advertising, third-party targeted advertising, and sales of personal data based on our race, religious beliefs, health data, and data about children by default. These are the types of strict standards that privacy bills need to achieve in order to meaningfully change business practices that have eroded our basic expectation of privacy in the internet age. For this reason, you've heard industry say that you should instead align with weaker laws that have already passed in other states. While some of those laws are marginally better than the status quo, none of them set strong default protections and instead mainly put the onus of protection onto consumers themselves. You should reject that approach. At the same time, we do wish to mention a few recommendations that we think would improve the consumer protections in this bill. First, the drafters should broaden this bill's opt-out rights to include all data sharing. We've suggested some language to close loopholes in the current definitions in our written comments. We also believe that there's loopholes related to the concept of bona fide loyalty programs, which may allow businesses to unfairly discriminate against consumers that use their rights under this act. And finally, we suggest the drafters include a private right of action so that businesses are appropriately incentivized to comply. Thanks so much again for allowing me to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Matt. Do I have any questions for Matt? Thank you very much for your testimony. And finally, the last witness for this bill is Kara Boander, and unfavorable. Hi, Kara.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Senate Finance Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kara Boonder, and I'm State Policy Director at the Computer and Communications Industry Association. CCIA is an international not-for-profit trade association representing small, medium, and large communications and technology firms. For over 50 years, CCIA has promoted open markets, open systems, and open networks. We appreciate the significant effort that lawmakers have undertaken to strike the appropriate balance for meaningful protections while preserving benefits consumers receive and the ability for innovation to thrive. While we appreciate the sponsors' extensive work on this bill, SB 541 still will diverge from existing frameworks in several key ways. We have submitted full written comments, but I'd like to take this time to highlight several points which have also been voiced prior to me by others in the room today. As drafted, key definitions in the bill are likely to prompt significant statutory interpretations and compliance difficulties, even for businesses with existing familiarity with other U.S. state laws. Specifically, we recommend attention to the following terms to align key definitions such as biometric data, consumer health data, and targeted advertising. We also suggest aligning the definition of geofence. Finally, we also suggest clarifying that the definition of sensitive data would encompass the personal data of a known child, as this would be consistent with the actual knowledge standard under COPPA. Finally, as others have voiced earlier, we request clarification that the bill would not allow for a private right of action, and we appreciate the work done to ensure that this is the enforcement mechanism. We again appreciate the significant work that has been put into this bill and look forward to getting to a place of support and getting this across the finish line. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for this witness? Nope. Thank you very much, Kara. That ends the hearing for Senate Bill 614. No, I'm sorry, that's not 614. That ends the hearing for Senate Bill 541. Thank you. Our next bill would be Senator Lamb, but I don't see him here. No. Okay. So how about Senator Reed? No, Senator Reedy's not here. So you wonder what's going on, people coming and going, but they have hearings in other committees. So this time of year tends to be really busy for that. Is Senator McCray here yet? Yeah, would you mind? Thank you. I'm going to text Senator Lamb. Okay. So we have missing senators and other committees with bills, but we're going to hear Senate Bill 535, Senator Reedy, and when Senator Ariana Kelly appears, she'll be at the table with him, and Caitlin McDonough.
You're ready for me, okay.
Senator Reedy, would you like to start?
I would. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and Vice Chair and members, my colleagues here on the Senate Finance Committee. I'm really glad to be here with you today to talk about an issue that I think is something that we all care deeply about. As amended, Senate Bill 535 supports women's reproductive health care by providing coverage for labor and delivery services without a deductible, co-insurance, co-payment, or any other cost-sharing requirement. I'm really proud of this legislation as a bipartisan effort. It's been discussed actually in both houses over the last couple of years. And it's a bipartisan bill to make childbirth and the earliest days of a child's life more affordable and less stressful for working families and for moms and dads. And as a General Assembly over the past several years, we had to start, but you're sure. Yeah, that's right. As a General Assembly over the past several years, we have made early childhood development and assistance a high priority because we recognize just how vitally important the formative years, these early formative years are for the young children, for babies and for toddlers as well. This bill seeks to build on that by supporting new parents, ensuring that the earliest weeks of caring for a newborn and bonding together as a family are not marred by often larger than expected bills for labor and delivery. Under current Maryland law, there are more than 50 mandated health insurance benefits that the carriers have to provide coverage. This mandate would have the added benefit of covering the birth of future taxpayers as well, which we may not want to think about it that way, but I think we should as we look to try to continue to grow our state. It's very interesting that as we look at what is important to us in the state, we've talked about the importance of early childhood. And so this legislation really puts our feet to our faith and money where our mouth is as it relates to helping families. And quite often it's working families who are in that donut hole between maybe being a little bit more well-to-do or perhaps having more assistance from things like Medicaid that end up with these large bills. And so that's who we're targeting to try to help the most is working families. So Senate Bill 535, as I mentioned, is bipartisan, bipartisanly sponsored and supported. I'm so thankful to have Senator Ariana Kelly here with me. We also have support from the American College of Nurse Midwives, the Women's Law Center, MedChi, Maryland Catholic Conference, and MFSB. So an impressive group of folks supporting it. It requires carriers to provide labor and delivery coverage from imposing a deductible co-insurance, co-payment, or cost share. So I would respectfully request a favorable vote on Senate Bill 535 and ask that Senator Kelly be able to say a few words.
Senator Kelly, welcome to Finance. Nice to see you again.
Thank you. It's so nice to be back here today, and happy Valentine's Day to everyone. And thank you to Senator Reedy for putting this bill in. I was very, very happy to co-sponsor it, and I know Senator Guile did as well. So I just want to give you guys, if you have a minute, I don't want to take too long. I could talk about this for hours. But I love this bill so much, and I want to give you a little bit of the history. So for those of you, a lot of you have worked with me on health insurance. I served for 12 years on the Health Insurance Subcommittee in the House. And I actually sponsored a number of the predecessor bills that really makes this bill, I think, necessary. So I just want to talk about how this is a bill that's really about the plan design for our insurance plans. It doesn't necessarily need to increase costs because it's really about how do we design our plans. And currently we're designing plans that has a disproportionate burden on new parents, those ones that Senator Reedy was talking about, who are already facing significant financial challenges. As he mentioned, this bill doesn't affect Medicaid births, but it's the 60% of folks who are giving birth within the commercial insurance market. It also does include our state employees. Medicaid already has no cost sharing for labor and delivery, but our state employees here in the state of Maryland are paying $1,850 and $1,850 for labor and delivery. To me, this bill is really about ideological consistency. So that's where we get into the history. You guys know that the Affordable Care Act required 10 essential health benefits, and maternity care was one of them. Other things that we really care about, habilitative services, hospitalization, mental health, pediatric care, a lot of things in the Affordable Care Act also required preventative care. But those essential health benefits, unless they were preventative care, were allowed to have cost sharing. That's where it got a little complicated, and the Madam Chair and I are both sort of part of this history that we've been seeing. So contraceptives are considered preventative care, but vasectomies were not considered preventative care. So I did a piece of legislation with former Chair Kelly, Dolores Kelly, in 2016 to make sure there was no cost sharing for vasectomies and other contraceptives that were not covered under the Affordable Care Act. So we did that already in Maryland. Then in 2022, again with the former Chair Kelly, Dolores Kelly, we did the Abortion Care Access Act, which made sure that there was no cost sharing for access to abortion services. And then last year, 2023, Madam Chair Beidel had a really important piece of legislation that made sure there was no cost sharing for diagnostic mammograms. Because while screening mammograms are covered under preventative services, those diagnostic mammograms that we need to make sure that people are getting so that they can get treatment if they have a problem were not covered. So we added that to the list of services that have no cost sharing in Maryland. Which brings me to a really, really, really important point, which is that we have no cost sharing on contraception. We have no cost sharing on abortion care. But for a bronze plan in the state of Maryland, if you buy a bronze plan through the exchange, you can pay up to $3,900 in cost sharing for labor and delivery services. So that's what this bill is really, really getting at, right? Not all plans are choosing to have cost sharing for those things, but some do. Some of them have no cost sharing, a platinum plan that does have cost sharing. It could be $230. A bronze plan, though, $3,900. And as I mentioned, the state plan, $1,850, falling right in the middle there. I know Senator Washington knows that new babies are really, really expensive. You have to take time off work. Diapers alone can cost $1,000 a year. Childcare in Garrett County is $13,500, $36,000 in Montgomery County just for that first year of childcare. So my opinion, and I think Senator Reedy shares it, which is why he put this in, is that the new parents are really not the place to be raising our cost sharing dollars from. So that's what this bill addresses. I recognize completely, and I know this committee knows that cost sharing is incredibly important. It keeps member premiums down and it prevents overutilization of care, right? So those are really important things. We do not want to get into the habit of expanding the list of services with no cost sharing blindly or willy-nilly. That's not what this bill does at all. I think it's really important that we have a specific and strong policy reason to influence plan design if we want to make sure that something has no cost sharing. That is what this bill does. This bill definitely meets that test. There's no way it's going to lead to overutilization. Nobody in the state of Maryland is going to say, oh my gosh, no cost sharing, let me have a baby. That is not happening. And you will see in your bill file, there's an MHCC study that shows it might increase premiums slightly, maybe $10 a year per member. And if we look at the state plan, you're talking about $1 million a year for the state employees. But that's $1 million a year that we're currently charging our state employees when they give birth, $1,850, right? So it's not about increasing costs. It's about where you're shifting the costs to. So the reason we have that MHCC study is because last year, Chair Pena-Melnick requested that study be done because we don't like to look at insurance mandates unless we have a sense of what the impact might be. So we have that already done, which is wonderful. I will also just point out when we're talking about cost shifting that while the MHCC study notes that those $10 per member per year costs might be folded into rates, they don't need to be folded into rates, right? You can cost shift and figure out where else that revenue for copaying, for cost sharing can come from, right? So if you're not taking it from labor and delivery, you can slightly increase the cost share for other services, and then member rates don't need to go up at all. The important thing is that the status quo that we have right now is discriminatory and it disproportionately burdens new parents. It shifts the costs of the general population's healthcare onto new parents right now. And that's not okay, right? So this is really, I think we all know that that's a time in people's lives when they can really least afford to do it. So with that, I will just tell you a story, which is, let me point out also on the MHCC study, if you look on page 5, it says that 48% of that postpartum women are 48% more likely to have a chance of medical debt, right? This is just not a sustainable situation. So I think the thing I want to close with, in addition to thanking Senator Reedy for putting this bill in, is I think that this is something that we can all come to agreement on, right? I don't think we want to be burdening new parents at the time when they can least afford it. I would love it if we could make some progress on this so that we have ideological consistency in the state of Maryland in terms of our policies around reproductive health care and the choice to parent or not to parent. And with that, I thank Senator Reedy for putting in this bill.
You can see why I was waiting for her to arrive. So that's right. Thank you so much.
Great job. I also had Caitlin McDonough on your panel. I don't see Caitlin. She must be in another committee, but do I have any questions at all for Senator Reedy or Senator Kelly?
She's here.
Okay.
I don't know if we called her.
I did.
I may have mistakenly not said, come on up. So my mistake. That's all right.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Senate Finance Committee. Caitlin McDonough here in support of Senate Bill 535. On behalf of Maryland Families for Safe Birth, we are a maternal patient advocacy group that advocates for equity, access, and autonomy in all maternal health care decisions. As Senator Kelly robustly described, financial stress can be a big factor and already a difficult decision-making time in women's lives. So relieving this burden would increase access, increase people's ability to make, personalized decision about this very personalized part of healthcare. So we support the bill and thank you for letting us join the panel.
Now, do I have any questions for this panel? Thank you for this very good bill.
Thank you.
So I did see Senator McCray come in. So Senator McCray, I think we'll call you next.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Kind of all over the place today. Do you have a panel?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it Franz Schneiderman, Stephen Sakamoto Wengel, and is that your panel?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You can start.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I come to you in reference to Senate Bill 520, just making sure that we can address from a consumer protection standpoint, the fees that we are charged. Madam Chair, as we're moving in the direction of technology, we see a number of technology advances from that standpoint. But as we see the technology advances, I think that it's important that we protect our respective constituents. And when I say protect our constituents, I think that this bill provides a medium balance, making sure that when folks do use a credit card at their respective spaces or the businesses that they're patronizing, that the business would not be charged more than they are being charged for that piece of it. We've seen even in state government, as we're driving folks to use email, as we're driving folks to make sure that they pay in a certain fashion, which is not cash or which is not check from that standpoint. So as we're driving folks and forcing folks to move in this direction, I think that we shouldn't be putting extra barriers on them, cost barriers on them. I was reached out to by a couple constituents in reference to the challenges that they saw from this standpoint. And I'm glad that I'm sitting next to my AG's office, consumer protection folks, advocates that always see this as a good direction. Madam Chair, this legislation was just passed in New Jersey, I want to say back in August. While we didn't take the most harsh act of just removing credit card fees or prohibiting folks from credit card fees, there are 4 states that do that at this moment. But that isn't the direction that we're going. I think that this is a good balance. This is a good medium to make sure that the businesses' interests are taken care of, but also the consumers' issues are protected. Thank you, Madam Chair, and hope that we pass Senate Bill 520.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Steve Sakamoto Wengel on behalf of the Consumer Protection Division of the Attorney General's Office, here in support of Senate Bill 520. And I think that we've all seen where businesses are requiring consumers to pay more if they pay with a credit or a debit card, even though the substantial majority of transactions these days are through some kind of electronic payment. And, you know, we've gotten quite a number of complaints, especially in those cases where, you know, that the additional fees have not been disclosed or adequately disclosed in advance. But what this would do would not prohibit it, even though several states have in fact prohibited, you know, adding surcharges for payment by credit or debit card. What this would do would just ensure that what the business adds on and charges the consumer does not exceed what that business is being charged for the swipe fees that they're being charged. And we acknowledge there are swipe fees, but you know, we don't think that the business should be making a profit off these surcharges and should be, if they want to pass their costs along to the consumers, that's what they should be passing along. So we urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 520. Thank you.
Francis.
Thank you, Chair Bidel, members of the committee. Franz Schneiderman, I'm with Consumer Auto Maryland. We're a nonprofit that works to protect Maryland consumers and Maryland drivers. We support the bill because it does, add some protection that should prevent consumers from being charged excessive and unfair fees. I think we all know that credit cards are basic to the way people live these days. Particularly young people almost never seem to use cash, and a lot of stores don't even allow you to use cash. So consumers have learned to rely on the credit cards, and it just, it does add a burden to them to have a large additional charges added to their bills for something that they rely on. Now, yes, the use of credit costs merchants a little bit extra, but those fees are usually just in the 2 to 3% range, as I understand it. So by limiting the surcharges to no more than the credit card companies charge the merchants, we're effectively limiting those to about 2 or 3%, which is an additional burden, but a modest additional burden. 69% of consumers have experienced these kind of surcharges. And I think particularly in the restaurant world, we see them more and more frequently. So it is a real concern for consumers. Massachusetts and Connecticut have prohibited them. Other states have restricted them. As it happens, I was in New York State last weekend. New York State had just last week enacted a bill that not only does what this bill does, but requires extensive disclosures of the different fees that would be charged for credit and cash purchases. So this is a more moderate bill that just, allows merchants to recoup the costs of the transactions if they feel they need to, but prevents consumers from getting large additional fees added to their bills. So we think it's a balanced bill. I hope you'll give it a favorable report. Thank you.
I do have a question for the sponsor. So while you can't make an additional charge for using a credit card, it doesn't say you can't give a discount for cash. You know, sometimes you'll see that cash is less.
You're right. Like at the gas stations and things.
Right.
Of that
Well, a
nature.
lot of
Yeah.
places. I mean, I just paid a significant bill, $2,000 bill. If I paid cash, they took off 5%.
No, you're absolutely right. I think insurance sometimes, not insurance, but sometimes I've been in that situation too.
So was that the intention of your bill?
No, that wasn't the intent to remove the incentive if you did pay cash. Yes, ma'am. And if I can say, currently, like we are allowed, and I saw this in the AG's testimony, 4%. So like the establishments can charge 4%, but he also put in the testimony that the real cost is probably 1.5% to 3.5%. So that's why it's there. But with yours, that it was not my intent, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Senator Mouse, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question. Is there a requirement, if there is a charge for using electronic payment, there is a surcharge, is there a requirement that the consumer is notified? In other words, if you make the purchase and then you get the bill and say, wait a minute, what is this charge? Isn't there a requirement that, before you pay that bill, that you're notified that there's a surcharge?
Yes, the consumer must be notified before that they become subject to that charge, that the charge is going to be imposed. So they have the choice of choosing to go ahead or not go ahead with that transaction.
Okay, thank you.
Senator, I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much for your testimony. This
thank you.
ends the hearing on Senate Bill 520. Oh, I'm sorry, Kelly, how did I forget you? There's a lot going on up here. I don't know if you.
Madam Chair, honorable members of the Senate Finance Committee, for the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We are in opposition to this bill. Just wanted the committee to understand that credit card fees are the second highest cost of doing business for retailers, just under labor. Larger retailers really don't do this, so this is going to impact small retailers in the state. And I thought what would be really helpful here is to go through the chain of all the different entities that are assessing fees in this process and how it works. So you're the card holder, you come to the merchant, you swipe your card, and then this is what happens next. There's a merchant bank involved. There's a payment processor involved. You have an independent sales organization or an ISO that's a third party that's outsourced with an issuing bank. And then you have the card association. So Visa, Discover, MasterCard, Amex. And what gets interesting here and why I point this out is that at point of sale, a retailer has no idea about a bunch of things that happen here. So they have no control over what type of card a consumer is going to use, if the consumer is using credit or debit, how much that consumer is going to spend, if the card malfunctions and they have to actually key that in, and then who the consumer banks with. And I point all of that out, and I would have shared this with the committee, but this is proprietary information, so I wasn't supposed to send this to you. But this is just MasterCard fees that can be assessed by one processor. So these fees are all over the place. And I point this out because a lot of times a small retailer will build in a flat fee to cover these charges. And you heard it in testimony earlier, Maryland actually already has a prohibition at 4% on these surcharges, even though they can actually be more. So that's our opposition to the bill. I'm glad to work with the committee on it, but it's a lot more complex than swipe, and then we know exactly how much will be charged. So I'll stop there.
Perfect. Do I have any questions for this witness? Thank you, Kaylee. And that does end the hearing on Senate Bill 520. And real quickly, I think we have Senator Jackson here, Senate Bill 534. He has no witnesses, so you're lucky because the person after you has like 11. Thank you, Senator
Say I have
Jackson.
no witnesses?
I don't have anyone signed up.
If I can sit in for the Attorney General.
Okay.
Apologize that he had to be elsewhere.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Senate Finance Committee. For the record, Senator Michael Jackson, District 27, on behalf of Senate Bill 534. Today, I'm here to request a repeal of an existing piece of legislation. That legislation, ironically, was put in place by our current Attorney General back in 2001. He's asking me to submit this bill to repeal that piece of legislation, the Electronic Transaction Protection Act. A lot of things have changed over the last 23 years. The nature, complexity, and safety by way of that we conduct electronic transactions have definitely changed. And there are other processes that are in place that could take care of these challenges. And with that, we'd ask for a favorable report, and I will turn it over to my panelists.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Steve Sakamoto Wango from the Attorney General's office. Thank you for allowing me to sit down in for the Attorney General on this bill, who had to be elsewhere. As you heard the Attorney General describe in connection with Senator Giles' bill, the bill that passed in 2001 established, the Electronic Transactions Education, Advocacy, and Mediation Unit in the Attorney General's office. That unit never received funding to be created, so basically it's been on the books, but we've never had a unit. Doesn't mean that we haven't been performing the functions that unit was supposed to perform, but we've never had a unit funded by the General Assembly. The Attorney General's office determined that it's time to take that one off the books and hopefully replace it with the privacy protection and enforcement unit that was requested by the Attorney General as part of the Online Data Privacy Act. So we urge a favorable report on this and thank Senator Jackson for introducing it.
And if I might, Madam Chair, it's refreshing to offer a bill to repeal a piece of legislation and have the actual promoter of the bill to be in compliance with me. So but we do offer this for a favorable report. We'll stand for questions if you have any.
I do not see any questions. Senator Jackson, thank you for
Thank you.
bringing refreshing a repeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That ends the
great day.
hearing on Senate Bill 534. We're going to go back on our schedule to Senate Bill 526. Senator Lamb, do you have a panel?
So I'd like to invite up our panel. We should have Mr. Shattuck, Dr. Worthing, Caitlin McDonough, and Dr. Barabsi. Great. Well, good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Vital, Vice Chair Klausmeier, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Clarence Lamb, Senator District 12. The purpose of Senate Bill 526 is to allow Marylanders to have the ability to receive their medications from where they believe their needs are best met, without unnecessary restrictions imposed on them by another non-physician entity. This is a bill that you should be familiar with because it's not the first time that's been introduced. You heard it last year as well. Currently, the majority of health insurers in Maryland contract with pharmacy benefit managers known as PBMs. These PBMs, in turn, contract with pharmaceutical manufacturers, distributors, and pharmacies to coordinate which medications are covered or preferred by that specific health insurance. Currently, just 3 PBMs arrange for 80% of medication coverage nationwide, and all PBMs own their own specialty pharmacies, which they often funnel patients towards. This practice is known as steering, in reference to patients being steered to a particular pharmacy by a pharmacy benefit manager, thus restricting their access to a particular specialty medication. Additionally, PBMs and their carrier rules often limit the ability of providers to dispense medications in their office, which can be important to patient care in certain circumstances such as treatments for cancer and autoimmune disorders. There are significant concerns noted on a national level by the Medicare Political Action Committee all the way back to 2017. And again, in a report to Congress in 2023, that PBMs have financial interests in pharmacies that patients are steered towards, and that this practice was contributing to both increased costs to the healthcare system as well as consumer and overall worse health outcomes for patients. In 2019, the General Assembly recognized this inherent conflict of interest and passed HB 759, which prohibited PBMs from requiring their patients to utilize specific pharmacies. Although HB 759 made significant strides towards improving access to medications, a significant gap still exists. The language of HB 759 explicitly excluded specialty pharmaceuticals, specialty medications, as well as mail order pharmacies, which unfortunately left some of the most medically vulnerable Marylanders at risk of steering into particular pharmacies. Specialty pharmacies are generally defined as pharmaceuticals, specialty pharmaceuticals, medications are generally defined as pharmaceuticals that are either greater than $600 a month, are not specifically stocked at retail pharmacies, or require an unusual process of delivery, such as an infusion. Through a complex method of post-sale rebates, fees, and specialty pharmacies owned by the same companies that operate PBMs, specialty pharmaceuticals have become an ever-growing profit machine for many pharmacy benefit managers. This growth in profit, medication expense, and specialty drug dispensing site restrictions have become a barrier to patients with complex or chronic conditions like cancer, rheumatoid arthritis, and multiple sclerosis. Additionally, HB 759, the previous bill passed by the General Assembly, also excluded mail order pharmacies. Mail order pharmacies often cannot properly manage medications when dosing needs to be more frequently changed because of the obvious process of having to mail these medications through the U.S. Postal Service. For example, in oncology, medication dosing often titrates up or down based on laboratory results or on patient tolerance. Therefore, it is important that patients be able to access medication directly from their provider's office that has significant familiarity with that patient's specific case through access to their most recent laboratory results and a keen knowledge of their medical history. This bill will address the gaps in our current anti-steering law by prohibiting steering related to specialty pharmacies and mail order pharmacies. The majority of other states already regulate steering for specialty medications and mail order pharmacies. A large component of the opposition to this bill last year was concerned that the bill would increase costs to the patient. There is no data to support this. And in fact, there's much more data to the contrary. The take-home message from the 2017 MPAC meeting on pharmacy benefit managers' use of steering practices and specialty drugs was that treatments chosen based on clinical effectiveness, safety, and value, regardless of site of service, may actually improve clinical outcomes and program efficiency, which may drive more competition on pricing among drug manufacturers and thus ultimately lower the costs of medications. Additionally, last year, we had tried to offer language to allow carriers to limit rates paid to dispensing providers, but did not receive much feedback from opponent stakeholder groups to be able to craft language that they may be comfortable with. In the bill folder, there's a letter of opposition from PCMA and the American Health Insurance Programs. Both of these letters claim significant costs related to significant cost increases related to this bill. First, we have significantly narrowed the bill over the years to the point that we are talking about a very narrow fraction of medical care that could never account for the costs accumulated that they are claiming. They also seem to be inflating the costs as it targets physicians' offices dispensing with a much larger fight about an issue that's often called white bagging, so to speak. And that has much greater impacts in the hospital space, not in the clinical space. The right choice for Marylander rights, patient health outcomes, and specialty drug costs is clear and evidence-based. Want to thank the members of the panel for being here. Hand it over to them and happy to take any questions at the end. Let's go next.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Caitlin McDonough here in support of Senate Bill 526 on behalf of Maryland Oncology and Hematology. As Senator Lamb mentioned, the bill before you is an evolution of a broader anti-steering legislation that was before the committee last year. In response to feedback from this body and the committee across the street, we have significantly narrowed the bill to directly address coverage scenarios where a patient's ability to access specialty drugs directly from their physician impacts their quality of care. Unfortunately, anyone familiar with cancer treatments knows that timing is one of the greatest challenges to the effective care. Patients are undergoing powerful, potentially toxic treatments, and physicians often make changes to medication and dosages based on real-time physical changes in patients, the size of their tumor, toxicity levels, body weight. Additionally, oncology often requires a combination of treatments, radiation, infusions, injectables, and oral medications that are taken in combination and under strict timelines. Under current patient steering practices, patients must often choose between delaying their outpatient treatment to ensure that they have their supplementary medication in hand or proceed with their chemotherapy and risk hospitalization because they don't have the correct mitigating drugs. Integrated care and care coordination, including medically integrated dispensing, is a cornerstone of community specialty practices in order to provide the highest quality of care. But we do understand that this committee has to take more than that into consideration, and cost of care is a reality for any healthcare policy decision. This bill does involve several cost-saving measures. Just having better outcomes and better care is going to result in cost savings. If you're not hospitalized because you have your medication on time, that's going to save everyone money. The other big issue is waste. When dosages change frequently and they are coming in the mail on an automated system, you often get very expensive specialty drugs in the wrong dose and end up wasted. I think one area where we can agree with the insurers is that specialty drugs are expensive. So the more we can do to curb waste, the better it is for everyone. This bill will help a large portion of our patients, but it impacts a relatively small overall amount of the healthcare system in Maryland. So we do believe it is the right move for the committee. So thank you, and we urge a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Kasha Frosby, and I'm an oncologist at Maryland Oncology Hematology here in support of Senate Bill 526. MOH is the largest independent community oncology practice in the state, treating over 77,000 patients a year across 14 locations. We accept every insurance or no insurance, and we take care of every patient who walks in our door and provide millions of dollars a year of charity care. Why is this bill important? As an oncologist, I treat very sick patients who need personalized multimodality treatment plans that are customized not only to their molecular mutation status, but also to their rapidly changing clinical condition. Caring for a cancer patient requires coordinated team approach from members who are in constant communication, which is what happens every day with our MID. Forced steerage to PBM pharmacies who are not members of the clinical care team and who lack access to records and to real-time changes in the clinical conditions is inadequate for many of our critically ill patients who need dose adjustments or changes in medications. The result of this current policy is treatment delays, reduced adherence, increased toxicity, and increased waste in a percentage of our complex patients. I am currently taking care of a physician colleague who has stage 4 prostate cancer. After many challenging conversations, he decided recently he wanted to stop taking his olaparib. When the pharmacy called him earlier that week and asked him if he was still on it, he had not made the decision to accept his own mortality. So a few days later, the next month supply was delivered to him. Right here. This drug costs $14,000 a month. This is just one patient, one drug. In the past 10 days, my one office of 7 physicians collected these extra deliveries from our patients, which cost a total of $77,200. The financial impact of fragmented care is real. Another area of concern is with forced utilization of injectables mixed elsewhere by remote unaffiliated pharmacists who have no access to the records. This practice is unacceptable, and we will fight it every time because it puts our license, our patients, and our practice at risk. Senate members, we humbly ask you to support this bill. We would welcome you to see our practice and to come visit our site and see how we provide coordinated and compassionate care. We're confident in the work we're doing, and we firmly believe that sometimes better matters. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm Angus Worthing. I'm a doctor and a rheumatologist at Arthritis and Rheumatism Associates in Maryland, Virginia, and the District of Columbia. My colleagues and I take care of about 30,000 individual patients a year. I'm here to support this bill strongly. I want to tell you briefly that rheumatology practice takes care of people who have autoimmune diseases like rheumatoid arthritis. And if these diseases are untreated, not only can people experience pain and disability and damage in their joints, but also that unchecked inflammation can go through blood vessels and increase chances of heart attacks, strokes, and serious infections that shortens lifespan if it's untreated by about 10 years. Patients who have delay in their medication pay for that delay with their pain and their disability, and sometimes drugs that are potentially toxic, like glucocorticoids or steroids. This bill will help us streamline their care and their treatment. And in contrast to what you might hear later, it will probably not raise drug costs and insurance premiums, but rather potentially lower them. And I'll tell you why. When we sign up as an independent small practice with a large PBM network, we have essentially zero negotiating power to inflate our reimbursement with that contract. It's a take it or leave it contract that we're signing to get into the specialty drug network. This year, specifically in the US, many patients are moving to biosimilar versions of specialty drugs, which will probably be about $500 cheaper a month for a $7,000 drug. And right now, we can help the PBMs push increase in biosimilar usage. And there's data suggesting that framing that change from the originator brand drug to the biosimilar drug in a positive way, for example, getting it dispensed at a trusted place, learning how to use the new product, the pen injection by your doctor, can frame that positively and increase the chance of success. So thanks again for the opportunity to speak.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Dan Shattuck here today with Dr. Angus Worthing and Arthritis and Rheumatism Associates. I'm just going to echo a couple of things. The bill before you today, as Caitlin said, is a modified version of what's been introduced in the past. We're really trying to listen to the constructive criticism and the ideas that have been provided to us over the years to really craft a very narrow yet patient-focused bill. I want to echo what Dr. Worthing said too about rheumatoid arthritis and autoimmune disorders. These are life-altering conditions, but they're also lifetime conditions. And the work that he is doing with his patients is essential because patients are careful in who they choose to work with and who they're going to rely on to treat their condition and to make sure that they continue to have a productive and quality, high standard of quality of life. The problem happens when they leave the physician's office and they're left to getting their prescriptions. What happens between that time they leave the doctor's office and getting their prescriptions? For some, it works. The mail order process works. The specialty pharmacy process works. For others, it doesn't work. For others, it's a burden. They can't get the drugs delivered to their house due to safety reasons, or they're not home, they're working. So what we're trying to do is provide an option for that patient to continue to closely coordinate their care with their physician, get the drugs in that positive, comfortable space, learn how to administer them, pick them up with ease, maybe do it even at the same time as their visit. This will not upend the specialty pharmacy market. This is a very small population. You heard the patient population that Dr. Worthing's practice is about 30,000, but this doesn't involve all 30,000 of his patients. Again, it's a very small and focused population. We ask you to consider it, give it your full support, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Do I have any questions for this panel? Madam Vice Chair.
Yeah, I'm just a little confused about the situation. So I guess one of the Dr. Worthington would, when you give somebody medicine, can you walk me through how you do it in the office? Because I'm thinking if I had to get medicine and you couldn't do it in the office, I would have to go somewhere else, right? To do it.
Great question. So in general, sort of 30,000 foot view, about half of people with autoimmune diseases can take medications that are old and pill form drugs, and it works well for their disease. The other half, and we're thinking that's probably about 1,000 or 2,000 of our patients at our clinic, need to get a medication that's given as a shot, like an EpiPen, or an infusion, like an IV drug. We provide all of the infusions in the office, but the pen, the EpiPen, they might be able to give themselves at home. And those people right now are, if they're involved in a commercial plan and not in a Medicare plan, they're getting that, they're steered to a specialty pharmacy every time. And they're arranging that delivery at home. And then they're making a separate appointment to come into our office and sit with the nurse and see how to inject, learn an injection teaching, how to handle that pen and how to dispose of it at home. I've seen YouTubes on the web from specialty pharmacies that try to teach people how to do that. I think it's inappropriate for a lot of people. It works for a few. So again, like Dan said, I think this system of mail order specialty pharmacy is extremely helpful and efficient for some, and it is totally broken for others who would rather receive that in our office, receive the injection teaching from a trusted source in a place they know.
May I chime in one piece? In the field of oncology, we have drugs that are both injectable and also oral, and sometimes they're given as a cocktail. So for example, we have one regimen for colon cancer called Zelox, which is an oral drug called Xeloda, and an injectable drug called oxaliplatin. We can order the drug oxaliplatin, schedule the infusion, and with exact precision, the patient walks out and they'll know when they're getting their treatment. And they'll know when they're getting their schedule. They can coordinate their work and their life according to that. The problem is the oral Xeloda, if the patient has to go to a PBM pharmacy, it's a black hole. We have no idea when the patient will get that drug. It could be a week, it could be 2 weeks, it could be a game of phone tag that the pharmacy is having with the patient because they can't get in touch with them. And so we either have to give them a half of the treatment where we have to delay the treatment. And this happens very regularly.
Okay, all right, yeah, thank you.
And Madam Chair, we, as a virtual testimony, our on-site MID pharmacist is going to testify, so she can answer any technical questions about how the MID works, how they do care coordination and things like that. So that may be helpful too, just so you know it's coming.
I have a question about if the doctor's offices are then charging an administration fee on top of the doctor's appointments. Are you making an additional charge, or are you charging the patient what the pharmacy is charging?
For what I just described, I think, thanks for that question. It's a low-level office visit for a nurse teaching how to do an injection. And the patient brings their own medication, does a shot. Otherwise, the way this bill allows dispensing of specialty drugs, there's no extra fee. We're paid in accordance with the contract with a specialty pharmacy that we're joining. It's up to us to acquire the drug and make sure we're not underwater and do it appropriately.
If there are no other questions for this panel, I think the only other favorable I have is Dana Kaufman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the members of the committee. My name is Dana Kaufman. I'm here today in support of this bill on behalf of MedChi and the Maryland DC Society of Clinical Oncologists. And I'm going to be brief because I know you have a long day, but this bill is really about access to care. And it is access to care that this committee hears all the time. And oftentimes, how you're hearing it is on scope expansions and making sure that people have access to care, even if it means allowing a pharmacy to administer vaccines or allowing a healthcare practitioner to expand their scope. But it is all under the auspice of access to care. And what you have just heard is physicians asking that to allow them to be able, they are the best persons around who can administer these drugs, teach their patients, know what their patient means. It's not a new concept. You do it all the time in this committee and in this General Assembly. And I think that's what's being asked for, to make sure that individuals have the appropriate access to care. And this is one way to do that. So we would encourage and support a favorable vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dana. Do I have any questions for this witness? Thank you very much. I do have 4 unfavorables in person: Camille Fesh, Michael Johansson, Matthew Celentano, and Kimberly Robinson. Mr. Johansson, you can start as soon as you're settled in.
Yeah, if I can defer to the smart people and then I'll follow up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You must be referring to Ms. Robinson.
Yeah.
I'm going to let Mr. Celentano go. I mean, you are, however, accurate, Madam Chair.
I'm the least smart of the 3 up here. All right. Madam Chair, members of the committee, Matt Celentano here today on behalf of the League of Life and Health Insurers in opposition to Senate Bill 526. We all agree that everyone should be able to afford their prescription drugs. Hardworking families shouldn't have to choose between affordable medications and their daily living costs, but health insurance providers, carriers are fighting for patients, families, and employers to more affordable medications, and this work is particularly critical when it comes to specialty pharmacy. The proposed provisions of Senate Bill 26 would create an anti-competitive, high-cost clinician-administered drug market in Maryland. If passed, this bill effectively removes any competitive incentive for providers to offer lower prices and higher quality care, because health insurance providers would be prohibited from using utilization management tools for these drugs and services. The bill would redirect clinician-administered drugs to physician-based settings and away from specialty pharmacies, and insurance providers will not be able to employ benefit design to reward patients for seeking out care at high-quality, low-cost sites. Specialty pharmacies aren't perfect, but they're one of the only tools carriers have to address the exploding list prices by manufacturers. In addition to the cost concerns, the bill raises a bunch of questions about operations and reimbursement. It takes the pharmacy benefit and places it into your medical benefit. This is a classic round peg in a square hole type situation. We don't know how this works with cost sharing, and the bill removes all pharmacy oversight for patient safety. Also, there was discussion about cost. We see across the country where there are these schemes, 23% higher for physician in the physician setting. There is a markup, and there is not addressed in this bill. Little context of this bill for the very remaining questions or my remaining time. We talked about this bill in October. We've talked about with the proponents. We talked about this bill in prior years. We were told it's going to be a streamlined version, and this bill actually goes the opposite way. It's much broader than it has been in prior years. So we urge an unfavorable report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Kimberly Robinson for the Cigna Group. I'm here respectfully in opposition to the bill as introduced. I'm not going to repeat all the things that Mr. Celentano said, but I will highlight a couple of them as I add to. We did in fact meet with the proponents in the fall. We have been working to try to find some middle ground, and I thought we were making progress. To me, this bill does not reflect those discussions. I do think this bill, while maybe not intended based on their testimony, is in fact broader than the bills we've seen in previous years. And that does create some concern. In addition, some of the other guardrails that had been discussed aren't present in this bill with regard to ensuring that there's no adverse cost implication to patients. One of the things the bill talks about is physician dispensing, but as you heard, I don't want to call her by her first name, but I can't think of Caitlin's last name. McDonough. As you heard Ms. McDonough say in the previous panel, she made reference to the on-site dispensary at one of her clients that's on the bill, but the bill is about physician dispensing. And so that for us creates questions that we've yet to have answered because it muddies the question of whether or not this is being covered under a medical benefit or under a pharmacy benefit. And the answer to that question is a really important one. We know that when we have seen dispensing of these specialty drugs happening on site across the country in a variety of settings, there's often a cost implication. And that is one of our biggest concerns in terms of what the impact of the bill could be. I think there's a possibility it could be addressed, and we thought we were moving that direction, and we're happy to continue those conversations as you continue to consider this bill. We are always committed to providing the best care for those who we are providing benefits for. We do not, in fact, as a PBM, steer people to our specialty pharmacy. Purchasers always make the decision for themselves whether or not we are their specialty, our affiliated pharmacies or specialty pharmacy, if other pharmacies are in their network. I think that was a misstatement on the part of the sponsor, although people make that assumption that that's how that works. They have the ability to contract the way they want. I'm happy to answer any questions and look forward to talking with the proponents about this bill.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm Mike Johansson on behalf of PCMA. We are the Trade Association for Pharmacy Benefit Managers. And the reason I wanted to go last is because we work for the health plans. So PBMs aren't out there setting our own policy. We set policy in conjunction with the health plan sponsor or the carriers. There was a lot of discussion that this is administration of medication. Actually, the bill only relates to dispensing by physician. And if we want to know what dispensing means, that means packaging and selling the drug. And then it says it's injected or it's an oral drug. And then you heard they bring the drugs to the office and they may actually receive some counseling there. So, but there's no mention in the bill at all of administering the drug in the office. Okay, there's infusion, and some drugs may actually be dispensed and infused in the office, which is administration, but the rest of those, the oral and the injected, they even acknowledge are actually just delivered to them and done some other time perhaps. It was also interesting that one of the doctors mentioned that they have a contract as a specialty pharmacy, which means they're actually complying with the rules and they're able to do exactly what they want to do, you know, within the construct of the financial arrangement and making sure the price is something that, you know, the health plan isn't being overcharged for. So, you know, we oppose the bill. We do think because it isn't limited to in-office administration, that it is much broader than before.
Senator Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess it was referenced that there were some conversations that took place over the interim, and there were meetings that took place, but it doesn't seem like there were any productive ideas or concepts that were presented to try to come to common ground on this. And I think it's been something that we've tried in good faith to reach out during the interim and have not come to any constructive kind of language. Are you willing to work with us and the stakeholders to try to come up with potential language that would provide the committee with kind of provisions that would still address kind of the reasonable cost controls to help with the cost side, but still move the needle on the patient access piece?
You go to me.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Senator Lamb. I'm gonna respectfully say that we may have different recollections of what transpired during the interim. My recollection of the last call that we had a member of the Health and Government Operations Committee ask that a draft be prepared to address some specific guardrails to which she was interested in seeing in the bill. And the last email traffic that I have has the proponent saying that they would provide us with a draft so that we could discuss that further. And I don't recall, and I don't have any evidence of having received a draft of this prior to it being introduced. Our intent with that conversation was to see if those guardrails were something that we all could live with, because we were in fact working towards a product that both sides would find acceptable. So I do think that that's still possible. I just don't think that the bill that's in front of us happens to have gotten us there. And I'm happy to continue those conversations.
So I'm happy to continue those conversations as well, but from our perspective, there doesn't look like there were any provisions that really helped try to address the patient access issues. And we're happy to continue those conversations as well. It doesn't seem like it's gotten very far from where we were, last year. And the other part too is would you propose cost controls as part of this?
And we appreciate that. They aren't in what's in front of us. So that's one of those guardrails that was requested in our October meeting that we had expected to see in the shared draft that we did not receive. That would have gone a long way, right? Because that's one of those things that I think both sides did agree to. It's just not incorporated into this particular piece of legislation as it stands right now, as well as some of the ways this has altered the scope to make it larger and different than what was discussed. And as I said, again, I think there's a difference of opinion on how that conversation ended and who was to make the next move. And that's fine. That happens sometimes if we don't memorialize it in writing. So I just think we recall it differently. But again, we are here to negotiate our way through that, because I do think we had been making progress up until that point.
Do you have specific suggestions as to provisions that you would have for cost control?
So, and I'll say this on the record because it's been talked about before, it was talked about in that call that one of the things that is part of why you find plans choose to design their benefits where there may be some delivering of the specialty medication on behalf of the patient directly to the provider from a specialty pharmacy is often because there is lots of many studies and lots of evidence. You referenced the ones about hospitals. The hospital example is certainly the most egregious, but there are also studies that show that it happens when it happens in a doctor's office as well. And so one of the things that has been in previous iterations of the bill, actually as the proponents had put it in, and that we thought was important that it be maintained, was that whatever the price would have been had the specialty pharmacy done it is the price that's considered to be the price. So there's no additional cost to a patient for having changed where that dispensing is taking place. So the patient remains protected and gets the benefit of the best price. This bill did include a provision to say that we couldn't pay the provider less, and that's not what we ever asked for. We asked that the price be the same. So the patient is the one who is experiencing no financial harm when it comes to what the cost is. And as I said, we thought that was something that was amenable to both sides. So we will want to see language to that extent included. And I think, again, the clarification about whether or not this is being dispensed by the medically integrated dispensing pharmacy that's part of the practice, or it's true physician dispensing, because that has a significant procedural difference for the patient about whether something is being covered under the pharmacy benefit or the medical benefit. The reality is in 2024, many people have plans where there is in fact, a PBM who is administering the pharmacy benefit. And so you may have a medical card and a pharmacy card, or even though it's one card, there are two different parts of your benefit, and how those claims are adjudicated happens separately. And so to shift from something that's being covered under the pharmacy benefit to now requiring it be covered under the medical benefit has a lot more administrative things that go along with that. But using one of the proponents, US Oncology, who does in fact have a medically indicated dispensary, seems to me to say that doing this under a pharmacy benefit could be maintained, shift in location. And make sense so that their benefits can be effectuated appropriately. So I think there are things that can be done. They're just not in this bill right now.
Okay, look forward to continuing to work with you on that. Last question, and you referenced the hospital-based care versus the clinic-based care, community-based care. There was a lot of information submitted in these letters that references hospitals. However, very little hospital-based care is provided under an individual physician dispensing permit. Can you provide the committee with more granular data on how you believe this will impact costs related to hospital-based care versus community-based?
I don't think your bill reaches the hospitals. I think I was acknowledging that when you talked about, when you look at, you used white bagging as an example, right, as the terminology. And you said a lot of the studies focus on hospitals. I'm just acknowledging that you were correct. That's all. But there are in fact studies that show that the same thing can happen in a physician dispensed space, in an office space where you're not in a hospital. And that's what we're just trying to protect the patient from. That's all. We're just trying to protect them from an unnecessary markup while also making sure they're getting the best care possible. That's all.
Senator, can I suggest that we have a little work group, maybe you and I and our analysts with the smart people on the panel? We'll get that set up. Thank you. Sure.
Thank you.
Senator Reed?
I just one quick question to Mr. Johansson, if I might. Because we interact a lot on PBM related issues, and there's been a lot of stuff going on. Can I ask you I understand there's a balance. I've learned a lot as we've worked on these issues together, even though we haven't always seen eye to eye. I think the question is, people putting plans together, utilizing your client services or other PBM, how much do they know about the choice they're making when they make the choice to not have these things be covered? Is my question make sense?
Well,
and is there a way we could better inform that, like, you might cost you a little more, but then you'd get these?
So plan sponsors are experts in healthcare, right? Or they're using experts. For example, when the state of Maryland hires a PBM, not only is it competitively bid, which means you have a PBM that's offering it at the lowest price, the state of Maryland, for example, hires its own consultant who's a PBM expert to help design how the RFP is going to look, how they're going to evaluate the bids, how they're going to evaluate the pricing, because a lot of it comes down to assumed kind of utilization of drugs across many lives, many conditions, and what the ultimate cost is going to be. And then the plan sponsors hire auditors to not only the ones who have kind of helped select the PBM, then they hire different entities, typically accounting firms, that audit the practices of the PBM while they're in the middle of the contract to make sure the promises we made and the activities we said we would do and the number of audits we do of pharmacies, for example, to achieve cost savings are actually being done. So plan sponsors have become very sophisticated because, unless it is a health plan we're working directly for, the self-insured plans and county governments and things like that, they actually hire experts to help them understand PBMs better.
Is that what's interesting? Is that true? Do you think of a company that's maybe 250 employees or 220 employees, those kind of size companies that would, a lot of them use PBMs? I know smaller ones might too.
Most of those companies aren't going to self-insure. That's when you start to get to,
right, okay.
And they may, and if they're self-insuring at all for the pharmacy benefit, they're self-insuring on the health benefit, and they're probably relying on the carrier to be their expert also with not just the PBM, but the dental benefit, the vision benefit. We all do the same activity. It's an administration of a plan benefit.
Okay, thank you. Just trying to understand a little more. Thank you.
Yeah.
So if there are no other questions for this panel, I have one virtual witness, Courtney Horn. I think, here she is. Hi, Courtney. Brittany, we can't hear you. I know she's unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Courtney Horn, and I'm a pharmacist in the Medically Integrated Dispensary at Maryland Oncology Hematology here in support of Senate Bill 526. Medically Integrated Dispensing, or MID, is a key aspect of an outcome-based, collaborative, and comprehensive model for delivering quality care and therapies to cancer patients. The MID model allows us to dispense patients' anti-cancer medications directly from the physician's office in a timely manner. Our MID team is involved in the patient journey before treatment begins and all the way through treatment monitoring. We help the physician and patient navigate new medications, dose adjustments, patient adherence, and toxicity monitoring. As a direct part of the patient's care team, working with the patient's physician, we have pre-existing relationships with the patients, access to the patient's medical history and electronic health records, and most importantly, direct communication with the physician and other members of the care team. So how does MID compare to external care coordination? Traditional mail order pharmacies provide education and oral oncolytic refill management, but these services are provided by personnel with limited knowledge of the patient's individual circumstances, no access to the EMR, and inadequate access to the patient's oncologist. As an example, some of the oral oncolytics like Krazati or Kisqali require a baseline EKG testing before starting therapy. Our MID team can and has identified patients who are missing baseline EKGs. We can contact the provider and have patients brought into the office the same day even to have the test done. In the last decade, there have been multiple studies across many specialties showing that clinical interventions made by MID teams lead to better compliance, outcomes, satisfaction, and reduced financial toxicity. For these reasons, MID is an important part of cancer care, but not a replacement for traditional specialty pharmacy. Senate Bill 526 establishes coverage for these services in appropriate clinical situations, and I urge the committee's favorable support.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it very much so. Thank you. Okay, now we are moving on to Senate Bill 539. And Senator Gall is the sponsor, and the panel is Tom Cole, Kevin Erickson, Audrey Fix Schaefer, Stephen M. Sakamoto Wingle, Stephen Parker. Oh, Stephen is. You want to let him go first? Okay.
Great.
Okay. And you can have as much time as you would like.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Fellow members of the Senate Finance Committee. Last December, Nancy Law, a resident of Anne Arundel County, sought to attend the Nutcracker at Maryland Hall. However, a search for tickets on Google revealed an exorbitant price of $175 each. Further investigation unveiled that these inflated prices were the result of resale on secondary market platforms. The actual ticket prices for the Ballet Theater's production ranged from $40 to $60 if you bought that directly from the Ballet Theater. Shockingly, resale prices on platforms like Event Ticket Center and Vivid Seats soared to as much as $632, representing an over 1,000% markup. These secondary ticket websites had also bought up the first, second, third, and beyond websites on a web search. So if one were to search for Nutcracker tickets Annapolis, they would be misled into thinking that the high ticket cost was their only option. This situation is not an isolated event. A study by the National Independent Talent Organization revealed that on average, tickets experience a 203% markup on the secondary market compared to their original price.
This stark contrast highlights the exploitation facilitated by professional ticket brokers, commonly referred to as scalpers. These entities leverage sophisticated technology inaccessible to the average consumer to purchase tickets at face value and resell them at exorbitant prices, diverting funds away from artists and venues. This issue is pervasive in Maryland, affecting events both large and small, from Merriweather Post Pavilion to venues like Ram's Head and the Napa Symphony. Moreover, price gouging on the secondary market is just one facet of a broader problem with ticketing practices. It has become commonplace to encounter unexpected or unexplained fees while purchasing live entertainment tickets. You carefully select tickets to a concert or a sporting event, ones that allow you and your friends to sit together. Then in the process of checking out of the online box office, a convenience charge is added on one page, and then a venue fee is added on the next page. And by the time you get to the final payment page, 3 or 4 charges and fees have been added on, often increasing the price of the tickets by 20% or more and blowing the group's budget. And that's not all. For over a decade, secondary resale markets have allowed the sale of tickets that sellers do not actually possess, or speculative tickets. In Maryland code, a speculative ticket is defined as a ticket that is not in the actual or constructive possession of a reseller at the time of sale. In short, a person can sell something that they do not even own. How it works in practice is that, let's say Merriweather announces today that the band Hootie and the Blowfish is coming to perform a show in August. Now, let's say Merriweather won't actually put those tickets on sale until Friday. However, in that example, you could go to the secondary ticket market today and find tickets for sale for that show, even though they haven't even gone on the market. And those tickets are being sold for several times more than what Merriweather intends to charge. The outcome is panic by Hootie and the Blowfish fans. They think that the show is already sold out and they have no choice but to pay that high ticket cost, even though they could have just waited a couple days and got them directly from Merriweather. Ticket brokers often refer to this practice as the equivalent of agreeing to stand in line for someone at the box office. They charge fans a service charge to buy them tickets when they go on sale so that the consumer does not have to wait in front of their computer, constantly refreshing their web browser. However, the consumer is not often aware that they are buying a ticket that the seller does not actually possess, nor do they realize that they're paying a premium price significantly above the face value for a ticket that they may or may not even receive. I'm sure this committee has heard from opponents of this bill, and I'm sure those opponents have argued that this bill disrupts the principles of a capitalist free market and assert that ticket prices are simply reflected of the forces of supply and demand. And while it's true that individuals may feel entitled to make some profit from selling tickets, the crux of this issue lies beyond the realm of your average person looking to pocket a little extra cash. Event tickets have been transformed into commodities or assets traded for profit, rather than access to cultural or entertainment experiences. This shift has allowed opportunistic brokers to exploit and manipulate the market, acquiring tickets en masse and reselling them at inflated prices, often leaving genuine fans priced out of attending. It's crucial to recognize that the essence of this debate extends far beyond the principles of capitalism. It concerns the equitable access to shared cultural experiences and the preservation of the integrity of the live event industry. Regulating the ticketing industry akin to the SEC's oversight of financial markets is essential for protecting consumers from predatory practices such as scalping and speculative ticketing. By enforcing transparency, fair pricing, and equitable access to tickets, regulation ensures that live events remain accessible and enjoyable for all fans, while fostering trust and integrity within the ticketing marketplace. In short, the current market isn't free and it isn't fair. So now let's talk about what this bill does. So SB 539 would require ticket sellers to offer all-in pricing with an itemized list of all charges at the very beginning. This eliminates the unpleasant surprise fees at the end of the transaction, but also ensures that consumers see the base price and all fees from the beginning and throughout the transaction. This is the version of all-in pricing that has consensus support within the artist community. It ensures that fees aren't hidden and that consumers are fully informed. And this transparency in ticketing would apply to both the primary and the secondary market. Versions of this idea are codified in legislation in other states, including New York, California, Nevada, and Utah. This bill would also ban speculative tickets. Speculative ticketing stands out as one of the most exploitive and deceptive practices within the realm of live event ticketing, earning disdain from artists, fans, venues, and promoters alike. The repercussions of speculative ticketing can leave frustrated fans stranded outside venues when their promised tickets fail to materialize. Although they may eventually receive refunds, this offers little solace, especially for those who've traveled long distance for an eagerly awaited event. And while Maryland currently mandates the disclosure of speculative tickets, such measures have proven ineffective in curbing the practice. A comprehensive prohibition is the only viable solution to eradicating this issue once and for all and safeguarding the integrity of live event ticketing and protecting consumers from predatory practices. This bill would also limit resale of tickets to the original purchase price, so essentially capping the secondary ticket market. By eliminating the commercial incentive for brokers to buy up tickets for high demand events and resell them at exorbitant markets, this measure aims to ensure that more event goers have secure tickets at the artist's intended price. As a result, consumers in Maryland stand to save billions of dollars that would otherwise flow into the pockets of third-party resellers and brokers uninvolved in organizing the event. This provision is not only necessary, but also directly addresses the underlying process and problem and reflects a fundamental belief that tickets should serve fans and not investors. Resale price caps exist in other states, including Kentucky, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and New Jersey, as well as other municipalities such as Cincinnati, New Orleans, Las Vegas, Kansas City, Missouri. The cap on the secondary market, we've also to allow those secondary ticket markets to still exist and to even though we have the cap, we would also allow them a 10% fee that they can charge for these tickets. So even though there's a cap on the actual ticket price for them to maintain their platform, they could charge a 10% resale fee. This bill would also require transferability for most tickets made available to the general public. And finally, it would require resellers to share the ticket buyer's contact information with resale ticket purchasers in case of a cancellation, schedule change, issues related to, secure or like a change with like a bag policy or security issue. We've heard from different venues that they have difficulty getting that information to the secondary ticket purchaser. So this way that they would allow the venues to communicate directly in event of a cancellation or reschedule. Amidst the myriad perspectives surrounding this issue, I've spent considerable time working on this bill, and through extensive engagement with over a dozen stakeholders, I've endeavored to ensure its thoughtfulness, balance, and responsiveness to the severity of the problem at hand. In fact, several of the provisions of this bill were shaped by the feedback from stakeholders who are not supporting the bill today. And some may argue that the bill favors certain parties. I firmly believe it stands as a testament to our commitment to supporting the artists, fans, and local venues. You may also hear from some opponents that the all-in pricing provision doesn't apply to the primary market. On the contrary, it does. You may also hear that the secondary market ticket sales will be pushed to unregulated places like social media. However, given in the definitions in the bill, social media companies would also have to comply. You may also hear that fans will experience financial hardship from our bill. However, this is misguided. Fans will still be able to recoup what they paid for the ticket and will have a newly enshrined right to transfer their ticket. There's no question that this issue is complex. For members of the committee with questions on the background of this issue, I've included a comprehensive written testimony. That being said, I acknowledge that there are a few areas of the bill that could use sharpening, and I look forward to working with the various stakeholders to continue amendments on or working on this bill. For all these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on SB 539. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Next, Audrey.
I'm Audrey Fix Schaefer with Meriwether Post Pavilion. I kind of want to say what she said, but I wrote this, so I'm going to share it with you. This is the most pro-consumer protection bill we've seen, and we fully support it. Last year, we hosted 450,000 fans from every state and abroad. We employ 800 people, and Pollstar magazine just named us the #1 amphitheater in the world. That's something else, I think. The problem, scalpers trick consumers into buying fake and overpriced tickets while using illegal bots to grab tickets before real fans have a fair chance. Here are just a few outrageous examples from this season. Ticket Network posted $150 tickets for Alanis Morissette at $7,000. SeatGeek lists Hosier's $99 tickets at $5,000. It's there right now. StubHub lists Hosier's $99 tickets at $24,697. Vivid Seats has tickets for Mitski at $12,000 when we can sell them to you today at $125,000 if you don't get tricked. SeatGeek and Vivid Seats are even selling hundreds of parking spots at Meriwether for up to $125, and we don't charge for parking. People are laughing. It hurts my heart. This legislation brilliantly takes a profit motive out of predatory ticket selling by making it illegal to sell above face value. It ensures fans who can't make it to a show can sell their tickets to other fans. Now, note that the majority of tickets on the secondary platform are with professional brokers gouging and capitalizing off the backs of artists and venues. The sites are awash with fraudulent tickets, and the guarantee doesn't cover people's disappointment or flights there. I know I only have 5 seconds left, but so I'll skip things and just say when this legislation is turned into law, it will be the national gold standard for consumer protection. And I predict artists will choose to play in Maryland over neighboring states as a result. It's just that good.
Good afternoon, Tom Cole on behalf of IMA, which is the operator of Meriwether Post Pavilion. Now, the reason why my client is supporting this is because my client is the face that fans see when they have a bad ticket buying experience. There is no reason why ticket scalping should be legal in the state of Maryland. This is about fans versus ticket scalpers. There's a number of ways to look at this bill. Capitalism seems to be prized in some of the testimony, but this is the one area of industry where the purchaser is separated from the service provider. The service provider is my client. They're the ones that signs the artist. They're the ones that provides the venue. They're the one that provide the security. They do everything to put on this event. Yet ticket scalpers are making a larger profit than my client off of the arbitrage, off of the scarcity. And they are doing that because in Maryland, we don't have any law preventing that. We have our peer states in New York, along the East Coast, Pennsylvania, where this is illegal. And this is a growing movement to protect consumers. There is no profit motive on behalf of Meriwether on this bill. Rather, this is to make it so that the concert industry and the venues that support the fans of Maryland can continue to provide a service to the fans. Scalpers do not provide a service. And so when you do hear about capitalism, when you do hear about the right of a ticket owner to do with it what they want, there's a critical component of this bill which identifies a ticket as a license. That is a license to come onto my client's property and enjoy what they have provided. It is not a straight up property right for many reasons related to safety and otherwise, but most importantly, because they're the ones that are putting this on. It is their property, it is their event, and they want to make sure the fans that buy that have the opportunity to do so before ticket scalpers insert themselves. So we would ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 539. Thank you.
Steve? I'm sorry.
Me? Okay. Kevin Erickson, I'm a resident of Silver Spring. I direct Future of Music Coalition. When the Taylor Swift thing happened, it thrust these issues into the spotlight, mostly confirming what we and other musician organizations have been saying for some time. There are a lot of problems that merit policy attention. Musicians lack the lobbying resources of Live Nation on one side or the resale sites and all the groups that they fund on the other, and elsewhere, that those two opposing camps have had us locked into kind of a binary analysis. They blame each other for all the problems, and that has led to a lot of confusion about what to do. Talking to musicians can help clear that up because no one knows more or cares more about protecting fans than us. And for us, it's pretty simple. Bad behavior is unacceptable from any of these companies. We want to hold them all accountable, and this bill does that. So if you hear people talking about ticket buyers' rights, I encourage you to always ask if they're describing a fan who bought a ticket because they want to go to the show or a broker who bought a ticket because they want to resell it for profit. Those two people's interests are not aligned and shouldn't be conflated. The second isn't even a consumer. They're just like a weird entrepreneur trying to get in between musicians and fans to siphon that revenue away from music communities so fans pay more and artists earn less. If you hear secondary platforms and groups they fund say, oh, this provision helps Ticketmaster, look into whether it actually just makes it harder for brokers to maximize their profits. Remember, Ticketmaster has been reselling other venues' tickets at massive markups. This bill attacks that directly. You may hear people say that this bill will shut down legitimate resale. Ask whether it just forces them to adopt less exploitative business models. There are already ethical resale platforms that operate within these parameters, face value, 10% fees. No one gets stuck with a ticket they can't use, but no one gets ripped off. Really, fixing ticketing requires two complementary policy approaches in tandem. The first is antitrust. My organization's been especially aggressive in calling for the Department of Justice to break up Live Nation Ticketmaster. But the second is market regulation, rules of the road that apply to every firm. It's these two approaches together that add up to sound policy that protects fans, workers, small businesses, and diverse creative expression. This bill's about those rules of the road, banning fake tickets, mandating upfront pricing, stopping predatory practices. That's why it has such a broad coalition of support and why other states are already looking to this bill as a model. I would welcome questions.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Steve Sakamoto Wengel on behalf of the Consumer Protection Division of the Attorney General's Office. I'm here in support of this legislation. Senator Guile and the previous witnesses have described the problem in great detail. This legislature and this committee in particular has worked over the years to try to address this problem. I've been involved. I know that several members of the committee have been involved. I even worked with former Delegate Frick, who's here today, involved in this issue. And the steps that have taken have obviously not addressed the problem. There have been steps to outlaw ticket bots. There have been steps to require disclosures with regard to speculative ticketing, but we're still receiving the same types of complaints about people being gouged to be able to buy tickets, to events because either ticket bots or ticket brokers are buying up the tickets, and so just so they can resell them at exorbitant prices. We believe that one solution which this bill would address would be to try to take the profit margin out of the resale market to try to limit, how much consumers can be gouged in order to buy their tickets and to keep, ticket brokers from wanting to buy them in the first place because, the return is not going to be worth, the squeeze. So we urge a favorable report on this bill and thank you for the committee's consideration.
Stephen?
Yes. Hi, my name is Stephen Parker, and I'm the Executive Director of the National Independent Venue Association. Our members are the venues, promoters, festivals, and performing arts centers in every state and community. NEVA strongly supports SB 539. Consumers are defrauded every day across the country, including at venues here in Maryland. From the 300 capacity Elkton Music Hall to the 19,000 capacity Meriwether Post, fans are subjected to deceptive websites, fake tickets, and price gouging when predatory resellers buy up tickets at face value and charge exorbitant prices. Hundreds of one-star Better Business Bureau reviews of the top 3 resale platforms tell the same story. Catherine C. bought tickets to Monster Jam and was not allowed to enter in the pouring rain with 2 young children. Keith W. drove 4 hours to a concert and his ticket was inadmissible. Andy M. spent $300 on tickets that he never received. CKP spent $1,400 on Funny Girl tickets that didn't exist. How do you sell tickets that are not in your possession? Asked Dennis P. Where is the consumer protection on this? Asked Maggie S. Predatory resellers impersonate venues and festivals using deceptive websites. They sell tickets they don't have or don't exist. And most disturbingly, these predatory secondary resellers often cancel the ticket week of, day of, or never deliver a ticket at all without any consequence. States are serving as the incubators of innovation to show what's possible when protecting consumers from predatory resellers. And Maryland can be that next state to protect fans from predatory resellers by passing SB 539. It bans fake tickets, ensures itemized transparency for ticket purchasers, prevents price gouging with face value resale, guarantees that tickets can be transferred from fan to fan, and ensures enforcement to protect those fans. Many opponents of SB 539 are fighting for brokers and resale platforms to be able to charge as much as they want. Some of them will portray themselves as consumer protection groups, but they have been funded for years by StubHub and Vivid Seats to help weaken consumer protections. In reality, this law protects fans, it allows them to exchange tickets freely, and it ensures that predatory resellers and secondary ticketing platforms do not price gouge consumers. NEVA encourages you to make SB 539 law. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, we have one question over here from Senator Hershey. And then Senator Reedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator, just wanted a quick question for you. In the area of how a listing for a ticket needs to be described, you called it all-in pricing. You said that it has to offer that. If you look at many of the primary and secondary markets on their apps, they have a toggle that will allow you to show the pricing either as the ticket itself or all in. Does that satisfy your concerns that you can look at it either way?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. I said offer. I mean, this would require it with them to disclose the whole entire price with all fees included from that first very page when you're toggling on there. And I don't think that every single market or platform does have that all-in ticket pricing. I mean, I think that's what the frustrations we've heard from consumers is that they go to there and they very end, and then there's all these fees added. So I mean, perhaps there may be one that you may be thinking of, but I know that's not universal.
Yeah, I mean, the ones I've looked at, Ticketmaster, StubHub, SeatGeek, you have the ability to look at the price of a ticket either way. You could look at it, what's the cost of the ticket, or all in, including fees and taxes. It's the consumer's choice on how they want to view the purchasing experience on those platforms. You mentioned that they had to offer this. So, and then you just said require it. So I'm asking which one needs to occur, and does what the apps are currently doing, does that satisfy that it's there if the consumer wants it, but it's also there if the consumer doesn't want to see that?
This would be universal to the extent that there's certain platforms that already have it fairly disclosed from that very first page where they're offering the ticket. I'm not sure the differentiation from what I've said either from offer. To the extent I did, I think it's more requiring on the very outset. On the very first page where you're looking at, so you can see how much that ticket is going to cost with all of the fees, with everything on there, on the very first page and every step of the transaction all the way to the very end.
All right. So right now in the ones I described, that's a consumer's choice. If they'd like to see it, if they don't want to see it, they don't have to, but you're going to say that they're required to see it with all in from day one, right? From step one. Ms. Fix Schaefer, your venue uses Ticketmaster, right?
It does.
Okay. So explaining the same type of thing, I just looked at the on your website as well too. It directed me right to Ticketmaster. Same type of thing. In this situation, I looked at the Brooks and Dunn's concert. I could buy tickets in section 200, row G, for $220 each plus fees. Right. So that would be in violation immediately because it doesn't show the all-in price as soon as I looked at that, right?
Well, as you said, people have that option there. This legislation goes into effect. It wouldn't go into effect till October.
Right.
And anything that is required, we would comply with.
Okay. So,
And I think of it like when I buy an airline ticket, there are similarities. And when I buy an airline ticket, I get the full price right at the get. And when I'm checking out is where I see how it got to that top price.
yeah, no, I agree. A consumer should be able to, in my opinion, consumers should be able to decide how they want to view the price of something, but right now,
Okay.
Ticketmaster would not be in compliance with this bill because it says plus fees. What I'm interested in too is, and I'm not familiar with this, explain how do you determine what the price of a seat is for that Brooks and Dunn's concert?
That's a conversation that happens with the artist. The artist is the one that really drives that. And that's a reason why these egregious 10, 20, 100 times over face value is so painful and
I'm not there
hurtful.
yet. I'm
Well,
more
I
interested.
understand. I want to get to your answer if I may.
I want to, and then I'm going to ask IMG as well too, how you guys collaborate together and determine the
Well,
cost of a ticket.
I'm the one to answer that,
Okay.
if I may. That it's a conversation with the artist and they determine how much they want their customer to pay. That's part of their identity.
Okay,
And when that identity is taken away and they look like a gouger,
okay, so they'll
Not okay.
determine, so they'll determine how much they want you to charge per seat,
yes.
right? And you have you make money off that too, right?
Well, actually, how it works is the vast majority of the ticket goes to the artist.
Vast majority.
More and more, absolutely. And this is where
Do you make
this
more
kind of thing, if I could, let me just finish this sentence,
Okay.
please. That the artist gets all that money. They've worked really hard. They paid a lot of money to get a lot of people there in terms of their band and such. They've made the art. They determine that. Where we make money is when people come through the door and can afford to buy drinks and merchandise and food. Now, when the prices are so high because of unnatural behavior on the arbitrage market, people are seeing fewer shows. That hurts us and it hurts the next artist coming through. And it means that when people come, they don't have the money for that T-shirt.
Okay, so when you work with the artist, do you guarantee that all the seats will be sold?
There's no such thing.
No such thing. So the price, obviously, if there's a lower price on the tickets, there's more opportunity to get more people in, right?
Not necessarily.
No.
It's a demand of the artist. You track like how many tickets they've sold in other towns, if they have an album coming out. There are a host of components to it that are really complicated, but ultimately it's the artist that makes the determination of what is the right and fair price. And the artist, yes, everybody involved is a capitalist, but our interest in the venue and the artist is to keep it as low as we can while still making a profit. Ours is, we've invested in the venue, the employees, the insurance, the taxes. We just made $60 million in renovations to our venue, which is why I think we're named the #1 amphitheater in the world. And the others have zero skin in the game when it comes to the profitability of that show, and they don't care.
It's interesting. You said that you're allowed to make a profit on having different shows. Is your profit limited to 10%?
Our profit is from selling food and beverages.
Is it limited at 10% to hold for each venue, each concert that you have?
I don't know that your question is really clear.
Well,
What
we're
I think
deciding that we're going to.
if you're talking about the bill,
Yeah.
that 10% is.
No, I'm not talking, excuse me. I'm asking you, you said that you attract an artist to come in. You work with Ticketmaster to sell the tickets. You make a profit. You said that was your language, that you're allowed to make a profit.
I could tell you right now that not all shows make a profit.
Not all shows do. Okay.
They do not. And it's not just Merriweather. It's small venues across Maryland that are holding on so hard as independents, trying to bring, and I should also say, this is a really important point too, why we fight so hard for this and why we want to keep not just Merriweather, the larger venue going, but the smaller venues going. When COVID hit and we were all shuttered, one piece of data that was just so stark that we learned was there had been a study in Chicago the year before that showed for every dollar spent at a small music venue, $12 of economic activity is realized by area businesses. And that's because, like I said, people come from 50 states to come to Merriweather. And when the small venue in Baltimore has a show, the restaurants around there have people in the seats. That's important. I think it's important to everybody.
I would agree, and I don't think that's what this bill has anything to do with. I mean, the matter is, if you put a good artist in there, either you're going to sell the tickets on your initial through Ticketmaster, or they're going to be sold on the secondary market. At the end of the day, it really shouldn't concern you how somebody got in the door.
It absolutely does.
And why is that?
Because every dollar that they spend by overpaying, by getting tricked, by getting duped. Excuse me, let me finish, please.
But you keep
every
using,
dollar.
you keep using words like overpaid, duped. I
Right.
heard gouging a number of times. I heard scalping a number of times. Just to make sure I understand.
Yes.
These are willing buyers and willing sellers,
Who
right?
have gotten fooled into thinking oftentimes that they're buying from us because there are websites that are made to mimic and parrot us. They buy search engine optimization ads. So on Google, there are 5, sometimes 10 other organizations that sound like they might be Merriweather. And so people get fooled into picking it. Not us. Sir, I'm telling you, if you want to stand at our box office, I'd love to have you on a show so you could see how they feel about it.
No,
And
there's definitely the feeling that we're seeing in this legislative session that for some reason, consumer protection is one of the most important things that we're hearing about. We've got issues about crime, we've got budget issues, we've got transportation issues, but consumer protection seems to be the most important thing. And we seem to have for some reason, have to think that we have to protect Marylanders from themselves. Because every situation that you brought up there was somebody went to some off-brand location to buy a ticket and they got ripped off, and then they call Stephen's office. And so my concern is there are several reputable firms out there that are doing an excellent job of putting a willing seller together with a willing buyer. And if that's the case, isn't that consumers' ability to make that decision themselves? If they want to buy a ticket, you mentioned tickets for $24,000. Okay, they might be on there, but are people really buying them for $24,000? Or are they going there saying, you know what, I can go on Ticketmaster and buy it for $200?
Senator Hershey, if I may jump in here for a second. The question isn't so much if there's a willing buyer and a willing seller. The question is deception. There's these speculative tickets, for example, that are being sold for several times more than what they can get there. And it's fine. The concept and what I said before, the concept of having a free market with a willing buyer and a willing seller is absolutely fine when the situation is fair. In this situation, where what we've described and what is going on at Merriweather currently is not fair. In fact, there's brokers, there's using secondary ticketing platforms in order to mislead consumers, to deceive consumers, into ultimately paying several times higher. The example that I gave before of the Nutcracker show in Annapolis, same situation, a grandmother wanting to take her grandkids to go see the Nutcracker. They go on the website, and instead what they find is that these tickets are being sold for several times higher than what you could get there for directly. A willing buyer and willing seller is fine so long as there's not deception involved, with all due respect. Thank you.
And we can agree to disagree. Nobody wants to see anybody deceive. But again, at the end of the day, consumers have the right to look around at a number of different platforms and make their decision.
Okay.
And if they want to go straight to the venue, they can do that. If they want to go to, the names that you hear all the time, whether it be Ticketmaster or StubHub, SeatGeek, Vivid Seats, all of those things that you hear about all the time, then they can go there because they have protections in there that say, if they sell you a ticket and it doesn't work and it doesn't get in, you'll get your money back or you'll get a better seat. So,
Okay.
so those types of things,
Well, we'll agree to disagree.
those types of things. And I
Yeah.
think, Senator, with all due respect, you're taking a very specific incident that occurred and creating a bill that in a sense takes down the entire industry. Because
This is not an isolated incident, Senator.
certainly
These are these are incidents that have happened, are pervasive, not just here, not just in Annapolis, not just in Merriweather, but things that are happening nationwide. We could recount for you numerous examples of these very situations that are occurring. This is not an isolated incident and then crafting a bill from one isolated incident.
I would not necessarily agree with that.
Okay.
Let me ask you
That's fine.
another question, because I get concerned when all of a sudden you talk about my property and what I can sell it for. As a season ticket holder, why all of a sudden does the state of Maryland get to determine how much I can sell that ticket for?
I guess the question is, can you not afford the season tickets? Is that why you need to profit off of Maryland consumers and able to afford those season tickets? Is that what you're suggesting?
I guess we could go and look at every single industry out there. We could look at attorneys, for instance, and we can ask what they charge on an hourly rate and see if that's fair for everybody across the board. But again, I recognize that's a service, and what I have is a product. But I do have a concern about that, because especially when you get into the specifics of the bill, it doesn't necessarily, in fact, I don't even know how we defined it. I think the word is a comparable ticket.
Sure.
I don't know what that really means.
Well,
but
do you want me to respond to that?
if you'd like to define
Yeah,
that,
I mean,
please.
I understand. We've spoken with the Ravens, we've spoken with the Orioles, we've spoken with, Major League Baseball. And we do understand the concerns that they've raised with respect to season tickets. For example, the ban on speculative tickets does not include season tickets necessarily. And I'll speak to separately the price cap, but that's because you have actual custody of those tickets. So consequently, if Ravens, Orioles, whatever, in postseason, that you still have that ability to sell those tickets. With that being said, we're willing to continue discussions because we recognize, in fact, I think the Ravens written testimony is that 90% of their ticket sales come from season ticket holders, and I do understand the merits of wanting to protect that base. So we're happy to continue those discussions. But like I said, I would posit that, I realize some people feel like they need to subsidize the season tickets that they have by selling them, above that price.
Sure.
However, like I said before, I just question whether or not, if you're not able to afford them, you have to use Maryland consumers in order to be able to afford those.
But again, you're selling them to Maryland consumers that are willing to pay the price that you've asked for.
Okay, well,
Right.
agree to disagree. Thanks.
I got the side eye, so. Thank you. Stephen, I didn't get to you. I had some for you, but I can catch up with you later.
You know where to find me.
Yes, I do. Thank you,
Let's,
Madam Chair.
let's get to Senator Reedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, I'm looking into the bill more and more and trying to learn more about the issue. I do want to say the season ticket issue, going back to that for a moment. I mean, the concern we have is actually that's exactly how a lot of people afford season tickets is they put together a group, or they buy, a season ticket package to the Orioles, 81 tickets. I mean, you can get smaller packages, but a lot of times people will do that. So I think that's one area we may want to look at in the bill.
Sure.
And addressing. That's maybe just a comment.
Yeah.
I don't like and I also don't know that when we talk about people actually reselling the tickets they own, I also think that's important to protect that ability. I don't know if I've already bought the ticket and I can resell it somewhere for a lot more money than I paid for it. I think that's, is that not, you're not really trying to get at that in this bill?
You're exactly right. Not necessarily, we're not necessarily concerned with the idea of, let's say you buy tickets at like $100 for like a concert, and then you want to make it like a little extra money and say, okay, I'm going to sell those tickets for like $200. While this would apply to that, that is not what's generated this massive problem that we have. On the contrary, what we have is a manipulation of the market by bots using sophisticated systems in order to buy up tickets, in order to sell them at several times more than what they was purchased for, and to effectively, even if there's a willing buyer and a willing seller, but the reality is it's a manipulated market, and it's causing a huge markup on ticket
ticket prices.
Why is that? And I get that, and I think that's maybe
Yeah.
a little bit of a separate issue, which we can get to, but why is that in the bill then? Why did we put that in the bill on season tickets and people reselling their own tickets? Why are we capping what they can resell them for?
You know, the idea is really that, you know, we want to remove the incentive ultimately from that market, from that whole, because these tickets are not commodities.
I think that.
Yeah, you want, Tom, do you want to respond? Go ahead.
Yeah, no.
Senator
Thank
Reedy,
you, thank you.
I appreciate this question. It is just that tickets are a unique product. And just as you cannot buy a ticket on an airplane and resell it for twice the value, there's a reason why. Because as a venue operator, we have a list of people that are not allowed back into our venue. We have certain tickets that the artist might say, these are fans that we want to have these tickets sold to these fans for a pre-sale or something like that. It is a unique product. And to just sort of say it should be treated for arbitrage like anything else, that is what this bill gets to the heart of, that it is very much a license. It's why these other states, including most recently Florida, have adopted anti-scalping bills, because it is the recognition that a ticket is a special commercial device. It is not like anything else that you might buy at a yard sale for $1 and sell on eBay for $100, because, and it ultimately gets to that issue that I said in my testimony, which is ticket scalping, whether it is a sporting event or anything else. And I understand the senator is talking to the sporting teams on this. It disconnects where you're going to use that ticket from where you're buying it. You buy it from anyone online and they say, here's this ticket. You get it. It's this piece of paper. You go up and you show up at the venue and you hand the piece of paper over and the venue says, I did not sell you this. I don't know what made you think it's a ticket, but it's not a ticket. You go to StubHub, you go to anywhere else. There is not a verification there other than those platforms saying, this is what we tell you we're going to give you, which is why speculative tickets are a part of this bill. That is another version of how these are not just normal pieces of property, that they're being manipulated in this way. And so I would just, when you're thinking of tickets generally, think of all the instances in which you would think of a ticket on a train, a ticket on a plane. All of these instances, you are not going to see those sold on the secondary market because it's prohibited. You can't do it, and for good reason.
Now, I'm going to interrupt as the chair of the committee. We have 64 witnesses left. I just need brief. And for those of you that are coming up, you have 2 minutes. Doesn't mean you need to take 2 minutes. If you can say it in a minute, if you can say me too, we'll be really happy. But
Madam Chair, I'm being called to another committee, so I'm gonna stop right now. I'll be back, but I have some other things I think we should get into, but it doesn't have to happen right now. So thank you very much.
I appreciate it. I see a work group coming for this bill, but let's just get through today. It is 5 o'clock now. I'd love to not be here at 9 tonight.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next panel, Sarah Johansson, Laura Price, Hugh McElroy, Aaron Kovelman, and David Tui. Please come to the table, and as soon as you're settled, please start. Whoever would like to start.
Good afternoon. My name is Aaron Kovelman. I am testifying today in ardent support of SB 539. I currently work for All Good Presents, a leading independent concert promoter in the state of Maryland for the last 25 years. We produce upwards of 100 shows per year, as well as curate music festivals and events within the area. In addition to working in the industry, I have been a fan and supporter of live music for my entire life. This legislation would make an immediate impact on myself, as well as everyone else that enjoys the benefits of live entertainment, from the ongoing support of fans to the folks that work behind the scenes to ensure every show comes to life properly. As the entertainment industry and technology have advanced over time to a mostly digital platform for sales, scalpers are responsible for a large portion of tickets acquired as an event goes on sale to the public and even before that. This has enabled scalpers to hide behind numerous avenues and platforms that prevent real humans real fans, and real supporters to even have a chance from obtaining a ticket at face value, both when the event goes on sale as well as within the secondary market. As you all know, once scalpers have obtained these tickets, they then drive the price up to any level. We've seen 2 times, 5 times, 10 times, and even 100 times the face value of a ticket. The original face value of these tickets takes many analysis points into consideration and results in a price that the bands, the venues, the agents, the promoters, and the managers all feel is proper for both the fans and the industry to successfully work with. As soon as that face value becomes non-existent, it creates a ripple effect through the industry and through the public. Higher ticket prices means less people are able to afford the tickets. Less people can attend the event, and more people are deterred from the industry that ultimately brings happiness, creates memories, and is an avenue to take a break from the agony of daily
Thank you.
life. Thank you.
Next.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'm Sarah Johansson. I'm the Director of Business Operations at the Annapolis Symphony Orchestra, and I'm here in support of Senate Bill 539. The Annapolis Symphony Orchestra is a nonprofit organization headquartered in Annapolis, Maryland. For 62 years, the ASO has produced a high caliber musicianship in classical and orchestral music for the region. We invest significantly in our community and work hard to bring music to our entire community. At the ASO, we don't have some of the problems you've already heard about with respect to bots and large-scale commercial ticket buyers, but we are impacted by third-party ticket resellers. First, there are sites that mimic our official ASO ticket site, and consumers are often confused about whether they're purchasing tickets directly from us or not. This may lead our patrons to buy very expensive tickets, even though face value tickets on our ticketing site are still available. In addition, I've recently seen these sites lie about the amount of tickets that are left to be purchased. When there are many available, they'll act like we're almost sold out. In addition, third-party resellers may charge exorbitant processing fees on their website. Secondly, patrons who buy from third-party sites often receive incomplete ticketing information since they are not purchasing from us. We don't have the customer's information in our database and cannot help them at our box office when it comes to customer service, like reprinting their tickets, resending confirmation emails. If a concert venue gets changed or a time gets changed or there's a weather incident, we cannot reach out to those patrons who bought from third-party sites and communicate those with them. This causes confusion for the patrons and disappointment, and it takes away from the enjoyment of our concerts. Third, and most importantly, I think this is a major reputational problem for us. If someone bought a very expensive ticket with a large ticketing processing fee and they truly thought they were on our website, they may never purchase tickets from us in the future. And also they may go to these sites, see the fees, see these ticketing prices, and may be turned off from buying from us ever again and becoming a patron. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Price. I've been the Director of Marketing and Ticketing at Ramset On Stage in Annapolis, Maryland for 11 years. Ramset On Stage is under the umbrella of Maryland, upstate New York, and Key West, Florida. Ramset On Stage alone presents approximately 350 concerts per year. I'm here to support this bill as I've seen firsthand the negative effects of the ticket scalping industry for as long as I've held this position. There are numerous problems, but I'd like to highlight 3 that are recurring almost daily. Number 1, there are a number of ticket resellers that create websites using search engine title tags, making their websites appear as though they are our venue's official website. Then pay high dollar to search engines to make sure their websites come up first when fans search the concerts at our venue. This is deceptive to the consumer, allowing them to believe they are visiting our website, which is ramsetonstage.com. The second problematic issue is that if these scalpers can reel in a music fan, many times the markup on each ticket is upwards of 8 to 10 times the face value. I remember a recent case where a lovely couple who had purchased tickets to their favorite band arrived at our venue and discovered that they had paid $400 per ticket to a show where the actual ticket was only $50. They were furious and blamed our venue, asking, how could we let this happen? Our box office spends a lot of time on the phone with these consumers trying to educate them. The third concerning issue is that when a music fan purchases tickets from a ticket reseller website, we rarely have access to the contact information if a show is postponed or canceled. Many times these victims have booked hotel stays, made weekend plans, and have even booked airfare in some cases. As frequently as we try to put it out there, Please only visit our official website. This practice has become so pervasive that it is difficult to fight. I feel this bill is a great first step to protecting the consumer. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hugh McElroy. I grew up in Montgomery County, live there now, and I play an internationally touring band that started in Silver Spring in 2001. After a long break, we're playing again, and we've seen the recent changes in ticketing that have been described so eloquently by other people already, so I'm going to skip some of those things. We try to make our shows accessible to everyone. Sometimes that means working with promoters and venues to set a ticket price below what we could charge if all we wanted was to maximize our revenue. The face price of the ticket, which is the only element of ticketing revenue that we can control or negotiate, doesn't just pay my band for the work, it also pays the staff at the venue, which includes sound engineers, light engineers, security, and other staff. The ticket price needs to ensure that everyone who works on a show is fairly compensated. We recently played a venue in January. We priced our show at $20. The venue charged a $5 fee on top of that transparently. Vivid Seats offered resale tickets to our show. And those tickets, they listed a $20 ticket for $100 with $42.42 on fees on top of that, a 469% markup. They listed the ticket as part of a so-called concierge service, Seat Saver, that masks the sale of a speculative ticket that Vivid doesn't possess but is selling anyway. We wanted our fans to pay $25. Vivid wanted them to pay nearly 6 times that. None of that extra money goes to us, the promoter, the venue, their staff, or anyone who actually worked on the show. It all goes to the ticket broker, to Vivid Seats, and to its predatory private equity investors. Vivid Seats wants the speculative ticket ban in this bill weakened to make an exception to speculative sales and services like Seat Saver. I disagree. I don't want to see our fans get ripped off like this. I want a ban on speculative tickets, and I want ticket resale capped at the original purchase price so that no one gets stuck with a ticket they can't use, and to protect my community from predatory corporations I would never choose to work with. We don't work with Ticketmaster because of their unethical practices, but we think Vivid and other largely unregulated resale sites are even worse. They use legitimate public frustration with Ticketmaster as a cover for a dishonest business model. I challenge the gentleman from Vivid Seats or anyone else to explain how a chance to pay a $469 markup on my band's $25 ticket benefits consumers in any way.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Finance Committee. My name is David Toohey. I'm a venue executive with 30 years of experience in the venue management industry. I'm here today supporting Senate Bill 539 on behalf of the International Association of Venue Managers, and its over 7,500 active members who are managers, executives from auditoriums, arenas, convention centers, stadiums, performing arts centers, university complexes, amphitheaters, and fairgrounds. IVM supports legislation at the federal and state level that protects fans and the public that attend our events. For legislation to be effective, it must address price transparency through all-inclusive pricing, fully prohibit the use of speculative tickets, which is fraudulent and is the practice of selling tickets that the seller does not have, and ban the use of deceptive URLs in marketing. Senate Bill 539 will protect fans and guests in the ticket buying process by prohibiting speculative tickets and mandating price transparency. It supports the integrity of the ticket sales process and provides needed protections to consumers and fans in Maryland. While IAVM would like to see the inclusion of a ban on deceptive URLs and marketing in this bill, it does include the added protection of limiting the price increases fans experience in the secondary market by putting a cap on the resale amount. The experience of our fans and guests is a venue's highest priority. Due to the rise in fraud and deception, specifically in the ticket resale marketplace, that experience is often negative. I have personally assisted fans who have arrived with excitement and what they thought were valid tickets, only to find out that they were not. Not only are they sad, frustrated, and disappointed, but they are also out from the money that they have spent. This is why bills that address reform and bring integrity and safeguards to the process are so important. Thank you for your time, and we encourage support of Senate Bill 539 and the protections it provides to fans, guests, and customers of many venues in Maryland.
Thank you to this panel. Do I have any questions for this panel? Thank you very much. The next panel starts with Penny Harrison, who is favorable, followed by Brian Hess, favorable with amendment, John Briegel, Jonathan Schwartz, and Steve Wise, all favorable with amendment. Can you please come up? Somebody can start, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Steve Wise here today, and we are signed up to support with amendments. I'm here today on behalf of the Sports Fans Coalition, and their executive director is Mr. Brian Hess, who's seated to my right. He will give you a little info on the coalition and also address a couple areas of the bill. There are areas of this bill that the coalition supports and is in general agreement with. I've spoken to Senator Guile about that, and we hope to continue to work with the work group as we move forward. There is an area that's been discussed here that we do not agree with, however. And let me first remind everybody, this came up a little bit. This bill is not just about concerts and theater events. It's about sporting events, and that's the focus of the coalition. This bill would prohibit the person who has a ticket to, let's say, an Oriole game that they acquired in June of 2023. And that game was September 28th. Well, no one thought in June when they bought that $60 ticket that September 28th game might determine whether the Orioles make the playoffs or not. But when the circumstances changed that we all were so happy about, that in fact they may be going to the playoffs, the value of that ticket obviously went up. That person who bought that $60 ticket, that individual fan, not the bots and the things that we all have issues with, but that individual fan under this bill would not be able to take advantage of that higher price that occurred through good circumstances and things that were well beyond the control of that ticket purchaser. So that is a principal concern of ours, but Mr. Hess is going to address for you a couple areas where we are in support of what's in the bill.
Thank you, Steve. My name is Brian Hess, Executive Director, Sports Fans Coalition. We're a national nonprofit that does everything from equal pay for women athletes, college name, image and likeness rights, sports bettor consumer protections, including Maryland's current sports betting law, and ticketing consumer protections. Marylanders love their sports, and we believe Marylanders have access to a fair and transparent marketplace. We support with favorable amendments because we believe SB 539 asks the right questions, addresses the right themes that need addressing, but we believe that there are other solutions that may better solve the problems. First, we do support upfront pricing. We believe the first price you see should be the last and only price you see. However, we do believe that fans should have the right to resell their tickets without a 10% price cap or the comparable ticket requirement under the provision of the bill. Part of what that problem is do we expect an individual fan to check what the comparable seat is costing on the day they list the ticket and then have to go revisit that every day as dynamic pricing changes the costs of those comparable tickets? Fans should be able to resell the tickets for what they were. And yes, most season ticket holders rely on investments like that to help subsidize their fandom. Second, we believe that transferability is the most important consumer protection. And if you look at a study we did of 25 million tickets resold over the last 6 years on secondary markets to every major sporting event, you find nearly $260 million in savings over the last year or last 6 years. Maryland, though, those savings were only $2 million. In states that protect transfer, those savings for consumers who are able to buy a below face value ticket was nearly $14 million. We do see that the paragraph F does start to protect the right to transfer. We would just recommend amending that to ensure that it is a full right to transfer and not just subject to either what they reasonable restrictions, which we don't understand what that means, and the general public be just all tickets. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, and I hope to work with the working group as this bill moves forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Beidel, Vice Chair Klausmeier, and members of the committee. My name is John Brayo, and I'm the Vice President of Public Policy, Telecommunications, and Fraud at the National Consumers League. Since 1899, for more than 125 years, NCL has advocated on behalf of consumers and workers in the United States and abroad. Since 2009, we have advocated before Congress and in more than a dozen states, including here in Maryland last year, in support of pro-consumer and pro-competition policies that benefit fans, artists, and all stakeholders in success of live events. Buying a ticket to see a concert at Meriwether Post or watch the Ravens play at M&T Bank Stadium does not have to be the frustrating experience it too often is. That's why we are encouraged by the reforms proposed in SB 539. The intent of the bill is good, to promote a fairer, more transparent ticketing market in Maryland. We hope to make it even better by strengthening its all-in pricing provisions and eliminating language that will lead to unintended consequences. Specifically, we urge you to amend the bill to require that the all-in price, including all mandatory fees and taxes, be provided anytime a ticket is listed. While the all-in pricing provisions in the bill are a good start, the language as introduced could allow unscrupulous ticketers to continue hiding the true price of a ticket until the consumer has made multiple clicks during the shopping process. Second, while well-intentioned, provisions requiring ticket resellers to provide contact information of their customers to event organizers like Live Nation Ticketmaster will only serve to extend the ticket monopoly's power into the secondary market. I just heard numerous speakers at a previous hearing talking about the importance of privacy. We think that this should be respected here as well in ticketing. While notifying fans of changes to events is important, event organizers already have numerous channels through which to do so, including Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, radio, TV, and artists and venues websites, to name only a few. We urge you to strike the data sharing requirements from the bill. Finally, while we are pleased to see language protecting the rights of fans to resell, donate, or give away their tickets, we are concerned that the bill language as introduced could be misused by ticket issuers to restrict competition in ticket sales. On behalf of live event fans in Maryland, thank you for giving NCL the opportunity to submit our testimony. We urge you to report this bill favorably with amendments, and we will be happy to assess with the working group that you mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. That will be up to the sponsor of the bill if she wants to work. And I'm happy to join it. Thank you. Thank you to this panel. Do I have any questions for this panel? Oh, I'm sorry. One more.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Schwartz. I'm the executive director of the Lyric Baltimore. For 129 years, the Lyric has provided the people of Maryland with great opportunities to see world-class entertainment on our stage. And I support all the things that have been said. I'm not going to repeat all the scourge of speculative ticketing. It's a horrible thing. It impacts our venue. It impacts our patrons. I'm going to focus on the amendments. The first is that I would recommend striking on page 3, section C, lines 16 through 19. That is what's it's burdensome, it's impractical and burdensome for the venue as a nonprofit with 2 full-time box office employees, requiring Lyric Baltimore to receive and store information from an unknown number of secondary ticket sources regarding resold tickets is unacceptable. The bill places the substantial burden of an unknown number of hours of time on our staff, an unknown and uncompensated expense on our nonprofit, and the impossible task of the verification of an unknown number of ticket purchasers and third-party resellers. So I'd recommend striking that from the bill. And the second thing brought up by the conversations, Senator Kyle mentioned bots. There are currently legislation on the books regarding bots that the Attorney General, the prior and current, have refused to enforce because they say they do not have the staff and the funding. I would recommend that if we are going to pass this bill, that it needs to have dollars with it for it to be enforced. Otherwise, it's not worth the paper it's printed on. Thank you.
Did you put your amendment request in writing to us?
The first one I did, the second one was from listening to the conversations today.
Thank you
And
very
I'll be
much.
happy to.
So now do I have any questions, Senator Hershey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brian, just a couple questions for you as a representative of sports fans. I would have to imagine that you're very familiar with obviously the big name resellers that we hear about. At the same time, I wonder, do we get potentially into an area of unintended consequences? So for instance, if I'm a season ticket holder, I can no longer use a StubHub or Ticketmaster or SeatGeek, Vivid Seats to do that. This bill doesn't prevent me from going on eBay or going on Facebook Marketplace or something like that. Doesn't the fact that that becomes the only option, you're then in a situation of using a platform that doesn't protect ticket buyers the way that these other big ones do, and then end up potentially having more problems with the sale of tickets that may or may not exist?
Yes, so if you were to price cap what the ticket could be resold for, you can't regulate demand.
Right.
And so that demand will still exist for maybe a couple of the 1% of shows that end up going for large amounts. You will end up sending that into a gray or black market, and that will harm consumers. Right now, with the trusted resale platforms that do exist, almost all of them offer buyer back guarantees, even in the case of spec tickets. And also, if those spec tickets don't come through, the seller of that spec ticket is also penalized by the platform itself. So those kinds of things encourage and build trust among consumers, and we should be allowing for those kinds of platforms to continue existing so that consumers don't go back to the back alleys where tickets were once sold.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seeing no other questions, now that I have everybody speak, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm going to check one more time. Penny Harrison, did Penny come back in or? Okay, thank you. So now we have 5 unfavorables. William Kress, Ron Legler, Joe Freeman, Brian Austin, Kevin Callahan. You can start if you'd like as soon as you're seated. It's fine. Thank you.
Great, I'll start. My name is Ron Legler. I am the president of the state-owned France Merrick Performing Arts Center, home of the Hippodrome Theater. The Hippodrome is the only national touring Broadway series venue in Maryland, and I'm here as a member of the Maryland Sports Entertainment Industry Coalition. The Hippodrome opposes SB 539 unless necessary amendments are made. We applaud and support your efforts to require disclosure for total price on each step of the ticket purchase transaction, to require mandatory disclosures regarding speculative ticketing on that secondary market. The Hippodrome proudly has been using all-in inclusive pricing since 2016. We are concerned with the requirements in Section C for a reseller to provide its customer data. That would just take too long, and a 45-minute chance that we have you to get from your car to the Hippodrome, it would just take too long to be able to have to go through all these other processes. It would put a lot of burden on the box office itself. Not that we wouldn't love to have the data of who's actually in our theater, because if anything ever happened catastrophically, the first question you guys would ask us was who's there. And sometimes we don't know who's always in the audience. We respectfully request that sections D, E, and F be stricken. We support fan-to-fan resale. Any requirements governing what may be charged in the secondary market stand to interfere with customers' rights to resell their tickets they cannot use. We believe that capping service fees and ticket prices would be detrimental to the live industry in Maryland. The ticketing ecosystem is delicate, and we're concerned that making these drastic changes could backfire and cause people not to want to do business in our great state. These types of caps do not exist in industries driven by dynamic pricing, such as airlines, hotels, and ride sharing. We also believe that the artist, producer, or presenter should retain the rights and as the right holders to determine whether to restrict transferability. There are often instances where the artist will choose whether or not to play in a state based on whether the artist has the ability to restrict transferability. Remember, we don't always have the right to bring a show like Wicked that brings 170,000 people during the week. They could choose not to pick Maryland and go to DC or Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Brian Austin, State Circle Strategies, here on behalf of Ticket Network. You have a written testimony. We first like to applaud the bill sponsor with her focus on consumer protection. And we look forward to continuing to dialogue and to work with her, this committee, as well as the other stakeholders during the work group. Ticket Network is a technology company and ticket resale marketplace based in Connecticut. We service customers throughout the United States, as well as here in Maryland. And as the bill is written, we oppose it, but again, we think that with the right amendments, it could be a great consumer protection bill. For example, the bill seeks to add new severe regulation on ticket resales while largely ignoring the primary ticket sales process, the source of widespread consumer complaints, complaints across the country, culminating in the United States Senate hearing and DOJ investigations in 2023. Members in committee, even President Biden expressed his concern with the primary ticket industry. He called it out by name. This bill is written, again, seeks to cap ticket prices on resale. You all heard about why that would be a problem and should not be allowed. But again, this bill does not talk about dynamic surge pricing, which regularly pushes ticket prices listed at 10 times the published face value during various peak demand through the primary box office system. Again, this bill does not address that. We support all-in pricing for everyone, not just for the secondary market. This bill only requires it for resold tickets. For these reasons and many others, we ask that we continue to work on this bill. Thank you.
Chair Bidle, members of the committee, good afternoon, almost good evening. My name is Joe Freeman, Vice President of Government Relations for SeatGeek. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm going to try to be extremely quick. We're respectfully in opposition to the bill, and I'm going to lay out why in a few moments. We're a 15-year-old company. About 8 years ago, in addition to being a leading resale platform, we saw fit to try to challenge Ticketmaster in the primary ticketing market. Thankfully, in Maryland, we've had some success. We ticket the Ravens, we ticket the Commanders as our primary ticketing service provider. We take pride in the service and transparency and value we deliver to Maryland fans through those relationships. At the same time, you've heard a lot from a lot of people. We strongly urge you in hearing these issues to not inadvertently create a Ticketmaster Live Nation further monopoly empowerment bill. And that's a great risk in terms of much of what you've been hearing today. I want to focus quickly on the issue we're in respectful opposition, and that's the notion that demand can be regulated. You've heard a lot from a lot of different people on alleged price gouging. I can say this from personal experience. My NBA team makes the finals this year. I'm willing to pay a ridiculous amount of money to go see them play. If my wife or my granddaughter wants to go see the next hot concert, I'm probably unfortunately going to have to pay. It's my decision. There's a lot to say further about transparency, transferability, and fair competition, and we look forward to engaging further with the bill sponsor and the working committee in that. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Chair Bidle, Vice Chair Klausmeyer, members of the committee. My name is Kevin Callahan. I'm here today with StubHub. And so I want to thank Senator Guile for her willingness to talk with us through some of our concerns with the legislation and being open and honest in kind of her thoughts and discussions. Certainly we have a few concerns, but I want to state up front that, I think it's been said repeatedly by folks here that we are supportive of the all-in pricing conversation, that concept. I think that's something that is important. Just as a little background, StubHub actually experimented with this in 2014 as we thought that would be a benefit to consumers then. What we learned at that time was not everybody in the industry was following suit, and we ended up losing substantial business, over 20%. There's been a number of studies on this. This was discussed in the White House and as part of one of the reasons why we believe all across the board, everybody providing this information in a clear and transparent way is a positive benefit for Marylanders and consumers everywhere. StubHub was founded in 2000 and really revolutionized the secondary ticket market. One of the hallmarks of our site is providing a fan protect guarantee, so that in that unfortunate situation where you show up and perhaps that ticket didn't work, which does happen very rarely. It's not zero, but it does happen about 0.2%. So very, very rarely, but we want to make sure that you are made whole, and we're going to do everything we can to try and find you a comparable ticket. That is the worst experience, and that's something that our team is focused on so that you do not end up with, we heard a lot of discussion about fraudulent tickets. And so that's something that we're investing heavily in. That's something where our fees contribute to supporting our ability to operate the platform, to be responsive to customers when they do have those problems. That's why we have concerns with the caps. Looking forward to continuing the conversation. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Good timing. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Bill Kress here today on behalf of StubHub. I want to take this conversation a little different tactic than my colleagues here. I want to talk about the primary market and market manipulation of tickets. Ticketmaster owns or manages 410 artists. They're the largest promoter in the world. They have 338 venues they control or exclusively own. They have a primary ticketing site. They have a secondary ticketing site. They have dominant control of the industry. They've been under investigation for the last year by the Department of Justice. They've been under a consent decree since 2010 to ensure that they're not using monopolistic anti-competitive tactics. And really, this whole issue of ticketing, and it always happens this way, I've been working on this issue for many years. This issue popped up because of Ticketmaster and the Taylor Swift Eras concert. So let me tell you what happened with that, at least as far as I understand from the reports and the investigations and the hearings. There was a pre-sale for fans, and then there was a second pre-sale if you had a Citi card. They had 1.5 million tickets available. They had 3.5 million people sign up to the website seeking tickets. In the first pre-sale, they instituted dynamic pricing. As the demand went up, people came online, the prices went up. And so you have prices approaching $5,000 per ticket in the primary market by Ticketmaster, who is the ticketing agent for Merriweather for IMP. The second pre-sale through Citi cards sold out. Then we got to the general ticket sales and there were no tickets available. And so the problem with the system and what Senator Hershey's bill addresses and Senator Klausmeyer bill addresses is that consumers don't know when dynamic pricing is taking place. They don't know when the sales are.
Mr. Kress, I love you, but you're over your 2 minutes.
I'm going to finish up, Madam Chair, when the sales are going to occur. That information would help consumers. Thank you.
Thank you. I got to treat
I
everybody the
understand.
same. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Do I have any questions for this panel? Senator Reedy, do you have a question? Can you turn, there you go. Didn't see your light.
Sorry, I
Thank you.
apologize. Yeah, no, so I'm trying to dive into this a little bit. I had one of the questions I was gonna get into with the supporter panel, so I don't want to be unfair. I try to hear both sides. We heard a lot about fake tickets, which you've talked about. Heard a lot about these fraudulent websites, which I agree are a problem. I got almost duped by one on something at one point, on something unrelated to ticket sales. And then also bots. I was looking up the Maryland code. I remember we already made that illegal, I thought. I had to go back and check. So it's already illegal to have a fraudulent website, an imitation website, and it's illegal. Is it illegal also to use bots?
Yes.
Currently? And that doesn't mean people don't use it.
Yeah.
But is
It's illegal.
anybody?
Yes.
can answer
It's
this.
illegal under state law and under federal law.
That one person answer your
Sorry.
question.
Yes, okay, thank you. So it's already illegal. Are there things that could be? Because I actually am very sympathetic to the argument that if somebody is using bots to buy up all the tickets, to me, that is unfair. So I mean,
So-
can I ask StubHub, since you represent StubHub, Mr. Kress, can I ask you, what do you guys do to stop? I assume you're gonna tell me you don't use bots.
So
but
the
what do you-
secondary market is not a market that is subject to bot attacks. So bots have been outlawed in Maryland for some time. We're not aware of any reports ever occurring from any of the ticketing folks. In federal testimony with respect to Ticketmaster, they testified they reported one ticket bot attack. There's been one prosecution by the Federal Trade Commission involving a ticket bot. So again, if you had reporting and by the ticketing folks going to the Attorney General's office, that might help us find out if there's a real issue.
Okay, Madam Chair, I was at the Hippodrome this weekend for a wonderful show with my wife and I, since I knew I would probably be here on Valentine's Day. And we bought directly through the Hippodrome and we had a great experience. But so I definitely understand, though, that people can get tricked. We want to avoid it, but I'm just trying to see where we are in the law currently. Thank you.
Senator, and the sponsor of the bill.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I know we got a lot still left to go. So, Mr. Kress, Bill, you mentioned earlier that I agree, bots are a problem. And I know it's a huge problem with trying to track them, and the enforcement is lacking. We have anti-bot legislation on paper, but the reality is not really enforced. But I know you said, and I've heard this been said, that the secondary ticket market, though, there's not really an issue of bots. But the reality is, if the bots are buying these up on the primary marketplace, they got to be selling them on the secondary ticket marketplace, right? Is that
Yeah, I
fair?
mean, that's exactly the reality. I think
Okay,
the
so-
issue is the enforcement and the reporting from primary ticket places.
Absolutely, that's a
Yeah.
problem too. But what are websites like StubHub and others doing to prevent those bots that are buying up all the tickets to then selling them on their sites? Maybe StubHub can chime in.
Yeah, so on our site, what we're doing is we work directly, with the sellers. If we see anything that suggests that there might be something that doesn't make sense to us, like we've been in business for 20 years, that would cause a red flag. think we do receive occasional outreach from some of the venues and some of the primary ticketing companies, just if they have suspicions about certain listings. And then if we are presented evidence that a bot was used to acquire those tickets and that they are listed on our site, we don't want that on our site. We don't want to be abused and misused for that type of activity. So we want to be responsive and take that down. I think it does require that primary ticketing site to be able to, if they're the ones who are being attacked, to be able to share that information. I think we all could be doing a better job, frankly, across the industry of coordinating and collaborating on this. I think that's hopefully something that comes out of both, any state that is willing to have that conversation as well as the federal government. And I know there are a few proposals right now to do just that.
Yeah, I agree. We all could be doing better. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't see any other questions for this panel. Thank you very much. We do have 1, 2, 3,
Thank you.
4. Thank you. We have 6 virtual, if they've stayed with us. And the first one is Ron Ozer. Ron? Make sure you unmute. There we go.
Can you hear me? I guess you can hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks. My name is Ron Ozer, and I am what they call a talent buyer or talent booker, negotiating and bringing in artists to perform at venues. I wanted to speak as someone in the music industry who is with a new business, new small Maryland business, the Elkton Music Hall, which opened less than a year ago. We're a 300 capacity venue, and we are doing our best to become a known quantity in the state of Maryland. And as a buyer, I have friends in the entire industry everywhere, and I know some of the people who've already spoken. I think everybody spoke very well. In general, you'll find that independent buyers like myself are strongly in favor of this bill, that we are tired of fighting not just bots, but really any kind of people that are sweeping up tickets and making it look like shows are sold out when they're not. Even just this morning, a friend was asking whether we should reduce the number of tickets we sell per show so that people can't buy tickets so quickly for shows that are very high in demand. So this is a constant problem at small venues, large venues. It's not a Ticketmaster question. Every different kind of ticket buying software has to deal with this. We struggle. We think this bill has a lot of great steps in it that would help prevent scalping, help prevent predatory ticketing and deceptive ticketing. And I urge you to look closely at it and to favor it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, virtually, we have Kenneth Pekarski. Maybe, is he on? Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me? Great, perfect. Senate Finance Committee, thank you for having me. My name is Kenneth Pekarski from United Musicians and Allied Workers. We represent musicians and music workers fighting for an equitable music industry. We are in favor of this bill becoming law, and we appreciate your leadership to reform the ticketing marketplace in the state of Maryland. Ultimately, there's no good faith reason to sell large blocks of tickets to an individual or entity. To briefly mention my background, I've spent 14 years working as a musician and concert producer, and in that time, I've cultivated local music culture by operating community-focused, all-ages venues meant for musicians just starting out and those who are on tours on shoestring budgets. I'll be specific in illustrating why limiting fees on resale tickets and limiting the resale prices of tickets to the original purchase price is vital. While the popular narrative about this issue has largely been about acts like Taylor Swift and her fans, this is not who comes to mind for us on the issue. This is about musicians working at a much smaller scale and the fans they share. Let's say you have a fan who wants to attend a Taylor Swift concert, whose only option is to purchase a ticket scooped up and resold on the secondary market at an inflated price. You have two scenarios. They cannot afford the ticket, or they can, but now their entertainment budget is diminished by a reseller who has extracted a profit, money that would otherwise be spent seeing music in a small or medium-sized local venue. The common musician relies on making money from local shows, touring, and selling merchandise like t-shirts, cassettes, and vinyl records. Streaming services like Spotify famously don't pay enough, and most of us have to work a second job. So when there's a $20 ticket for a small to mid-sized concert resold for $80, that's $60 taken away from a fan that could have been spent on merchandise, not to mention food, drinks, and tips to service workers. And these inflated tickets can keep fans from experiencing a new act they might love, hindering that musician's career. We literally cannot afford to allow these predatory resellers to continue leeching money from musicians. The regulations in this bill will materially benefit musicians performing in the state of Maryland. Thank you. I have answers to questions.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Nathaniel Morrow.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Hello.
Great. My name is Nathaniel Morrow. I'm the managing director of the National Independent Talent Organization. We represent music managers and agents for touring musicians across the country. This last summer, we did a study on the secondary market and clients that we represent, and I just want to share some data points from that study. In that study, we found on the secondary market, tickets were sold for over 203% the face value of the ticket. On an average show, there was $41,000 made in collective profit by resellers. The average number of tickets resold for these shows was 543 per show. This is a large amount of tickets. This is a large amount of money being sold on the secondary market against artist wishes. I would also like to go into some more specific facts for tours that were happening over the summer. The Cure tour, which happened and had face value restriction in some states, there was face value restriction, were not allowed. In those states, the resale numbers were significantly higher. We're talking about 1,500 tickets resold in Denver. We're talking about 1,800 tickets resold in Chicago. We're talking about almost 4,000 tickets resold in New York. In states which allow restate restriction like California, there were 20 tickets resold on the secondary market, which means those were only 20 people that had to go into the secondary market and spend significantly more than the artist intended on those tickets. I would also like to say, on average, the resold tickets for the Chicago show were 400% above the face value. You looked at another ticket for New York City, which again was not allow any resale restrictions. 1,000 tickets were sold on the secondary market. The resellers collectively profited nearly $1 million. Tickets that were priced $100 were on average sold for $800 on the secondary market. These numbers are just showing you how much money can be saved by Maryland concert goers if this bill is enacted. We would love to see it happen, and I can say from experience, we've already told other states about this bill, and they're writing it into their own legislation.
Thank you. Next, we have Kirsten Souza. Unfavorable.
Hi there. My name is Kirsten D'Souza, and I serve as the Coalitions Director for Chamber of Progress. We're a tech industry coalition committed to ensuring that all Americans benefit from technological innovation. For full disclosure, our corporate partners do include companies like StubHub and Vivid Seats, but our partners do not have a vote or a veto on our advocacy positions. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, Madam Chair and the committee. We are urging the committee to oppose SB 539, which would limit the ability of consumers to resell their tickets and would benefit dominant ticket selling companies like Ticketmaster. We largely agree with the comments of some of the consumer groups that have already spoken, and I would just like to add a few points of emphasis here. As drafted, the bill would require disclosure for resales of a ticket, including consumer contact information, but not its original sale. This is an anti-competitive infringement of consumer privacy that serves to entrench the largest primary ticketers. In this context, disclosure requirements should uniformly apply to both primary ticket sellers and resellers. Additionally, SB 539 tilts the scale in favor of Ticketmaster over ticket buyers. At the core of consumer rights is the freedom to enjoy and utilize purchased property as the consumer deems fit, including the right and ability to resell that property. SB 539 caps the fees that ticket resellers may charge, but does not similarly cap primary ticket sellers. This inherently favors the largest incumbent ticket sellers like Live Nation Ticketmaster. While SB 539 does have good intentions of protecting consumers, the anti-competitive price provisions may drive ticket resale back into the black market where consumers don't have any protections. A better approach is to protect a consumer's right to transfer or resell a ticket that they have purchased. Other states have language guaranteeing this right, including Connecticut, Colorado, Illinois, New York, and Virginia. Accordingly, we strongly encourage you to report this bill unfavorable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last witness for this bill is Tyler St. Clair, unfavorable. Hi, Tyler.
Hi, good afternoon or good evening, I guess I should say, Chair Vital and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Tyler St. Clair and I serve on the public policy team. Excuse me, for Vivid Seats, a ticket resale marketplace. We have signed in as against and appreciate the opportunity to provide our perspective on how best to protect ticket purchasers in Maryland. First, I would just like to unequivocally reject the idea that Vivid Seats is not pro-consumer. We have the only loyalty program in the industry, Vivid Seats Rewards, which rewards customers who have purchased 10 tickets with a credit towards the 11th ticket. We have a 100% buyer guarantee, delivering tickets on time and as ordered, or we make it right. 4 out of the last 5 years, we've won best customer service in ticketing for Newsweek magazine, and also staffed a 300-person call center in Texas to deal with all of these issues. We are pro-consumer because we have to be, right? People have to trust us and enjoy the service that we offer. And so it's with this background that we come here to say we support the intent behind Senate Bill 539 to protect consumers and commend the sponsor for examining the role played by both the initial ticket seller and the reseller. And we support the concept of clear pricing disclosures and have worked in other states to pass similar legislation. We do have concerns with other aspects of the bill, many that have already been touched on. This includes bill's price cap requirements that may have unintended consequences. Considering that on our marketplace today, you can find Maryland sports tickets selling well below face value. We also have concerns with the data transfer portion. And further, we have concerns with requiring a ticket to be a license. We believe that when a customer buys that ticket, it is the property of the purchaser. Finally, Vivid Seats agrees that undisclosed speculative ticketing is a problem and would like to continue to be able to offer our popular service for customers called Seat Saver, which saves time for fans who are not able to sit in front of a laptop for hours on end. Vivid Seats has worked with lawmakers and regulators across the United States to ensure legislation reflects a desire for consumers to enjoy a healthy, competitive marketplace. We look forward to continued discussion and thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony. And that ends the hearing on Senate Bill 509. No, I'm sorry. Senate Bill 539. It ends the hearing on Senate Bill 539. Thank you. We have 2 more bills. There are Senator Kramer's bills, Senate Bill 509, commercial financing. I'm just going to remind the witnesses, you have a 2-minute limit. If you can say it in a minute, we'd be very grateful. And if you just can say me too, you'd get extra points. So Senator Kramer, please present commercial financing. You have all the time you need.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Ben Kramer here to introduce Senate Bill 509. I have 2 people at the table, Madam Chair, Ms. Kaylee Locklear, and I saw Mr. Enton sitting in the back. I put a mirror under his nose, and it appears as though he's good to go to testify. Colleagues, this is a bill that's familiar to you all. So I'm going to move quickly through it. First of all, I just want to say thank you because this committee passed this bill unanimously last year, and the bill passed unanimously off of the Senate floor. So for that reason, I'll ask everyone who signed up to testify on the bill to move quickly. I am cautiously optimistic that we're going to get this one across the finish line this year. Colleagues, this bill is about finally offering some minor regulation to alternative commercial financing that has remained completely unregulated, and the industry players, many of them, have taken full advantage of the fact that it is unregulated. There are good actors in this marketplace. The bad actors are going to be the ones coming up to oppose the bill. The fact of the matter is, our small mom and pop businesses are being victimized and preyed upon by unscrupulous lenders who go out of their way to ensure that these small business owners don't understand the interest and the fees that they will be charged when borrowing from these entities. That is why Ms. Locklear is here, because she's the voice of the small business operators here in our state. There's been an evolution of this bill, and it started out originally a couple of years ago. Colleagues, it was to prohibit this kind of financing altogether in the state. The industry made a reasonable case that there is a place in the market for them, but they said, we need to be regulated. Fair enough. The next year, the bill came in, putting in place regulations. Well, the industry came in and said, oh, if you regulate us, we're going to have patchwork regulations all over the country. Every state's going to be doing something. We need to have a consistent regulation that every state will be doing the same thing. Colleagues, California and New York, the two largest economies in the country, have adopted the legislation that is before you this evening, the identical legislation, because we came back in good faith and said to the industry, okay, you don't want patchwork. I get it. We will follow the two largest economies in the country. But then they came in last year and said, oh, okay, well, California's done it, but there's litigation. We don't know what the outcome's going to be. Colleagues, that litigation, out the door. California court said, we are upholding the California law, and now California and New York are doing something very important that is in this bill, and that is requiring the most basic of information, that when these loans are made, it include an annual percentage rate, APR. That's it. The folks who are going to come up and oppose this bill are going to say, oh, yeah, it's impossible to do it because our financing is this or our financing is that. It can't be done. Colleagues, it is being done right now in California, and it is being done right now in New York. So the fact of the matter is, it can be done. Colleagues, last year, one of the companies, Rapid Finance, came in here and said, hey, no way to do APR. Well, you know what Rapid Finance did in a recent announcement that they put out to the market, their industry. And in it, they said, additionally, commercial finance providers have the option of buying their software that they have created. And you know what that software does, colleagues? It says it has a user interface available to perform some of the more complicated calculations, such as APR. So the very people who were in here last year telling you, oh, we can't do this, APR can't be done, they're selling their software to the industry to do just that, calculate the APR. Colleagues, here's what the California court in part had to say with regard to the lawsuit that the industry filed in California that's now dismissed. The court offered the following: the requirement to disclose an estimated APR is, quote, purely factual, non-controversial, not unduly burdensome, and reasonably related to a substantial government interest. The court in California said, yeah, absolutely. You need to do this, and you will in fact do this. As a consequence, California now, which had, and they pointed to this last year, colleagues, the California law, well, it has a sunset. Well, the California legislature just overwhelmingly did away with the sunset. It is now permanently in statute, the bill before you, and the APR that was just in regulation is now in statute. They took it from the regulatory body and said, no, we're not going to risk anybody changing it. We're putting APR into statute. Now, the one other thing that California did, and colleagues, because we are tracking and keeping consistent with our friends in California, they put in a safe harbor provision so that if a company's trying to do the right thing and they get it wrong, no harm, no foul. And that was not in the bill that you all passed last year. We didn't have to put it in the bill this year, but we did because we're providing consistency, which is what the industry always asked for. So with that, colleagues, when you hear the disingenuous representations that APR can't be done, it's being done today in New York. It's being done today in California. And those players that are the good actors, and you're going to hear a bunch of them come today and say, we're all in with this bill. We support the bill. We want the bad actors out because they are tarnishing our industry. So you're going to hear a whole lot of folks coming in that do this kind of lending today that say, yes, please pass the bill. With that, I thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, honorable members of the Senate Finance Committee, for the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance in very strong support of this legislation. I also want to thank this committee, the entire Senate, for passing this bill out unanimously for the past 2 years. And I think you all know, but this all started when one of my small retailers came to me. She had a store in Fells Point, got suckered into not one, but two of these lending products. And ultimately lost her store over it. And so that's how we got involved in this issue. And lo and behold, when we started to ask our small members about this, they are inundated by this product constantly. This bill simply discloses to businesses the basics that we all expect: payment amounts and the frequency of a payment, upfront or prepayment fees, estimated term of the payment, but most importantly, an estimated APR. And as Senator Kramer said, despite what you are going to hear, APR, estimated APR, can be calculated. It is happening, has been happening for some time now in California and New York, where the majority of these lenders that are going to come up here, or these groups that represent them, they are still operating there and calculating them. Interestingly, and you touched on Rapid Finance, they do sell this tool to the industry. There are lots of tools out there, but it's fascinating that they decided to create their own that they're now profiting off of. And I'd also just like to add that one of the major associations behind us, the Secured Finance Network, went on record in California stating that the safe harbor provision that we added to this year's bill made them neutral on it. And so that's just something I want to leave the committee with. So with those comments in mind, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, Robert Etten on behalf of the Maryland Bankers Association. We have been supportive of this bill every year since it was introduced. It's just kind of, I mean, this is a loan. I don't care how you want to couch it. This is a loan. The end result is that the small business that joins in this and obtains these financing arrangements is borrowing money. And when you borrow money for these small businesses, they ought to be able to know what the rate of interest is. I mean, that's all it is. What is the rate of interest? And to say that these sophisticated companies can't figure that out, it's just really not credible. Banking industry is heavily regulated. We feel that this industry ought to be heavily regulated, and therefore we support the bill. Thank you.
Trenton, I'm really proud of you. That was only 50 seconds.
Hey.
Thank you.
It's a good thing my family doesn't watch these series.
Have any questions for the sponsor of this panel? No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have unfavorables, Frank Boston, Ari Plott, Caitlin McDonough, Natalie Pappas, and Catherine Fisher. No, I'm sorry. I missed Chris DePietro. He can come up with this group. There's enough room. I'm too busy over here cleaning up the spilled tea.
Oh, come back. Favorable with amendment.
I didn't even know he was here.
I don't want to be.
Oh, you were gonna, because you're favorable with amendment?
I'm favorable with amendment, Madam
I'm
Chair.
not trying to hurry you or anything.
Yeah, I'm going to be very quick. Chris DePietro here, on behalf of two of my clients. We're here favorable with amendment. Very quickly, last year I was here on behalf of Fiserv. There was a technical amendment this committee adopted. Unfortunately, I think it just was an oversight that it was not included in the bill as introduced. We have included that in our written testimony that is submitted to council and to the committee for their review. The other issue that I would like to raise is on behalf of the National Premium Finance Association. These are the companies that finance premiums, insurance premiums. That's all they do. They are fully regulated and registered under the Maryland Insurance Article, subtitle 23, both in disclosure and interest rate calculation. It's been in effect since 1996, so it's well established. These the goal of this bill, which we support, is to regulate folks who are currently unregulated. This group of financing would be swept in as this bill is currently drafted and would create a scenario of dual regulation by the Insurance Administration and also by the Commissioner of Financial Regulation. We have offered, there's an exemption section of this bill where the banks and others are exempt for very good reason. We request a very narrow exemption that would focus in on the transaction itself and not a blanket exemption. So we submit that to the committee and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. DePietro. Do I have any questions for Mr. DePietro? We'll take care of those things.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now the unfavorables.
Ooh, the villain, huh? According to Senate.
Oh, look, we only have 4
Not
to
at all.
5. We lost one.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, I'm Frank Boston III. I am here today on behalf of the Revenue-Based Finance Association, and we respectfully oppose this legislation. You know, actually, from 5 years ago, Senator Kramer has changed the bill and has made it a lot better. And I will stand here today and say we want a lot of the same things that Senator Kramer wants in his bill. We want licensing, we want regulation, and believe it or not, we also want disclosure. But a disclosure on an APR for this product is simply unworkable and unpredictable. This is because our loans are contingent upon receivables that are unknown and not always the same from day-to-day operations. And I don't have enough time, but I can clearly give you an example of how that works. So as a solution, because, you know, we can sit up here and say it's not workable, but this year, as a solution to disclosure, we offer an amendment. We offer what is known as total cost of capital. This way, the merchant knows exactly the amount that they have to repay before they sign on the dotted line. Our products are fixed with flat fees. So this is why this type of disclosure will work for us. So we ask the committee, if you're going to pass it out, consider that amendment because it's fixed. The merchant knows exactly what they're paying back. And you don't have to be worried about the APR that can change from day to day, depending upon whether you pay it sooner or later. Last thing I want to say is California did change their law, and Senator Kramer is right, but that is being challenged in the Federal District Court of Central California by the Small Business Finance Association. Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Kate Fisher. I'm a partner with the law firm Hudson Cook located in Hanover, Maryland, and I represent the Revenue-Based Finance Coalition, a group of responsible providers of financing to small and medium-sized businesses. We support disclosures that tell our customers the total dollar cost of the capital instead of APR. And in the last few years, 5 states have rejected requiring an APR disclosure and instead have adopted the total cost of capital model. Most recently, last year, Connecticut did. An APR calculation considers interest as it accrues over time, the required payment schedule, and the loan term. But in revenue-based financing, there is no interest that accrues over time. There's no fixed term for repayment, and there's no loan term. As a result, the APR calculation would be made up of guesstimates, and this is not going to result in a helpful disclosure for small businesses. And I'll be brief. Lastly, the Uniform Law Commission, which drafted the Uniform Commercial Code, has just completed a study on commercial financing disclosures and will be drafting a national uniform commercial financing disclosure law over the next year. The Uniform Law Commission is made up of lawyers from across the country, and there's a 3-member delegation from the state of Maryland. And we respectfully ask the committee to allow the Uniform Law Commission to complete its work before passing legislation that includes APR and could harm Maryland small businesses. Thank you.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the committee, the chair and the committee for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Natalie Pappas. I'm the Assistant General Counsel with Rapid Finance. I'm also here on behalf of the SBFA, which represents other financing companies, including Rapid Finance as well. As we've stated, Rapid Finance is in support of disclosures. The main issue we come here today with is regarding the APR, the estimated APR disclosure. The main problem that we have is it's supposed to be calculated in accordance with the Truth in Lending Act and TILA. TILA does not take into account either a daily or weekly pay product or a product that does not have a term, or it's, you might have a payment a couple days a week, depending if a business is getting payments. It requires a provider to make multiple assumptions in order to provide these calculations. It requires certain providers might calculate you're getting payments on 20 business days out of the month. Somebody else might calculate as 22 business days. So that means that it's going to be changing the estimated term of when it might be paid because of the amount of payments you're potentially going to collect over that potential term, which would then either increase or decrease that estimated APR. The regulations in California and New York, they just say, go to TILA, calculate in accordance with TILA. But TILA doesn't take into those considerations. They don't provide that guidance on how many days that a provider is supposed to use for business day to calculate those payments. They don't tell you whether or not that provider needs to take payments on Saturday and Sunday. So then you're taking 3 payments on Monday, whereas some providers might skip those Saturday and Sunday payments and only taking 1, which is in effect going to change the estimated term. So while you can say that, oh, go to TILA, you can calculate it, TILA doesn't take into account these differences or how you're supposed to calculate it. So it's an assumption. So providers today, while we might be giving these disclosures in New York and California, we have to make assumptions, and Rapid might be making a different assumption than another provider because we might only calculate 20 business days instead of 22 business days. So that's our main concern, is because of that lack of clarity. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Kayla McDonough here in respectful opposition to Senate Bill 509 on behalf of Rapid Finance. And just to it's not that we can't calculate it. I mean, it's very clear in the bill how you would calculate it. We just don't think it's the clearest metric for this product. Rapid offers other commercial financing products where APR may be more appropriate because they're more aligned with a traditional loan. These tend to be short-term. A lot of the variables are moving around. So it's not that we can't do it or that we don't know how or don't have a calculator to do it. It's just, we believe that a total cost of capital model is the clearest, best disclosure for our clients. And, with that area of tension, the rest of the being regulated, working with the Office of the Commissioner of Financial Regulation, working with this committee to do it, I think we can all get on board with, and actually would like to see, potentially additional regulation coming from this committee around brokers and marketing. And I think a lot of the things that are actually impacting the retailers' members, that they're being bombarded with marketing and things like that. So, I mean, we would love to move forward on a piece of legislation that we think has the appropriate disclosures so that we can actually start kind of getting this market and getting this industry regulated and in shape. But thank you, Madam Chair, and happy to answer any questions, Senator.
Senator Kramer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll try to move through this very quickly. Ms. Fisher, were you here last year?
I was, yes.
And did you last year testify that you were asking this committee to hold off on taking action because the Uniform Law Commission was going to be addressing this issue over the past year? Was that your testimony a year ago, ma'am?
And it's been successful because they studied it for a year and now they've formed a drafting committee. So they're actually going to draft a uniform law. It's very exciting.
It's very exciting. So now you've indicated you wanted us to wait a year, and now you just testified, let's wait yet another year because maybe something may or may not come of that. Ms. Fisher, did New York State wait for this Uniform Law Commission to act on this issue?
Well, they couldn't have because the Uniform Law Commission was just formed their committee last year and New York did their law before.
So if I understand, the answer is a resounding no. Did California, the great state of fourth largest economy on the planet, did they wait for this Uniform Law Commission to, I don't know, spend a year or two or three, however long it might be, to address this issue?
I think the Uniform Law Commission was formed, this committee was formed because of the patchwork we have, which was started by California. So it was in response to what's been happening with.
So
the
once
different
again,
states.
all due respect, the answer is no.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And just one more quick question, and is it Ms. Pappas?
Yes.
Okay, and you're one of our friends from Rapid Finance?
That's correct, yes.
Let me ask you a question. Is this accurate, this document from Business Wire, with a press release from Rapid Finance? And it says that they're located in Bethesda, Maryland. Is that where?
Yes, that's correct.
you're-
We're headquartered in
Okay,
Bethesda.
so this is probably the same Rapid Finance, correct? And would it be accurate that when they stated that they are a leader in small business financing and announcing its new standalone software that provides business lenders and finance companies to quickly and easily produce compliant disclosure statements at a state by state level, including some of the more complicated calculations such as estimated APR? Is that your company, ma'am?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so my understanding is your company now is selling the software to do what you all have said can't be done.
My statement was that you have to take into assumptions. So there's not clear guidance from the state, neither California nor New York. And we had provided over 8 to 10 comment letters that were over 30 pages long with those issues for both California and New York because of those assumptions that need to be made.
So then your software can't do this.
I don't think
Your
any software
company
out there
advertised
today,
you all can do it, but you're now saying that was a lie, they can't do it?
we are.
Well, and Senator, I think, whether we agree with the law
Okay.
or not, the bill has passed in other laws and we do want to be compliant and help members of the industry be compliant. We're not going to blow off the law just because we don't agree with
I got the
it.
answer I needed.
We are
Thank you.
complying to the best of our ability based on the law
Thank
and the
you, Madam
regulations
Chair.
that are provided to us with what lack of clarity some of them might have.
Thank you. Do I have any other questions for this panel? Anyone else? Thank you very much. We have
Thank you.
5 virtual people registered. Everett Sands. Mr. Sands?
Yes, can you hear me, ma'am?
We
Madam,
can, thank you.
may I begin?
Please begin.
Madam Chairwoman and honorable members of the committee, Thank you for your time and attention. My name is Everett K. Sands, and at my lending institution, Lendistry, we can calculate APR faster than Gunnar Henderson can turn a double play and faster than you can sign your name. We're a nationwide lender who's taken over 12,000 applications in Maryland. And for a responsible lender that has their customers' best interests in mind, it simply is that easy. Lendistry has provided financing and transparent APR disclosures to small businesses within Maryland, 69% of which have been minority owned, and it's likely the least complicated thing we do when processing a loan application. For the record, any lender who tells you that calculating APR with the proper disclosures isn't feasible probably makes their money from charging higher or astronomical hidden fees and or high interest rates. Yes, this bill could put predatory lenders out of business or cause them to charge more responsible fees, and that's the best possible outcome for Maryland. When small business owners in Maryland are empowered with clear information about their financing options, they have both the opportunity to choose the best product for their needs, and every entrepreneur deserves access to responsible and affordable capital that will help their business thrive and not force them out of business. My team and I have made it our mission to disrupt the predatory lending industry, and transparency provided through the Commercial Financing Small Business Truth in Lending Act will go a long way in supporting that mission. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I see no questions. Next, we have Eric Weaver.
Hello, honorable delegates. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. I am a Maryland native and resident of Tacoma Park, Maryland. Founded Opportunity Fund, which is the largest nonprofit provider of microloans to small businesses nationwide. And I'm also one of the founders of the Responsible Business Lending Coalition. During my time at Opportunity Fund, we saw hundreds of folks coming to us to refinance merchant cash advance that they'd taken out and were basically having a really hard time making the payments. And they didn't know what they cost because they'd never been given an interest rate or an APR. We decided to find out what was going on. So we looked at 150 of the financing contracts, the actual contracts they had with the merchant cash advance providers. And by looking at those contracts and looking at their historical revenues, we, this little nonprofit, were able to calculate a very accurate estimate of the APRs on these credit products. We found the average APR on these 150 transactions was 94%. The average APR charged to Black business owners was higher at 128%. This APR we found was an astonishing 358%. It was easy to compute the APRs. We had enough data to pretty accurately calculate how much income they had to pay debt service and found that they were being asked to pay 178% of what they had available. And with Hispanic business owners, they were being asked to pay 400% of the income they had available. These loans are often not sustainable and they're putting people out of business. You know, this whole business about the APR, I mean, when they decide how much money to lend somebody, they use a calculation to figure out the return they want to get. They know exactly what return they're looking for, and that's what the APR is. The business owner to deserve as well. Thank you.
Don't have any questions. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Don Cutright.
Madam Chair, Senator Kramer, and distinguished members of the Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you this evening. My name is Don Cutright, and I'm a senior loan officer at Baltimore Community Lending. Baltimore Community Lending is the CDFI, Community Development Financial Institution located in Baltimore City, and we have a dedicated mission to support the revitalization and strengthening of targeted neighborhoods through innovative and flexible financial resources. We provide small business loans, technical assistance, and training to startup and emerging businesses through our small business division who don't have collateral or face other barriers to qualify for traditional bank financing. I'm testifying today because BCL frequently receives requests to refinance high-cost, non-transparent financing products obtained through our small business borrowers. Most of these small businesses are unaware of the actual APR for a lot of these products, and they come to us for support because they are experiencing a strain on their cash flow as a direct result of high-cost financing. You will hear from one of our amazing small business owners / clients today who was able to refinance a high-cost merchant cash advance loan to stay afloat and rebuild her business finances. I'm here today because we need to ensure that finance providers are disclosing the true cost of their products and setting small business owners in Maryland up for success. This would make it easier for lenders like BCL to meet our mission by connecting with borrowers at a time when they are ready to scale business operations, rather than at a time when they run the risk of shutting their doors. I urge you to stand with Maryland small businesses by supporting this bill as introduced. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Karita Collins.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable members of the Senate Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you tonight. My name is Karita Collins. I am a client of Baltimore Community Lending and a small business owner. My business, Neighborhood Fiber Company, manufactures and sells yarn. I started it in DC in 2006, and in 2011, I made my permanent home in Baltimore, following in the footsteps of my grandparents, who operated their own small business, a grocery store on North Avenue, for more than 30 years. Currently, I have 4 employees and operate a light manufacturing and brick and mortar store in a historic firehouse in the Bromo Arts District. I am testifying today because I almost lost my business to one of these loans. Although I have been in business for a long time and consider myself an educated consumer, I fell prey to a loan from a provider that I trusted because I used their payment processing software for my business. They quoted their pricing in terms that were unfamiliar to me, and didn't give me an accurate sense of the real cost. And additionally, the business contacted me to offer a new, larger loan before I had paid off the first loan. I didn't realize that this new loan would cause my costs to increase even more, because I was not only paying the full amount of interest and fees on the first loan before I had planned, but also taking on new interest and fees for the second loan. In the end, this company was taking more than $3,000 from my bank account. I'll skip ahead. Baltimore Community Lending saved me from a 32% interest APR loan and got my payments down from almost $14,000 a month to $1,700 a month at an affordable APR that allowed me to keep my business going, pay my bills, pay my employees, just keep everything together. This is my livelihood. Lending is an important part of any small business owner's life, and it should be transparent and fair.
Rita, thank you. And I'm sorry that you went through that, but happy you saved your business. So thank you for your testimony. Do I have any questions for that witness? Thank you very much. I think that's the last virtual. Yeah, that's our last virtual. So, no, we have one more. Okay, John Helfet, you need to turn your video on. You're our last witness for this bill. Is John there? Maybe he walked away. Yeah. So I think we've lost that last witness. So this ends the hearing for Senate Bill 509. And we have one last bill for the evening, Senate Bill 571, Consumer Protection. And Senator Kramer, thank you for your patience today.
I appreciate your patience and that of the committee. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I believe there is a sponsor panel that includes Mara Bab and Ariel Geismer and Marissa Shea. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, I appreciate that it is late in the day and it is Valentine's Day. But I do have to share with you that this is probably one of the most important bills to protect our families and children here in the state that we will be hearing this year. For the record, Ben Kramer introducing Senate Bill 571. Colleagues, there is not one parent in this great state that would tolerate for a moment a pervert peering in the window of their children's bedroom. There is not one parent in this state that would tolerate a stalker following their children down the sidewalk, heading to school, going to the park, or visiting the mall. But the fact of the matter is, big tech is the pervert at our children's bedroom windows. Big tech is the stalker following our children's every movement, wherever they go, whether it's to school, whether it's to park, or at the mall. Big tech is stalking our children. At this moment, internet companies are tracking everything that our children do, watch, read, study, post, and chat about on the internet. Electronic toys with internet connections and video games have become data harvesting devices for big tech. Smart toys can gather voice recordings, providing the manufacturer with data about the types of interactions our children have with their toys. This information is then shared and sold to other businesses. The apps that our children have on their phones are busy spying on them constantly. The Washington Post revealed that 2/3 of the 1,000 most popular iPhone apps that are likely to be used by children collect and send their personal information out to advertising companies. Many devices like our children's cell phones and their software that they have on them can track their locations in real time and predict their patterns of behavior. Biotech and big tech is storing their information, selling their information, trading in their information, and forming conclusions about our children and what they believe is best for our children and what outcomes will happen to our children. Very often, the platform design and configuration the child uses helps to coax our children into sharing personal data about themselves, all of which is stored and sold and used by big tech. Big tech targets young children who are not able to always differentiate between advertising and content, or between what's fact and what's fiction. The potential harms for our children to their physical and mental health is significant. Colleagues, all of this is the frightening reality of the world that we are now living in. Parents definitely have a role to play in the effort to protect their children when online. But big tech is working overtime to thwart the efforts of even the most astute and dedicated of parents. You and I not only have a role to play in helping parents to protect their children, but we have a profound responsibility to do so. The Kids Code, the bill before you, compels online services to take a proactive approach to privacy and child safety by designing their products out of the gate with the best interests of our children in mind. My goodness, what a novel concept that is. As we learned last year, because big tech earns billions of dollars harvesting our children's data and personal information, it will pull out all of the stops to kill bills in any states that seek to stop their insidious behavior. Big tech will do its best to confuse, misrepresent, and misinform to ensure that they can continue to prey upon our children. Big tech will point to a lower court in California that found some aspects of California's law that were problematic. That lower court ruling is being appealed. But that's California. And this bill has been drafted with the California case in mind and has been worded to survive judicial scrutiny. But do understand, with billions of dollars in jeopardy, if big tech can't exploit our children, they will undoubtedly file suit to slow down implementation and prolong their opportunity to victimize our children. And that's okay. We're not worried about their threats of litigation. We are the Maryland State Senate and the Maryland House of Delegates across the street, and we will do what we know is necessary. Interestingly enough, last year, the attorney for one of the organizations, one of the industry's organizations, introduced himself to this committee as a concerned parent who opposed the bill rather than acknowledging that he was the lawyer for one of the organizations that represents the biggest big tech industries in the country, in the world. Big tech will claim that exploiting our children is a matter of free speech. Colleagues, speech protections do not permit big tech corporations to violate our children's most basic rights not to be victimized. Additionally, last year, big tech repeatedly made bizarre and unsubstantiated claims that somehow LGBTQ children will be caused great harm as they will not be able to access information or assistance to discuss LGBTQ issues. That is a specious and ludicrous claim in an effort to further exploit our vulnerable LGBTQ children. Colleagues, our Maryland parents are the proverbial David squaring off with the big tech Goliath beast. We collectively can be the slingshot and the stone that our Maryland parents so desperately need to bring down the big tech beast. With that, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kramer. And is your panel ready to go?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you, the time limit is 2 minutes. If you can say it in a minute, feel free.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Chair Vital, Vice Chair Klausmeier, and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Mara Babb, and I am a student from Anne Arundel County. I am testifying on behalf of the Maryland Association of Student Councils, MASC, in my role as a State Legislative Affairs Coordinator to request a favorable report on the Maryland Kids Code. Our resolution in support of this bill was voted on by a delegation of MASC's elected and appointed officials, as well as regional student government presidents and student members on boards of education across the state. MASC is calling on the General Assembly to end the predatory practices of large tech corporations through the passing of the Kids Code. Maryland is a state whose people pride themselves on protecting all citizens, especially our children. However, in the digital age, it is becoming increasingly difficult for our laws to keep up with advancements in technology and social media. Through the click of a button, tech companies can gain access to an extreme amount of sensitive personal information about a user. Many large tech corporations also have convoluted terms and conditions that are hard for young users to understand, much less consent to, allowing them to be exploited and take personal data such as precise geolocation, racial and ethnic origin, sex, and age. On the extreme side, data collected from Apple's nutrition labels found that Facebook collects a whopping 70% of your personal data, including your facial appearance and voice. Considering that MASC supports proactive measures to ensure student safety, this bill aligns with MASC's goal through proactive steps to prevent children from being exploited by requiring that all online services that are likely to be accessed by children complete a data protection impact assessment. This bill examines how might be exploited and how the data used by tech corporations can impact a child's mental and emotional well-being. The data protection impact assessment also allows the Attorney General's office to investigate any violations of the bill and protect children of Maryland from exploitation or undue harm. Whereas MASC supports initiatives designed to promote positive mental health and well-being in youth, MASC is in full support of the Maryland Kids Code and requests a favorable report. Thank you for your time.
Perfect.
Areli?
Ariel, yes.
Ariel, okay. Okay.
Hello, and thank you for having me here today. My name is Ariel Geismar. I'm with Design for Us, and I'm terrified. I'm terrified because the improper design and implementation of technology is ruining our lives. The companies that adopt malicious design practices aren't just addicting young people, they're fundamentally changing our brain chemistry. It's time that we look at choices made by big tech to deliberately turn our psyche to a profit and implement responsible, common sense regulation. I come here today in support of SB 571. When I talk about irresponsible design, I'm talking about intentional choices made in creating a digital platform to ensure a young user spends more time, attention, and brain capacity on a device, like constant notifications and an endless scroll. But it's not just about what you see, it's about what you don't see. Our data is being ruthlessly harvested and sold, all in the name of profit. The privacy and mental health of young people has to be a priority for you. It became a priority for me when I lost one of my close friends, Frankie, to suicide in 2019. As a little girl, I was scrolling on Instagram and received posts encouraging me to starve myself, and the more I tried to make sense of what I was reading, the more the algorithm showed me disordered eating encouragement content. But this was the design. In the recently unsealed Vermont AG lawsuit, we all learned that Meta knew about this and did nothing. Technology regulation must be a bipartisan issue. If you saw what we see every day, you would act immediately. These apps are where our young people play. If there was an unsafe playground that was riddled with unwanted sexual advances, higher rates of drug usage, and a hotbed for anxiety and depression, I'd like to think that you would act immediately. So I stand before you to say that Playground exists, and it's on all of our phones. It's on your kids' phones. And before you think my kid would never be exposed to that, oh yes, they would, because we don't have a choice what we're exposed to online, and we don't have a choice what big tech does with our highly sensitive data, but you do. You have a choice. Senators, vote yes on SB 571.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. I'm Marissa Shea here today on behalf of Five Rights US, a project in cooperation between Reset Tech and Five Rights Foundation. I'm also a St. Mary's County resident. At its core, SB 571 is simple consumer protection. As amended from last year's bill, SB 571 focuses on privacy and data protection mandates, requiring companies to limit their collection and use of kids' data to what is necessary to provide the online product requested. It also requires companies assess their digital products use kids' personal data and to what extent these practices create risks for children. Should the assessment reveal risk, companies must mitigate by modifying data use and the design of their products. The risk assessment model is not new. It's utilized by state privacy laws, including those in Virginia and Connecticut, laws that apply to many of these same entities, and laws that are typically seen as business friendly. This bill includes a right to cure for companies in substantial compliance because we want companies to focus on innovation within the bounds of this framework. This bill is not limited to social media because bad data practices and manipulative design are not limited to social media. It's not limited to sites directed at kids because for too long, that framing has allowed tech companies to avoid oversight. Rather than limiting what kids can see, the data privacy protections and design requirements of the Kids Code should actually diversify the information seen by children and teens because companies will no longer be pigeonholing kids' interests and recommendations through manipulative design. Stronger default privacy settings and better data protection fosters an online environment where it's safer for all kids to grow, explore, and express themselves. In short, this is a reasonable, vetted bill that walks the line between online privacy and safety in a manner that will actually benefit kids and keep the internet available for all. Thank you for your consideration.
Any questions for this panel? Thank you very much for your testimony. I think we're going to go to the next panel.
They were phenomenal.
They were. They were. Thank you.
Yeah.
It makes me really happy that I don't have children at home on the internet. Todd Minor, Maya Minor, Christine McComas, and Rita Montoya. Who would like to start?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Madam Chair and Committee. My name is Mia Minor. I'm here with my husband Todd and our family to advocate for the passage of the Maryland Kids Code Bill and Senate. First, we want to thank bill sponsor Senator Ben Cramer, Delegate Jared Solomon, and Delegate C.T. Wilson. By sharing our story, we hope to help keep our children and families from going through the tragic events we have experienced and endured. Our son, Matthew Emmanuel Minor, was a very loving and compassionate child. He was a big hugger. Matthew had a very charismatic and loving personality and had a wonderful smile that would light up the room. He cherished his time and our family gatherings, especially those at the family farm in Tappahannock, Virginia. On the evening of March 7th, our world was devastated and forever changed by the death of our son. As a result of the Blackout Challenge on YouTube and TikTok, we ask that you pass the Maryland Kids Code bill without delay so other families do not have to endure the tragedies our family have faced due to unrestricted social media. Matthew 5:9 in the Bible states, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God." Thank you for your time and for allowing me to testify today.
Greetings, Madam Chair and Senators. My name is Todd Minor Sr., and as my wife stated, we are here to advocate for the passage of the Maryland Kids Code bill in the Senate. First, we thank bill sponsors, Senator Ben Cramer, Delegate Jared Solomon, and Delegate C.T. Wilson, who have shown their continuing commitment to online child safety. We also want to thank our partners in advocacy, the Five Rights Foundation, Parents Together, and Fair Play for Kids. By sharing what we have gone through, we hope to illuminate you to the dangers that social media imposes on the children in our state, including the devastation in the wake of losing a child. On the evening of March 7th, 2019, we found our son Matt unresponsive with something around his neck. I was trained in CPR in the Army and began administering it to Matt, and Mia called 911. I was trying to breathe life back into my child. Can you imagine the horror we endured that night and continue to live with? The vision of Matt's death is forever burned in our minds. Unfortunately, it will never go away. We live with it every day. But today, in these hallowed halls, you can do something so this does not happen to another family. I am sure you agree that another family should never experience this ever. We've joined forces with other parents, educators, mental health professionals, and other concerned community members to support the Maryland Kids Code bill and similar legislative efforts nationwide, becoming voices in a growing movement that seeks to hold tech companies accountable. We ask you to support and pass the Maryland Kids Code bill. If laws such as the Maryland Kids Code bill were in place, this tragedy would not have happened to our family. Let us Let us tell the rest of the country in a loud, unanimous message that Maryland values its children's online safety above anything else. Thank you so much for your time and allowing me to speak today.
Good evening, senators, committee members. My name is Christine McComas, and as a lifelong Marylander, I, along with my husband, have raised 4 daughters. Maryland's anti-cyberbullying criminal statute is named for our daughter, Grace. Grace's sisters are now all strong, independent, and successful adults, but our beloved Grace Catherine is forever 15, having died by suicide related to death-wishing and hate-filled cyber abuse over social media. You may remember Grace's Law being unanimously passed in 2013, and in 2019, Grace's Law 2.0 was passed to cover the ever-changing digital dangers, including sextortion, suicide baiting, and more. Grace never had a smartphone and wasn't even on Twitter, but didn't need to be harmed. I hope you'll take the time to read my longer testimony and the malicious abuse aimed at a child. Over the past decade, I've come to know parents with tragic stories from around the world and regularly get messages through her memorial page from other Maryland parents struggling to protect their own children online. Right now, even the best, most engaged parents are unable to keep their kids safe online. Secret until recently, algorithms are push-feeding dangerous and psychologically damaging content towards our kids, while platforms are designed to addict and keep them online longer, driving up profits with little care for the collateral damage. By the age of 13, an average of 72 million data points have been collected on each child. And in 2022, social media companies earned an astonishing $11 billion with a B, $billion by selling ads targeted to those kids. Joined by other grieving parents, 2 weeks ago, I attended the hearing on Capitol Hill, where senators called on Mark Zuckerberg of Meta, which is Facebook and Instagram, and the CEOs of TikTok, Twitter, Snapchat, and Discord to account for their harms to children. There was a lot of empty, misleading talk, and you will undoubtedly hear their lawyers do that again today. Don't believe it. This legislation is desperately needed, and there is no time to wait. Maryland families deserve these protections now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and respected members of this committee. My name is Rita Montoya. I'm a Montgomery County resident and a mother of 2 children, ages 8 and 9. In the past year, my children have demonstrably felt the lure of the internet and social media. Despite a no social media and limited internet access policy in our own home, my children are increasingly exposed to the use of both by others in various settings. Like many, they are drawn to the fun of it all. My concern today is not just for my own children, but for all children, and I am not alone. Recently, I spoke to a group of mothers about this bill. Some were surprised to hear that it was not already happening. One questioned why it was limited to children. Another assumed that this was already happening because they protect this data in her home country. While it is incumbent upon parents to understand and monitor our children's internet and social media use, as a parent, I know that we cannot be everywhere and know everything. Some parents I spoke to did not even know that this data extraction occurs. The nature of advertising to children has changed. Long ago are the days of television commercials and cereal boxes. Today, children as young as 2 years old play apps on cell phones and tablets, and most teens use social media every day, despite not comprehending the full complexity of how their digital data is collected, analyzed, and used. Currently, only one state in the United States protects children by regulating how companies can collect and use children's data. It is time for Maryland to step up for our kids. Technology is developing at a rapid pace, and its limits are at best unknown. If we want to protect our children in the future, we must take action now. The state of Maryland has an opportunity to take a stand and ensure that 10 to 15 years from now, when a technology emerges that we never envisioned, our children are not harmed in the process. When I was a child, we used to go to a playground with a very tall red slide. The slide was made of metal. During the summer, when temperatures could reach as high as 105 degrees, the metal slide would burn our legs on the way down.
We almost finished, please. Wrap up.
But it was the only slide we had, and we wanted to have fun. At some point, our local government realized it was not safe and replaced it with a safer, less hot material because children deserve to be safe. Madam Chair and respected members of this Finance Committee, the internet and social media are the new playgrounds. And if we do not protect our children, who will? I urge you to issue a favorable report on SB 571. Thank you.
Thank you. I first want to say to Mr. and Mrs. Minor and Mrs. McComas that I'm really sorry for your loss. And I do remember Grace's Law, and I hope that we can continue to improve things for our children. Thank you. Do I have any questions? Any other questions for this panel? Thank you for coming down to testify today. The third panel is Aaron Pointy, John Walms, Lauren Lamb, and Elizabeth Elliott. Let's go. John, would you like to start?
Sure, Madam Chair, members of the committee, John Willems, representing the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. We're weighing in for the first time this year in support of this legislation for reasons that I think are obvious to the committee based on the sponsor, Senator Kramer's testimony and the compelling testimony of parents and advocates, victims of the online activity that is the center of this legislation. I want to emphasize that we've submitted written testimony in full support of the legislation, and also want to emphasize that because it's outside the jurisdiction of this committee, MABE has been a strong supporter of student data privacy in the Senate Education Committee. The Student Data Privacy Act passed in 2015. We have a Student Data Privacy Council. So some of the same kinds of protections and alertness to online targeting, advertising, and nefarious uses of our students' data in the school setting is already protected at a relatively high level, certainly compared to other states in Maryland. So we are ahead of the curve in that regard. This is obviously to protect our students and their based on their online activity throughout their lives, throughout 24/7. And so in that way, it's very imperative to broaden the net of protection for our students and their data and online usage, which is an inevitability. And I would also add that it attended a recent national conference of school board members, and the looming emergence of artificial intelligence will only exacerbate the sophistication of ways in which our children and students are manipulated through their online activity, which I think makes it even more important to enact Senate Bill 571. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Lauren Lamb. I'm a former high school teacher, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland State Education Association, which represents 75,000 educators across the state. As educators, we know that students' learning is affected by their experiences outside the classroom, and increasingly social media is central to those experiences. Last year, Gallup reported that on average, teens are spending nearly 5 hours a day on social media. We know that this affects kids' self-esteem and mental health. And while online platforms can sometimes be valuable as learning tools, too many students are suffering the effects of unregulated social media, including invasive data collection, misinformation, and features that are designed to be addictive. This is common sense regulation that would keep our kids safe and healthy without restricting their access to information. And we would urge you to issue a favorable report. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Elizabeth Elliott, President of the Maryland Association of School Health Nurses, and my mission is to help our state's children grow into healthy and thriving adults. This bill provides necessary common sense safeguards for our children's privacy in the online space, and we urge a favorable vote. The National Association of School Nurses published research earlier this year that highlights the psychological impact social media has on adolescents. We see higher rates of depression and anxiety driven by social media use, loneliness, and fear of missing out. These correlate with teens' frequency and intensity of social media use. In addition, equity and health are really important to all of Maryland's over 1 million K through 12 children. Children who come from less affluent backgrounds are more likely to lack access to structured activities and adult supervision and turn to the online space. According to NASN, racial and ethnic minority teens have higher rates of depression and loneliness, and they're cyberbullied more often online. In the school health room, school nurses see increasing numbers of our kids struggling to connect in person in meaningful and healthy ways. We see more violence. We see more fights in our schools. This is an increased workload for school nurses in the face of a very well-known nursing shortage in this country and a critical workforce shortage for school nurses. In 2020, I'm almost out of time, so I very much appreciate everyone's attention here, and I urge a favorable report. Thank you so much.
Thank you for honoring the time. Do I have any questions, Senator Reedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to ask, maybe anyone can answer this question, but maybe for the school board, for Maeve, isn't it time we just made a policy that we don't have cell phones in schools? They have to be turned off and they have to be in backpacks or they have to be stored. I know that's probably, you're going to tell me it's a county by county decision, but don't you think it's time?
Yes, Senator, I was going to say, if it doesn't say local control across my forehead, it probably should.
And I love you for that, by the way.
But in all seriousness, we had our annual conference last fall here in Annapolis, and we had a student board member representative from an Eastern Shore County who said that he was delighted that for the first time in his educational experience, his school system had banned cell phones, outside the pocket, basically. So they didn't bar them from the high school, but they didn't want to see them. And that's sort of an old school approach, right? That's something that you and I are familiar with from 10, 20 years ago when it was new technology. And so, yes, there is this heightened recognition of the detrimental impact of and the distraction. And then beyond that, this bill gets at the psychological harm that can result from the targeted intentional algorithmic, activities that that corporations are using to really prey upon our children.
I'm interested in working more on this bill and this idea. I do kind of think, and I know also, of course, that the cyberbullying doesn't happen all while they're in school. I recognize that. Right. I think parents becoming much smarter, whether you can do something algorithmically or not here in Maryland. And I do think there's some challenges with trying to do a state by state approach, although I think it's a worthy goal. Parents have got to get smarter about not letting their kids have access to cell phones as early as they do. And it's once the genie's out of the bottle, it's tough to put back. But if you can hold off as long as possible, and I think also I also wonder, and this is just maybe a rhetorical question to anybody on the panel, but should it become more of a rule where you're not allowed on social media? That social media companies cannot give young people accounts until they're 16 or 18. Now, I know there's an enforcement element that people can get around that, but to me, some of this stuff with the algorithms, there's some real problems with how they all work. But I also think there's a demand problem. There's a supply and demand problem. So I don't know that none of you probably want to answer that question, but I just think I'm not sure we should make a law, but I just wish that the industry could regulate itself and say we're not going to give kids under 18 or under 16 a social media account, because I think that's when people start to really lose their sense of self. But that is a rhetorical question, and it's late at night, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. If there are no other questions for this panel, thank you very much. I'm going to call the next panel, Dr. Nikki Ham, Sam Park, David Arolo, and Devin Lee.
I'm on the young persons panel. Hi, my name is Siobhan Hayes. I am the director of the Tech Lab at Digital Harbor Foundation. I'm here to speak in support of SB 571. Digital Harbor Foundation is a nonprofit organization focused on disrupting the root of causes of digital divide in our communities. Our work focuses on promoting digital inclusion through developing innovative, equity-based STEM learning experiences for youth, educators, and communities. We provide youth and families with affordable broadband. We support a portfolio of tech for good startups that serve as a model to youth and industry that technology companies can be designed to elevate society. At Digital Harbor, we fully agree that technology companies bear responsibility in designing products that encourage and support the growth of their youngest users. The Maryland Kids Code provides necessary guardrails to keep companies from collecting sensitive and personal data from children and to design with their online safety at the center. The code appropriately recognizes that to fully participate in society and learn, children need to be online and should be able to benefit from all the internet has to offer. But we have an obligation to ensure their online experiences are safe and their privacy is protected. The digital divide is real. Access to digital skills and knowledge varies widely depending on many factors, including location and socioeconomic status. The proposed online protections for children acknowledge that a child's level of online safety should not depend solely on a parent's digital skills and knowledge. Person-centered design is not a new concept, but many online platforms have avoided this approach, especially when it is more lucrative to collect and sell consumer data, including data of children. The Maryland Kids Code is simple. It requires technology companies to design products that are safe. This is a fundamental step in creating safe places for children to learn and grow. Thank you, and we recommend a favorable report for the 2024 Maryland Kids Code.
Thank you. So who would like to go next?
Thank you. All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is David Arevalo. I'm a ninth grader from Eastern Tech High School in Baltimore County, Maryland, and I'm an active member of my county student council and the state student council. As a young teenager, my experiences with social media has been rather eventful, and I can tell you from my experience that this bill needs to get passed. Social media has become a very strong and important part of our culture as high schoolers, and it influences the choices that young Americans like me make and the information we believe. While it has a huge impact, our government continues to fail to take appropriate action in regulating it and before it becomes more harmful than it has. The influence of social media on our generation cannot be overlooked, and Senate Bill 571 establishes a strong framework to ensure that companies responsibly handle child information online. Senate Bill 571 provides a significant step towards building a safer online environment for children by enforcing a lot of procedures, as well as pushing companies to become more accountable in handling children information. Senate Bill 571 strives to create a vital standard for online products and services with a focus on protecting child information. The bill specifies key provisions to protecting kids' personal information, and it aims to prevent organizations from abusing and exploiting our data. Senate Bill 571 is a vital step in making the internet a safer place for me and my generation, and it aims to establish a necessary regulation and check to protect children all over the world. In the Maryland. By voting to pass this bill into law, we can collectively ensure that our well-being is safe. And for some of us over here and our children, we're gonna have a better world in this digital era. Thank you.
David, thank you. Who's next?
I got it. You got it, or?
Hey everyone, my name is Sam Park. I'm a freshman in Baltimore County, and I am testifying in favor of the SB 571 bill. I've submitted my written testimony where I've spoken more closely about my personal experiences, and I'm here today to speak about how this bill can have an impact on teenagers like myself. Looking at things like social media shows how badly we are in need of this bill. The fact that social media can get us stuck in a rabbit hole of harmful content that instead of these big social media companies helping teenagers get out of this rabbit hole, they push us further in, ultimately hurting teenagers' mental health and well-being. With everything going on as students, the last thing we need is the pushing of harmful content when we just want to use social media to help us network and entertain ourselves. The elements of this bill are crucial in helping many teenagers' mental health journeys to make sure people are supporting them and big tech companies are not abusing these addictive design features that trap teenagers. Social media is definitely a big part of this bill, but there are many other online services that target the addiction of teenagers. Things like websites, marketplaces, video games, news publications, which young people are constantly on, are affected. Examples like Temu or Temu have been specifically designed to look appealing to teenagers, in which their main goal was to target teenagers first in getting their information. Websites and apps like Temu have been heavily accused of stealing consumer data such as their phone number, browser history, and location data to monitor users' activities across apps and websites. This bill would ensure that me and many other teenagers' data is protected and not being abused for companies' own benefit. Passing this bill will not just guarantee us safety now, but in the far future where social media and tech companies are still very relevant. Teenagers will need the protection. Having these traps of harmful material should not be this accessible on the internet, and is why I believe this bill is important and necessary for children and teenagers like myself. And in all American spirit, if this bill can succeed in the UK, I don't see why it would not succeed here. Thank you.
Assume that you're Kevin Lee.
Yes.
Thanks, Kevin.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I got the paper. Happy Valentine's Day, first of all. Thank you for being here. Good evening. I'm Devin Lee with Social Media for Social Justice. I'm a senior attending Quince Orchard High School in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and I'm an avid social media user. I was exposed to the internet at the ripe age of 10, where I was definitely not mature enough to handle a device more powerful than the computer that landed NASA astronauts on the moon. It took me over 7 years of being on the internet to finally feel comfortable engaging with it, as most of the time I felt as if the internet was using me, not the other way around. Posts on Instagram, for example, constantly show me unreasonable standards of how I should look, act, and what I should be achieving with my life. The mental bar is so high, it can make kids feel hopeless and permanently change their mindset, all to make these ginormous companies a bit more cash. Not only do the algorithms of many social media sites harm kids' mental health, but today's teens are also growing up in an era where social media platforms are becoming their primary source of information. These platforms have become breeding grounds for misinformation, conspiracy theories, and falsehoods. Many teenagers do not have the tools to differentiate between accurate and misleading information, leading them to make poor decisions, spread false narratives, and engage in dangerous behavior. I know firsthand how easy it is to get sucked into a rabbit hole of misinformation online. Feeling helpless, I finally decided to do something about it. I co-founded Social Media for Social Justice, a student-led organization focused on educating high school students about the dangers of misinformation on the internet. Teaching other kids has inspired me to speak in front of you all today. By supporting SB 571, Maryland will help set the standard for online child and teen safety and set simple, suitable privacy settings as the default, which has already been proven effective. Design code regulations have already been approved in UK and California, and we ought to have the same safeguards. Thanks so much for allowing me to speak in front of you all today. Please consider my story and many others experiencing the same problems on social media.
Do I have any questions for the panel? I want to thank the students for coming down today. I hope this was a good experience for you, and thank you for testifying today. We really like to see young people involved, so thank you for that. Sure. Senator Klausmeier has a question.
Hey, you're at Eastern Tech, right?
Yes, we're
Yes.
both from Eastern
Oh,
Tech.
both of you?
Yeah,
Where are you, what part of town are you from?
Berry Hall.
Okay, well, you might be my constituent there. And while I'm thinking about it, and I just speak for, don't forget Senate scholarships and House delegate scholarships. I think you're deserving just by the sound of you this evening, so.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. So I see no other questions. We're going to move to the next panel. I have a few more favorables. Stephanie Erdice, Christina Green. And Camille, would you like to come up with the group? This is the last two favorables, and Camille Fesh was going to do information. Thank you. Stephanie, would you like to start?
Yes, I would. Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Stephanie Erdis, Associate Director at the Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault. I'm here at the direction of our Director, Lisa Jordan. MCASA is the coalition of the rape crisis centers across the state, and we include the Sexual Assault Legal Institute. We're here in support of Senate Bill 571. We're not experts in technology, but we are experts on preventing and responding to online sexual exploitation and harassment of children. This is an enormous problem for our state and for our children. Leading research states 40% of children report they have been approached online by someone attempting to befriend or manipulate them. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children reported that since 2012, they've seen an 8,000% increase in tips to their cyber line, including 80,000 reported incidents of online enticement of children for sexual acts and 32 million reports of child pornography. Adhering to punish criminals for soliciting children to send them images of their intimate body parts, the Maryland State's Attorneys Association reported, it's a common practice for online perpetrators to encourage youth to manufacture child abuse material and send it to the perpetrator. Conversely, the perpetrator frequently sends pictures of their own genitalia to the minor. Maryland criminal law creates penalties to punish these offenders, but SB 571 would help prevent them. MCASA strongly supports Senate Bill 571 because the Kids Code will help prevent crime and protect our kids against sexual predators and sexual exploitation. For those reasons, MCASA requests a favorable report on Senate Bill 571.
Hello, Madam Chair Beidel and members of the committee. My name is Christy Green, and I'm the Executive Director of Maryland Coalition of Families. I am testifying today in support of Senate Bill 571. We served over 4,600 families last year with family peer support across the state. Nearly 70% of the families served had children who struggled with behavioral health challenges. I'm here today to represent these caregivers, their voices, who quite frankly are exhausted and can't keep up with the fast evolving technology. As one parent shared with me, during COVID, it was easier to let her child talk to friends on FaceTime and socialize via Roblox and other platforms. Oftentimes when bored, they would watch online videos or shows. She said, as parents, we tried to keep an eye on the amount of time and put restrictions on the content. But their family found out the hard way that even if there are filters on their devices, TikTok videos not on separate platforms would pop up with inappropriate content that was oftentimes sexist, racist, and not inclusive. Inappropriate ads would find their way in. Oftentimes, the content was created with popular animated characters, and it had sexual innuendos, violence, and death. But they were not restricted through the filters because it was animated. They were random short clips of characters suffocating each other or causing harm and violence. She shared that they saw behavioral changes in their two children. As parents, they would try to set perimeters, for example, watch videos on kids' channels only. However, something else would inevitably pop up. Once a child sees something, it cannot be unseen. For children that have behavioral health challenges, it felt easier during the height of COVID and post-COVID that they were making social connections through gaming and other social media platforms, but it's been a slippery slope and a strain on their family. I respectfully urge the committee for a favorable report. Thank you for letting me testify.
Thank you. And Camille?
Thank you very much. Good evening. I said good afternoon, but good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Camille Fesh. Pleased to be here today on behalf of Google, testifying as informational. Google thanks the committee and sponsor Senator Kramer for the opportunity to engage on SB 571. The company takes very seriously the importance of providing positive and safer experiences for users across its products and services. That's why they build age-appropriate products to align with kids and teens' developmental stages and needs, and offer settings and tools for parents and families to manage their unique relationships with technology. We appreciate the great deal of work that has gone into this bill by advocates and sponsors to create something durable that provides appropriate safeguards while enabling access to innovative technologies and high-quality, diverse content. We support the goals of the legislation and overall approach that is flexible and risk-based, but continue to have concerns about the impacts of some of the key definitions, such as best interest of the children, and requirements in the bill, with a few target amendments to this bill that enable access to high-quality content and help organizations of all types and sizes focus risk assessments on greater risks of harm. Maryland can establish itself as a national leader in online safety for minors. We look forward to working with the committee, Senator Kramer, and the House sponsor on this critical issue. Thank you very much.
So I have a question for you, Camille.
Yes.
Is JPR still in session tonight?
I believe JPR let out a couple hours ago.
Oh, I'm really sorry. Sorry you had to be here so late.
Finance After Dark, yes.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. I appreciate it. I don't see
Thank
any
you very much.
questions. Thank you. So now we have some favorable with amendments, Steve Sakamoto Engel and Hannah Abrams.
Yield my time to Hannah.
Oh, Hannah, thank you.
Chair Beidle, Vice Chair Klausmeier, committee members. My name is Hannah Abrams, and I'm here on behalf of the Consumer Protection Division of the Office of the Attorney General. Senate Bill 571 asks businesses that offer online products or services to children to consider the impact that the product will have on children. We know that companies regularly analyze the impact their products have on their users, and we've seen companies explicitly ignore harm to children, sometimes with deadly consequences. This bill narrowly tailors its regulation to directly advance substantial governmental interests of protecting children. We support the substance of this bill. We do have 3 amendments that will conform it to Maryland's existing consumer protection regulatory structure. First, the bill introduces a new and separate penalty structure. The Consumer Protection Act already offers penalties that are more robust and offer more flexibility than the penalties proposed in HB 603, and there's really no need to create a new framework. Second, we recommend the removal of the right to cure. It's an unnecessary and unwarranted grace period. Third, we recommend including the opportunity for individual recovery pursuant to the Consumer Protection Act. Given the potential significant and individualized harms that we've seen in connection with children and social media, we believe that parents should have the ability to pursue a remedy where their children suffer actual harm. With these amendments, we urge a favorable report.
Do I have any questions for Hannah? Thank you for your testimony. We have 2 unfavorables, Carl Zabo and Rebecca Snyder.
Okay, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Carl Zabo. I'm Vice President and General Counsel for NetChoice. I'm a father of 2. I'm a soccer coach. I'm active in my kids' Cub Scout troop. And the reason that I'm here is because everything that we heard that happened to these families should never happen. So why am I opposed to this bill? Because this bill is an unconstitutional law, and an unconstitutional law will protect 0 children. And this isn't me just opining. I was here a year ago against Senator Kramer's bill, similar but different, from the same people telling you it's constitutional. Since then, I've had 3 federal court judges, 2 Obama appointed, 1 Clinton appointed, say that those laws are unconstitutional. One provision of it, the DPIA provision, is the core part of this law. I have a federal judge out in California, and I can give you the exact language if I have enough time, where they explain how it is unconstitutional. If you look at the bill itself, the word reasonable is used 40 times. Anyone, you could be a 1L at law school and know the worst use of the word reasonable will make something void under the First Amendment, because reasonable is in the eye of the beholder. I can promise you there are many people sitting behind me probably and across the state who believe that trans issues are either reasonable mental harm or reasonably essential for access. The word parents is used but once in this bill. but once, and it is to deny parents the right to use something like Find My Phone to see where my kids are. And you'll hear, oh, that's a typo. No, that's not. It's in the Vermont bill, which is identical to this one. You'll see that it is the New York Times that joined NetChoice in opposing the California law, because this applies to newspapers. Newspapers will also be talking momentarily. And I would love to discuss actual remedies that will actually work, not an unconstitutional law that will provide zero protection. And if you indulge me through questions, I'm happy to list out many ways that we could actually do something, because as a Maryland resident, Maryland father, I want something to work.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Rebecca?
Yes, good evening. I'm Rebecca Snyder. Thank you, committee, for staying this long. My name is Rebecca Snyder, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland Delaware DC Press Association. And we've heard some horrible things today. And Senate Bill 571 really does try to cure those things. You heard over and over about social media platforms, gaming, Discord channels, the whole 9 yards, but you don't hear anything about news media. And that's because news media is different. It really is. The Communications Decency Act of '96 says that social media platforms are not responsible for the content that they post, but news media is. In fact, that content is our platform. And when we think about the data collection that's out there, news media, you think about, what you have to provide to a social media platform, your birthday, they can track all sorts of information on you. News media collects very little information, so much so that we don't know where children, I'm sure there are children that access news media because they should, but we don't know the numbers. And so because we're caught in this net, we really, the amendments that we propose narrow it just a little bit, clarify it a little bit. We shouldn't be in this bill to begin with. We'd love a media exemption. I know that's not something the sponsors are particularly into, but if we need to have clarifying language so that we can actually implement it. So where things are broad, we need them to be a little bit more narrow so that we can understand what the bar is. And so we urge, without those amendments or a media exemption, an unfavorable report.
Thank you for your testimony. So do I have any questions? Would anyone like to ask Carl about what we can do that's not?
I'd love to.
Would you like to ask some questions? I can always count on you, Senator Hershey.
Well, Madam Chair, since you asked if anybody would like to ask any questions, I certainly would. Carl, would you like to expand on what you were talking about?
Yeah,
please?
thanks for asking. So I actually go around the country trying to work with lawmakers to achieve constitutional laws. Currently working with lawmakers in the state of California to address child sexual abuse material generated by AI and make sure that we update our existing child CSAM laws to address AI in a constitutional format. There's also ones on AI generated revenge porn. With child sexual abuse material itself, less than 1% of the millions of cases that get reported are even investigated. So we are advocating to give the state's attorney general, for example, more resources to actually begin bringing child abusers to justice. Similarly, although I don't have an official position, I have a personal opinion on, I think we should get rid of cell phones in schools. I personally believe that. Similarly, there are 2 laws in place right now, one in Virginia, one in Florida. I've talked to a number of my teacher friends about this. They want to teach digital education, digital wellness in schools, but they can't. And that's because they are hamstrung by whatever is allowed in the course curriculum. So in the states of Virginia and Florida, it is a descriptive, not proscriptive, so you maintain local rights, requirement that digital education be part of the course curriculum. It's just 2 things. 1, it allows them to actually have time to teach it. And 2, it allows them to get financial resources to actually begin teaching it. So I think those are a couple steps. They're all constitutional and they will work. Unfortunately, what we are seeing here is an unconstitutional law. And I would much rather have something that works for my kids in schools.
Thank you for that comment. Any other questions? Thank you to this panel.
Thank you very much.
So, many members, we have 3 virtual witnesses left. So it's only 7:25. We could do this. Beth Jarrett, are you on the call? Hi, Beth. Can you unmute? Thank
Hello.
you. We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Chairman Bidle and committee members. My name is Beth Jarrett, and I have lived in Maryland all my life. I currently live in Lutherville and have lived here for 9.5 years. I'm a mother of 3 Baltimore County Public School students, and today I'm speaking in support of Senate Bill 571 on behalf of the Free State PTA. We all know it's impossible to control all aspects of a child's online presence, but we can offer guardrails that make it less likely that they will be exploited and harmed. I, for one, am very engaged in my children's screen time. I've set up time limits for each of my children. I have age limits on their content, and I control which apps they have access to. None of them have access to Safari, any social media, or any games with guns. I have turned off access to multiplayer, so they should not be able to contact anyone but friends while they're playing video games. Yet several weeks ago, my 10-year-old tells me that someone called him a vulgar name because he made a mistake in the game he was playing. I asked him which of his friends would call him that, and he said, "Oh, it's not one of my friends, it's this kid I'm playing with online." I was quite upset to realize that the so-called control I thought I had set up was not working the way I thought it would, and he was in fact able to play with and talk to strangers. My 10-year-old assured me that this was just some other kid and it was nothing to worry about, at which point I had to explain to him that it could truly be anybody. Hopefully with no sinister intent, but we just have no way of knowing. I was so disappointed in that moment. I thought I was doing everything I was supposed to be doing as a parent to protect my kids on the internet. Yet a potential predator still had access to my innocent and naive 10-year-old without my knowledge. As adults, we may not have the technological savvy to ensure that safeguards are implemented properly. We need this bill to not only help the parents who are actively trying to control their children's privacy, but all parents. All children have the right to have their personal information protected. They are children, and they do not yet understand the impact of their online presence. We cannot let them get exploited. The Free State PTA urges this committee favorable report on Senate Bill 571.
Thank you, Beth. That was perfect. Thank you. Next, I have Jordan Rodell, unfavorable. Jordan, unmute so we can hear you. I want a t-shirt that says unmute. Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jordan Rodell. I'm the State Policy Manager at the Computer and Communications Industry Association. CCI is an international not-for-profit trade association representing a broad cross-section of small, medium, and large communications and technology firms. While we certainly support the implementation of mechanisms that ensure children's safety online, we would like to respectfully raise many concerns about Senate Bill 571. First, it is imperative to prioritize establishing a comprehensive data privacy law that provides baseline protections applicable to all consumers. This law should incorporate safeguards for sensitive data, specifically addressing information commonly linked to younger users. Next, the bill lacks narrowly tailored definitions necessary for compliance. For example, the definition of, quote, best interests of a child is incredibly vague and impossible to operationalize at scale, creating moving goalposts for compliance. Private online businesses will not be able to coherently or consistently make diagnostic assessments of users, including what content could be, quote, physically, financially, or emotionally harmful to them. Determining the best solution for the well-being of each and every user engaging with content on an online platform poses a serious feasibility challenge, given divergences based on lived experiences and age. Additionally, the bill's provisions addressing the, quote, profiling of a child and the enforcement of penalties for violations pose significant questions regarding compliance. Businesses may be allowed to, quote, profile a child by default under certain circumstances. CCI interprets this as necessitating businesses to distinguish users aged below and above 18. Without a proper mechanism in place to determine the age of users online, businesses may encounter challenges in accurately determining the age of each individual user. Lastly, the First Amendment, including the right to access information, is applicable to teens. Ambiguous restrictions on protected speech cannot be justified under the guise of, quote, protecting minor users. As such, the AEDC that was passed in California in 2022 that would implement these similar vague requirements, including age profiling and estimation, is currently facing a legal challenge due to constitutional concerns, and a judge recently put the law on hold until these challenges can be fully reviewed. We appreciate your consideration of these comments and stand ready to provide additional information. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Thank you very much. Do I have any questions for Jordan? Nope. Okay, our very last witness of the day is Kirsten D'Souza. Kirsten?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the committee, for sticking out this long afternoon. or I guess evening now. My name is Kirsten D'Souza, and I serve as the Coalition's Director for Chamber of Progress. We are a tech industry coalition committed to ensuring that all Americans benefit from technological leaps. For full disclosure, our corporate partners do include companies like Amazon and Google, but our partners do not have a vote or a veto over our advocacy or our positions. Today, we're urging the committee to oppose SB 571, which will impose fundamental changes to how critical online services work, rendering many of them unusable for vulnerable populations in Maryland. One of our top priorities at Chamber of Progress is ensuring that children have access to safe and inclusive online spaces. Unfortunately, many regulations and policies modeled after age-appropriate design code with the intention of protecting children may end up doing more harm than good by exacerbating the vulnerabilities of marginalized young people. And I'm not going to go into everything here just for the sake of time, but I do want to point out a couple of main points about this bill that were included in a coalition letter that we had circulated, and some folks that signed on to that were LGBT Tech, the Maryland LGBTQ+ Chamber of Commerce, and the Trevor Project, all which represent marginalized queer youth and the interests of the LGBTQ+ community. For minors, social media connections can provide a lifeline. In the CDC's latest adolescent behaviors and experiences survey, more than half of young people experienced emotional abuse in their home, and more than 10% experienced physical abuse in their home. A majority of adolescents reported that social media helps them feel more accepted. The support that social media offers from peers to mitigate stress can be especially important for youth who are often marginalized, including racial, ethnic, sexual, and gender minorities. For example, minors within the LGBTQ+ community use social media to find friends, seek emotional support, and search for information about their identities and their health, especially for those that are growing up in unsupportive families, households, communities. We just respectfully ask that the committee finds this bill unfavorable, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Do you have any questions for this witness? Thank you very much. That ends the hearing on Senate Bill 571. Thank you. So committee, it's a long night. Thank you all for sticking it out. We will meet tomorrow at 1. It's going to be a shorter day, only 71 witnesses, but we are going to have a short voting session, and the voting list is in your email. Thank you all. Have a good evening. Happy Valentine's Day.